Hello and welcome back everyone. We Weeb online and today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Naruto fell in love with Sailor Moon? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
Usagi had become weary of the way the others had been handling her lately. She had become weary of her, so-called, Prince Mamoru or Endymion's emotional roller coaster. His name sounded more like a Poca copyright mon than anything else, she was positive. However, that was in addition to that fact. Usagi had just finished packing and putting away her bags. She was waiting for Chibi Usagi and her family to depart so they could go to the hot springs they visited early last winter. While she was attempting to protect Mamoru from his own evil, something she had never regretted doing until now, because Mamoru used the appearance of Chibi Usagi as a pretext to start playing mind games and gradually started abusing Usagi on an emotional and mental level. She was too preoccupied with keeping the brat safe from the Dark Moon family to notice at first. He eventually started pushing her around, though, and one evening she stopped to inquire about Chibi Usagi. He made a point of slapping her and warning her not to ever darken his doorway again. Usagi went home after that. In order to conceal the mark and the handprint, she had made a stop at a pharmacy and purchased some makeup. She was unsure of who to ask. She was aware that her friends would support him and that Chibi Usagi would simply accuse her of upsetting him over something so foolish. Thus, in the weeks leading up to her departure on the journey, since Usagi couldn't bring Luna along and wasn't sure how long they would be staying, she had asked Luna to stay with Amy or Minako. Unaware of what was going to happen, Luna consented to stay with Minako because she and Artemons needed to discuss how they wanted to alter the girl's training. Her strategy was working out quite nicely. From the bottom of the stairwell, she called her mother, Usagi. "Yeah, Mom," called Usagi back, realizing that their trip was about to begin. As she waited for her blonde daughter to come to the top of the stairs, her mother asked, "Your father needs your bag to put it in the car, and have you taken Luna to Minako's yet?" Usagi reached the top of the stair landing and grinned sadly down at her mother. As Usagi knew her mother wouldn't let her go because she had a big project to finish, she lied and said, "Yeah, I just dropped her off about an hour ago. But, Naru just called me and reminded me we had a report due first thing after break and we haven't even begun it. For we both forgot about it with other school activities and all the studying I have been doing to get ready for high school." She looked up at her oldest child with a frown on her face. As Chibi Usagi turned the corner, she asked her daughter, "Oh Usagi, how could you two girls forget something so important like a project for class?" Chibi Usagi pushed past her future mother and flipped Usagi off from behind her back, saying, "Because she is a big meatball-headed dummy." Usagi didn't even make a fist or say anything. She merely gave her mother a smile. "I'm sorry, Mom. I know this was going to be a family vacation. But I need to stay behind to get this done. It's very important that I do. There is always next break we can go somewhere fun," she said to her mother with the same grin. She sighed and gave a nod. "All right, sweetie. Your father and I will leave you some money for food and whatever else you might need. Call us if you need anything or anything happens," she said with a grin. If only she had known that this would be her daughter's final visit, or even recall her. Usagi turned and returned to her bedroom, saying, "Okay, Mom. Thank you. I promise to make it up to you and Dad when you come back." After that, her family departed for a family vacation, none of them realizing that their lives would change forever and that some would never be born. Usagi went to her closet and took out a long-sleeved black shirt and a red-lined black plaid skirt. She hurriedly changed out of her baby pink sweater, powder blue skirt, and pink knee-high leggings after going to her dresser and taking out her red leggings. She was going to stop being the helpless little rabbit they all thought she was and be true to herself. She looked at herself in the mirror after putting on her knee-high boots and pulling her hair out of the buns into a high ponytail. She said to herself, "This will do for now." One day, while meditating by herself in her room, Usagi realized that she could sever her ties to Mamoru, the girls, and even the two cats. She took deep breaths, concentrated on the task at hand, and severed all connections to her past and future, which she had no interest in. If the abuse she is currently enduring is a sign of things to come, it would be better for her to leave right away and break off all contact with them. Due to the fact that even her friends had been betraying her for some time. They always sided with the brat with the pink hair, made fun of her, and called her a pig because of all the food she consumed. Hell, if they even paused to consider it, she had to eat the way she did. Her overwhelming attacks required a lot of calories and energy. Because she burned everything away in a matter of seconds. However, no, she was a whiner who overate. They always believed her to be just that. Therefore, let them believe what they want and don't try to prove she wasn't that. They will soon come to regret it. Because a new enemy is always lurking around the corner. As she completed severing her ties with everyone who had wronged her, she told herself, Rei always wanted to be the leader. Let's see how she handles things. Without me around they will not be getting any more upgrades either. It was time to move on and begin a new life. She was fortunate that her mother had given her a secret gift. She was unable to travel freely between all worlds without being tracked, not even Sailor Pluto. She will only exist as a whisper in the wind, a memory. After that, Usagi gave her bedroom and the pictures by her bed one last glance. She was with the girls, and one of them was with Mamoru. Only she and Naru, along with the other friends she had before her life changed and she became Sailor Moon, had been taken. She left her family's house for the last time, closing the door behind her as she descended the stairs. Usagi pulled out her lock while strolling to the docks by the big lake in the middle of the park. Examining it, it appeared to be a low-quality plastic toy. She opened it, took out a black rose locket, and placed the silver crystal in the middle of it. She examined her old locket in the shape of a heart. One tear fell from her left eye. She was a little depressed about her next course of action. However, she has seen what lies ahead. She had no desire to participate in it. Not if it meant having a bastard of a child who doesn't love or respect her and an abusive husband. She had accepted her feelings for Chibi Usagi and knew deep down that she couldn't have a child like that. Because her heart wouldn't be pure. The crystal had already rejected her based on what she had observed. Usagi began to wonder if that child belonged to her as a result, if the child might have been Mamoru's mistress. Something he wouldn't be able to handle. After having that thought, she let go of her locket and started to stomp on it until she heard it crack under her weight. She gazed up at the night sky with a melancholy smile. The moon was gorgeous and full. Konoha at midnight. Deep in the forest that encircles Konoha, Naruto sat. The forbidden scroll rested on his lap. As he searched for anyone, he asked himself, so this is the thing the traitor wants. There was nobody. As Anbu commander, the Hokage trusted him with it. He opened the scroll out of boredom and started looking through it when he came across a seal bearing his name. He examined it and discovered that it was a blood seal. I wonder what this is. As he ran his blood over his thumb and bit it, he thought to himself. Several large scrolls appear in front of him in a puff of smoke. A crimson one bearing the Uzukage seal, a royal purple one bearing the Hokage seal, and a silver one featuring a crescent moon. At this one, he raised an eyebrow. He simply dismissed it and picked up the 3 scrolls, putting them into a sealed tattoo he had concealed with chakra on his left arm. After finishing that task, he returned to examine the scroll and pulled out a notepad, writing down the exploding shadow clones and copying the thunder god that flies. Because he wanted to move more quickly in this damned village during combat. He told himself, those 2 will come in handy in battle. Kurama was sitting in a meadow when he said, it will come in handy kit. But I would like to see what's in those 3 scrolls that you found addressed to you. Naruto was attacked when he was 3 years old, but Commander Dragon rescued him. He had met Kurama when he was in a temporary coma, and the 2 became best friends. He signed the Kitsune Summons scroll when he was 7 years old and a full-time member of Anbu. This makes them their first summoners since Uzukage I. Naruto's great-grandfather was unaware of this. Yes, we can return this to the old man and examine these once we have finished dealing with the jerk. Naruto said to Kurama, but I wonder if I am going to be stuck on a genin team after this or if I am going to go back to Anbu. Kurama had fallen asleep with the shadow clone guarding him, and he had roughly 3 hours left before Mizuki or anyone else would be showing up to look for him. Kurama, who had only ever seen that seal once when his father had met a stunning woman with glowing silver hair and eerie royal blue eyes, said, true. I have a feeling those are from your parents and it's the last one. The silver one that has me wondering what the hell it could be. When they first met, she was very attractive and pregnant. He was only a kid at the time, and his siblings only wanted to play with the woman's soft, glowing hair, so he didn't remember much. At that moment, a crescent moon appeared in a silver doorway. Now that he was on guard, keeping an eye on this door, Naruto was flung from his mindscape. Making sure it wasn't a trap or genjutsu, he flared his chakra. A girl with long blonde hair emerged as the door opened. She was about 5 feet 6 inches and 4 inches shorter than him, who was about 5 feet 9, and still growing, and she had stunning royal blue eyes. She surveyed the clearing in which she had emerged. The sight of him caused her lovely eyes to slightly widen. The boy seated in front of Usagi stunned her. She had never seen eyes as clear and beautiful as his. "Umahai," she said elegantly. The girl in front of Naruto made him perspire. "Hi, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night?" he inquired. Usagi's ponytail hung over her right shoulder as she cocked her head to the side. "To be honest, I don't know where here is. I just ran away from my home and away from my abusive boyfriend." She looked away. She was at a loss as to why she had told him the truth. When she told him that she was being abused by someone she loved and had fled, his eyes slightly widened. He calls a small kid to guard the scroll as she gets up and puts it down. He approached the girl. He asked her, "What's your name?" She took another look into his eyes. He was so tall over her that she had to look up this time. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. She said to him, "My name is Usagi Serenity." She was no longer certain that she was in Japan or even close to Tokyo. She was unable to provide her family name, though. She decided to give him both her current and former names. He gave her a smile. With a foxy smile, he said, "My name is Naruto Uzumaki and it is a pleasure to meet you, Usagi-chan." Something that gave her a sense of security and warmth. Unsure of why she was flirting with him, Usagi said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-kun." Naruto-kun, could you please tell me where we are right now?" he replied. He grinned and blinked. "We are in one of the forests that surround Konoha. The village hidden in the leaf," he stated to her. Before she spoke, she blinked several times. She said to him, "So we are not in Japan or anywhere near Tokyo?" The puzzled expression on his face made her feel stupid. Naruto, who was now examining her, said, "No. We are not. I'm sorry, but I have never heard of these places. They might be across the great seas." After dropping her bags, Usagi approached and slid down the tree where he had been sitting. She said to him, "I don't know. But all I can say is they will never be able to find me here." The kit meant to safeguard the scroll leapt onto her lap and purred softly as she petted its head. Kurama was inside Naruto's mindscape, watching what was going on and experiencing the same calming and healing power that the silver-haired woman had given him so long ago. Is she the child the woman was carrying so long ago before? As Naruto took a seat beside her, he asked himself a question. Naruto asked, "Can I ask why you ran away?" as he began to wonder what had caused her to abandon her friends and family. Usagi glanced up at him. They both sensed it when their gazes met. A pull that was deeper than anything they had ever experienced, but what was it? "I left for I was being mistreated by the man I thought I loved. By my friends who were siding with him and our future daughter. A child that was very wicked to me. I could not will myself any longer to pretend to love the man nor his child. I couldn't stand by as my friends belittled me and sided with those who were only out to hurt and use me for my gifts given to me by my mother," Usagi said as another tear cascaded down her chin. Naruto removed the tear from her left cheek with his right hand. "I am sorry you had to endure that. You are more than welcome to come stay with me until you have your own place and figure out what you are going to do next," he said to her. Her face was all shaken as she gazed at him. She asks him, "Why would you do that for me?" He gave her a smile. "I know how it is to be on your own. With no one to care for you or love you. To stand on your own while others tear you down for things that are out of your control. Also, I can tell you're a good person at heart and you haven't really lied to me. Besides something to do with your name," he said with a grin. Her bangs covered her face as her head lowered. "I just didn't give you my last name. For I feared if I did, once my parents know I'm gone they will do all they can to find me and I didn't want you to turn me into them. But how it looks like I might be in a different world from the earth I know. I'm not worried, but I was being honest. Serenity was once my name. The name given to me by my mother Queen Serenity of the Silver Millennium and Moon Kingdom," he replied. His eyes enlarged. "You're a princess?" he asked, about to leap up and give the girl a bow. She pulled him back down beside her after stopping him. "Once upon a time I was a princess of the Moon Kingdom. But that was so long ago. Before it was destroyed by a wicked woman that wanted the prince I had fallen for. But I was a fool. He has only used and played me. For he just wanted the power my mother would pass to me when I took over the kingdom. My mother heartbroken defeated the woman and sealed us all away to be reborn. But unknown to my mother at the time, The Wick woman was also reborn, and she came back after me for the power my mother left me and for the rotten prince. I was foolish and did all I could to save him and the world from her and the evil that followed her. In the end I won, and I got my prince. But in time he had changed, and once we met our future daughter and saw the future we would lead together, he had come cold and destined of me. To the point of yelling at me and blaming me for anything that went wrong in his life, and the final straw was when he hit me 2 days ago. I had enough and waited for my family to take a trip and take the child with them. I left and came here. Said Usagi as now Naruto was holding her as she was crying. She had tried to remain strong. However, she has been harmed by Mamoru, her friends, and her daughter. Simply crashed back down on her, and she felt better after discussing it with him. He seemed to be healing her. That is horrible, he had done that to you, and the child you were to have in the future had been rotten to you. But, just remember, the future is never set in stone. It is what you make of it. It is a future that you must want to set it in stone, and that future didn't sound happy, or did it seem to have any love in it? Said Naruto with a grin on his face. She grinned, hiccuping slightly from the tears. She grinned broadly and said, "You're right. I have made it to where he nor the others could follow me. If somehow the bastard shows up here, I'll beat his ass and make his regret ever laying a finger on you," said Naruto with a grin. Thus, my intuition was correct. Kurama remained silent and thought, she is of the silver hair goddess. He'll have time to discuss this girl with his kit. Slowly, time passed, and Usagi had filled Naruto in on every detail of her life, including the 2 years she had spent living in secret. That she was Sailor Moon, the attractive protector, the defense of justice and love. He liked hearing her tales of fighting monsters and the people she had encountered thus far. He had also told her about his early Anbu status and how his current mission was to protect the remaining Uchiha and discover the identity of his so-called sensei. They heard a sound at that moment. The Chunin abruptly stopped talking when he noticed Naruto and a girl cuddling and chatting. "Naruto, what are you?" he yelled. Usagi and Naruto both glanced at the person who just leapt from the tree. Naruto sighed in his head, got to his feet, and gave his sensei a silly smile. Usagi caught something. He wears a mask exactly like I did. She continued to sit close to the big scroll, thinking to herself. Naruto exclaimed, "Wow, Iruka-sensei, you found me. Well, I guess us." While kicking himself in the head, Iruka asked, not understanding what was happening, "Naruto, what in hell do you think you are doing out here and with the forbidden scroll, and who's this girl with you?" Naruto smiled sheepishly as he spoke. "Well, you see, Iruka-sensei, Mizuki-sensei told me if I stole this scroll and learned something from it, I would be passing a secret test that is only given to a select few each year. He told me I was the lucky one this year. So do I pass, sensei?" he asks with an air of hope and integrity. Iruka was uncomfortable and unsure of how to feel about his childhood best friend as a result. He told his favorite student, "Naruto, I'm sorry, but what Mizuki told you was a lie. We don't have a secret exam, we give a select few each year." Naruto scowled as he observed Iruka. He heard someone laughing up in the trees and asked, "So he used me to get his hands on this scroll?" When Usagi looked up, he saw the man with the silver-blue hair staring down at them with an unsettling expression in his eyes. It made her uncomfortable. "Oh, Naruto-kun, I knew you would be so foolish to believe me. So desperate to pass that you would do anything. Also, it didn't help that I messed with your exam when you made the clone. I knew you would had passed this time, for your clones had been getting better and I couldn't chance it. So I had to do something to make sure I had you as my scapegoat," said Mizuki as he plunged into the tiny clearing with a maniacal grin. Naruto's eyes briefly flashed violet, but it would have gone unnoticed if one hadn't been looking. However, Usagi noticed it and sensed the boy's dark energy, one that she had never experienced before. However, because it was once pure, it also felt tainted. "He is a stain on this village's history. The feeling I have here tonight. You want to give this scroll to that man?" Naruto growled as he stood tall, his childish goof personality now replaced by someone strong and powerful. "Well, Mizuki Tame, I have always known you were up to something, and the few times you came to class reeking of snakes had made me question if you had begun dating Anko. But I knew that wasn't true because she wouldn't waste her time on you and the only other that summoned snakes." Unaware of what was waiting for him, Mizuki simply laughed. He laughed, trying to get Naruto to do something foolish. "You finally have something correct. I do work for Lord Orochimaru. He is my true master. Not that fool of a Hokage that is too old to know better and allow a demon like yourself to walk freely in this village. In a cool, collected tone, Naruto said, "The old man is wiser than you'll ever be. You will sell your soul to the highest bidder if it ever came down to it." Iruka gave his friend a startled look. He asked, unsure of what to do, "How could you do this, Mizuki? The leaf is your home. How can you betray us like this?" Mizuki merely smiled. As he turned to face Naruto, his grin grew even more sinister. "You're the fool for befriending the demon that killed your parents 15 years ago." He looked at the boy and said, "Naruto-kun, did you know there is a secret about you that no one is allowed to talk about?" This confused Naruto a little. He was aware that there were secrets surrounding his birth, and that after completing this mission, he would learn the identities of his parents and another secret that the elderly man appeared concerned about. "What are you talking about, Mizuki Tame?" he asked, curious about the current situation. Iruka yelled, "No, you mustn't tell him. It's forbidden, Mizuki," with fear in his eyes and panic in his voice. Mizuki simply gives Iruka a glare before turning back to Naruto. "The night you were born, the Kyuubi attacked. The fourth Hokage sealed the beast within a newborn child. That child was you, Naruto. You were the Kyuubi no Yoko or the Kyuubi no Kitsune," said Mizuki with a smile on his face. In order to murder the boy and seize the scroll, he hoped that this would ruin him. Before he started laughing, Naruto simply blinked and gave Mizuki an owlish look. Since he was already aware of Kurama, he said in between giggles, "That's rich. Next you're going to tell me that the old man is the sage of six paths." Simply put, he had never mentioned to the elderly man that he had met the fox as a child. Mizuki scowled at the boy in front of him and blinked. Things weren't going as expected. He demanded, "You knew you were the demon this whole time?" "No, but I knew of the fox for a while now. He told me what happened that night I was born and how he was sealed within me." "But you have one thing wrong, Mizuki Tame. I am not the fox. I am just his jailer, as he is my prisoner for as long as I live," said Naruto as he was getting used to this game. Iruka's expression was one of shock as he watched. He didn't know how his younger brother would react to this information. However, he had handled it better than anyone could have predicted. Mizuki growled, "You bastard, you must die now," as he extracted multiple shuriken from his pouch. Before he realized what had happened, he was standing in a big seal with a glow surrounding his body. He lost all of his chakra and any seals he might have had on his body as the writing from the ground raced up his body. Naruto looked at his former sensei, who was now a traitor, and said, "Uzumaki death prison seal complete." Mizuki collapsed to the floor in agony. His entire body was ablaze. He didn't know how much longer he could bear this suffering, so right now he wished his life had been taken. At that moment, the third Hokage, his Anbu guards, and an additional team materialized in front of them. Sarutobi looked at his grandson in everything but blood and said, "Naruto, you have done well." Naruto grinned as he glanced up at the elderly man. He looked at the elderly man and said, "Thanks. But I do want to know one thing." He nodded, encouraging the boy to continue. Naruto just looked at him for a few seconds as the others watched on. Naruto was unsure of his feelings about this and asked, "Am I going back to my post, or am I truly being forced back in the ranks as a genin?" "You need to bond with those of your own age, Naruto. As I told you in the past, Anbu was only going to be for a while. I know that you hold a high title within the ranks. But for now we need you to step away for a while and make a name for yourself in the light of day. As for the name you made for yourself in the shadows has built the highest anyone has even seen in the bingo book," Sarutobi said as he looked at the child. Naruto sighs in defeat and turns to face the elderly man. "I just have one request," he said. Sarutobi asked, grinning like a grandfather, "What would that be, Naruto-kun?" "I do not, and I do repeat this. I do not want to be on the same team as Sasuke Uchiha or Sakura Haruno. They both have mental instability that I fear would get us all killed," said Naruto as he looked over his shoulder and saw Usagi and smiled. He pointed over his shoulder at the girl with blonde hair and said, "I wouldn't mind being teamed up with her." Naruto had pointed her out now. She got up and approached them with the big scroll in her arms while everyone stared at her. With a gentle smile, she bows to the elderly man. Since they had worked out together, she told him, "I am Usagi Serenity and I am new to the village. I am from across the Great Sea." Sarutobi looked at the girl before him. Although he didn't think she was lying to him, he was aware that she was keeping something from everyone. "We will speak about this more once we are in my office," he said with a soft smile. Naruto took the scroll and drew Usagi into his arms, saying, "Okay, old man. They disappeared in a whirl of leaves and blue flames as she blushed softly from being drawn so close to him. Uruka said, emerging from his shock, Lord Hokage. Yes, Uruka-kun, inquired the third. Uruka, unsure of what to do, asked, what just happened, and Naruto isn't a genin but Anbu. Yes, Naruto has been in Anbu for the past 10 years of his short life. He was placed there after his 5th birthday for protection and 6 months later he became one of my best agents. Sarutobi said, feeling remorse and regret for turning a young child into a heartless murderer. Uruka simply gave a nod, because he was aware that asking more questions would lead to some darker topics that he would prefer not to learn about. The office of the Hokage. Sitting in the elderly man's office, Naruto and Usagi awaited his return from the forest where they had left him and the others. It was already 4 a.m. The old man was taking his sweet-ass time returning, and Naruto was starting to get a little grumpy because he wanted to end this night, get home, and sleep a little before he had to be at the academy at 10 a.m. Naruto asked, where is the old man? Because he was exhausted and wanted to return home. Before they went to bed, he still had to get Usagi settled in. He also needed to learn about this significant life secret. At that moment, the Hokage opened his office door and entered, while his personal Anbu remained outside. Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. Rarely did the elderly man tell his Anbu to wait outside. When Sarutobi noticed the forbidden scroll on his desk, he grinned. He approached the portraits of the previous Hokage and paused before the fourth before heading to his desk. With a sigh, he removed the portrait, and a safe materialized behind it. He opened it and took out a number of scrolls similar to the ones Naruto had removed from the forbidden scroll. Sarutobi grinned as he turned to face the boy. As he returned to his desk and put these new scrolls down, he remarked, I know you have the ones from the scroll. Those were the ones that I was to give you when you were older. But how you were a commander in Anbu? I figure you have earned them already. Naruto arched an eyebrow at the elderly man in front of him. He asked, so, I'm not going to get any rest tonight. Am I? Since he knew he would be going straight home to take a shower and spend the next day at the academy. He turned to face Usagi, who simply gave him a gentle smile and held his hand to console him. It will be fine, Naruto-kun. I'm sure they sell some type of energy drink here to perk you right up again, said Usagi with a grin. Naruto and Sarutobi both gave the girl a strange look now. A perplexed Naruto remarked, the only thing we have for energy is coffee. Usagi gave him a startled look. She asked, half panicked, they don't sell Monster Energy here or Red Bull? To the girl, they both shook their heads no. With a sigh, she drew her back to her and took out a few big cans as well as a tiny silver and blue can. As Naruto nodded his head, she explained, these are the energy drinks I would drink when I was out on my mission and I had to go to school right after. Sarutobi said, my dear, may I see those? Usagi put all 5 cans on top of the desk in front of her and said, yeah, sure. Red Bull, Monster Loca Mocha, Monster White Russian, Monster Original, and Monster Low Ball were all available. As he examined the cans in front of him, Sarutobi inquired, these are energy drinks? Yeah, they give you a nice pick-me-up when you are tried and have been up all night. But sometimes they make you crash hard when you're really tried. But sadly you can't drink more than 2 or 3 a day without feeling like you're going to have a heart attack. I think it's from all the caffeine and ginseng. But I'm not sure there is a lot of things in them, said Usagi as she gazed at the elderly gentleman. Sarutobi gave a head nod. His shinobi might benefit from this while on missions. They resemble solidar pills, it seems. Gazing at the Monster Loca Mocha, Naruto said, they kind of sound like solidar pills. He may be sharing with Usagi or attempting this one. I would like to take some of these to some of my shinobi that make the solidar pills and see if they would be able to recreate the formulae. Sarutobi replied. As Naruto noticed 5 boxes in her duffel bag, Usagi responded, sure, that's fine. I have more in my bag. Looking at the 2 teenagers in front of him, Sarutobi said, alright, we have gotten off track here. How about we begin with you first? Miss Serenity is what I need to speak with Naruto as a village secret, and when it does come out, it will rock the very foundation of the elemental nations, he stated to the 2. Usagi gave a head nod. Well, like I stated, my name is Usagi Serenity. I am from across the Great Sea. I came here to escape being forced into a loveless marriage as the man only wanted me for what my mother gifted me. She explained to the 2. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at this. May I ask what your mother had gifted you? After giving a nod, Usagi got up, moved to the middle of the office, and displayed the black rose locket. She called out while waving her hand over it. Moon crystal makeup. She had changed into Sailor Moon in a dazzling display of light. However, she had dressed differently to match her locket. Her bright blue skirt and handkerchief that hung over her shoulders had turned dark, almost midnight blue, and her white bodice had turned black. Her red boots had turned black with open toes, and her gloves were black, and her nails had been painted red. She continued wearing her hair in a ponytail. It didn't adopt Sailor Moon's typical twin buns, and her tiara was now made of gold and silver with a moonstone in the middle. I am the pretty guardian Sailor Moon. But with my look changing, I guess I could be called the pretty guardian Sailor Shadow Moon. Usagi laughed. Both men gave her a startled, wide-eyed look. They had checked to see if it was a genjutsu, but it wasn't. They had never seen anything like this. As she sighed, she dropped her transformation and turned back to herself, grinning at them. Where I was from, I would fight demons and any evil that threatens us. To take over our world. I have 4 others that are to follow me. But they had turned their backs on me to follow the foolish prince that believes he will rule the world in the future. But without me by his side, that will never come to fruition, said Usagi. As Sarutobi began to recover from his shock, he asked, what do you mean you are the key for him to become a king to this Neo-Silver Millennium? Usagi scowled. I am the princess of the former Silver Millennium before it was destroyed so long ago by an evil woman named Queen Beryl. She was after my so-called prince. If I hadn't been so foolish and allowed her to have him, my mother might still be alive, and we might still be at peace, she said as one tear streamed down her cheek and she started to glow. Everyone was alert as the figure emerged from the glowing teardrop because they had no idea who or what it might be. A stunning woman wearing a long A-line white dress with a flower in the center and long silver hair and fairy wings emerged once the light had faded. Queen Serenity was standing in front of them. Mama, Usagi exclaimed, her voice laced with shock. The goddess is in front of Naruto and Sarutobi. She appeared to be no more than 18. How was it possible for her to have a 15-year-old daughter? Queen Serenity said, how my dear Serenity. How I have missed you so. Kurama was now awake inside Naruto as a result. Kurama wanted to see the woman in front of everyone again, so he said, Kit summon me. He wanted to experience her unadulterated light again. After giving a nod, Naruto went over a few hand signals. Summoning jutsu, he exclaimed as a fox the size of a horse materialized in the office, its 9 tails swaying behind it. When Sarutobi noticed the Kyuubi standing outside of his seal, his eyes nearly burst out of his head. His eyes were filled with the same astonishment and terror as he turned to face Naruto. His voice was filled with shock and fear as he questioned, what is the 9 tails doing out of his seal Naruto? As Kurama approached the woman's goddess and bowed before her, Naruto turned to face Sarutobi. I was just a small kid when you meet with my father so very long ago, my goddess. He replied. Naruto smiled and said, calm down, old man. He is the boss summons of my summons. Cupping her hands around Kurama's face, Queen Serenity grinned. I remember you were just a small kid playing with my hair and watching me with wisdom beyond your years as your siblings played and wanted to return to the Moon Kingdom with me. Even you wanted to come with me. For you had taken a liking to my unborn daughter. She laughed. The powerful Biju's face was slightly flushed. Kurama smiled slightly at Naruto and said, you both are pure, and I was drawn to you both. But father said we needed to be here to help man grow and learn. But all we have seen is fear and been used as weapons and treated as mindless beast. Well, my kid and his mother before him had treated me well as I have been sealed within them. But the one before Mito Uzumaki was a pain in the ass. All we did was fight. He grumbled. Serenity the queen grinned. She was at a loss for words when she said, you have always been strong-willed, and another strong will like yourself would clash. But Kurama-chan, you do not feel whole. Kurama sighed deeply and turned his head away. It was bound to come out and it is best to be told now. The night the kid was born, his mother was attacked, and his father fought off a masked Uchiha claiming to be Madara Uchiha. But the man's chakra was different. But that is besides the fact. The night his mother gave birth the Uchiha had attacked and taken him hostage and told both his parents to hand me move. But Kushina told him now and tried to fight. But she had lost too much blood and was weak from childbirth. So Minato charged the man to get his son and at the same time try to hurt the man. The man threw Naruto up in the air with paper bombs all over his baby blanket. His father quickly pulled the blanket away and attached it to the man and it went off blowing off the man's right arm. Kushina screamed for Minato to take Naruto and the only leaving nurse away to safety. Which he did, but while he was going the bastard stabbed Kushina in the belly with a special kunai. One I had never seen and pulled me out of her. Once I was out of her I saw she was trying to heal herself with whatever of my chakra was left as when I was still inside of her I was working to heal her from giving birth. That was the last thing I remember until I came to and saw my claw sticking out of Kushina and Minato as they knelt before a crying baby Naruto and the Shinigami before them pulling my soul and Minato's soul into him and the rest of me into Naruto. I was torn into two as the deal Minato had made with the Shinigami and once I met my kid at 3 years old, I had begun training him. For it was the last promise I made Kushina, to teach him in the ways of Uzu and of Shinobi. That is why he moved up to Kitsune Commander just one step below Commander Dragon. If he wasn't being pulled from Anbu, by the end of the year I believe he would have taken over for Commander Dragon. Said Kurama as he looked at Naruto with pride. However, when Kurama said his parents' names, Naruto stood there in shock. He recalled that Anbu had taught him about both of his parents. At the Academy for the Civilian Council, he also learned that his father detested his mother and had no interest in interacting with the Uzumaki clan. However, they were unable to erase them from the village's history due to Lady Mito and the fact that they were also founders. As Queen Serenity kissed his cheek and he started to glow, she said, "My dear Kurama. I know you didn't want to hurt anyone. Being under the control of someone with a dark heart." The Shinigami suddenly materialized in front of everyone. He demands, "Who summons me?" Queen Serenity smiled gently at the god of death and said, "I have." The Shinigami said, "Queen Serenity, I see you are still moving freely between worlds," as though the woman's actions were commonplace. "Yes, I have come to see my daughter in this new world. She has left Earth and with that has taken the Moon King and Silver Millennium with her to this new world," said the queen. After glancing at Usagi, the Shinigami turned to face Naruto. The Shinigami smiled behind his eerie mask and said, "She has found the child of light. It is fitting they had found each other. For two pure souls who have only been through pain to find each other is a rare thing." When the Shinigami looked at Naruto, he turned pale, because he is a high-ranking shinobi and an Anbu. Ghosts continued to frighten him. He had never recovered from it and feared that he would be haunted by the people he had killed on missions 1. The remark about the child of light or anything else escaped his notice. However, Kurama and Sarutobi did not overlook this. The Shinigami asked, "Why do you call for me Queen Serenity?" "I want the other half of Kurama's soul. Without it the boy nor Kurama will never become as powerful as they are truly meant to be. You know without Kurama having his whole soul he will die sooner or later and that will leave the boy weak. Even though he will have become one with Kurama, it will leave him weak for about a month or two and anyone during that time can hurt or kill him. I know this boy is meant for great things and I don't think you want him gone so soon," said Queen Serenity with a smirk on her because she knew she had prevailed. The Shinigami nodded and sighed before a red sphere emerged from his mouth and poured into Naruto's stomach, slamming into the boy and toppling his chair while the boy was inside. Naruto's eyes were spinning from the force that struck him, so Kurama used his tails to raise him up. Usagi glared at the Shinigami as she started to glow, saying, "You didn't have to be so rough with him." She was wearing a white gown similar to her mother's, but it had a corset backing, no puffy sleeves, and a choker with 3 straps that attached to the top of the dress to hold it up. The Uzumaki symbol appeared behind her crescent moon, which had a silver crown. At this, Queen Serenity grinned. If the gown and crown she saw were any indication, her daughter had altered her future, and it seemed to be for the better. As everyone bowed, she said, "Allow me to present my daughter Neo Queen Serenity. But until she takes her thorn, you may call her Princess Serenity." In front of him, even the Shinigami bowed to the young princess. When Naruto realized this, he too was bowing. Usagi reddened. She didn't want to be treated like a porcelain doll that needed to be kept high and out of harm's way, so she told them, "Please stand up. I am just a normal girl with a gift my mother gave me." As they all nodded their heads, she explained, "Like everyone here, I am a warrior and guardian of love and justice. My mission is to protect the future to make sure peace will come and no one will stop it." Knowing what her daughter had done, Queen Serenity said, "You have made my proud, my dear. Just remember, you may have cut your links to the past, but the past always has a way of finding its way back to you." Usagi, who didn't want to deal with anyone from her past at the moment, said, "I know Mama. I know I hadn't cut my links to Sailor Pluto, Sailor Uranus, or Sailor Neptune and with those 3 outer guardians they might come seeking me. But I know that they still sleep for now and Sailor Pluto is unable to found me at this time. Serenity the Queen smiles. With you coming to this world, it had also moved the 3 guardians that still haven't awoken. They will find you in time, she said to her child. This caught Usagi off guard. She had altered the world they woke up in while 3 of them were still asleep. Since Sailor Pluto was a member of their team and was supposed to collaborate closely with the other 3 outer scouts, it would also take some time before she discovered them and joined them. Sarutobi caught Queen Serenity's attention. She smiled playfully and said, I apologize for interfering with you as you told the Prince of Uzu and Konoha about his family. As a number of scrolls materialized in front of him, the Shinigami grinned too. These are scrolls for the boy. They are from the island. I know he wouldn't be able to go there any time in the future. They are the lost scrolls that I had gathered with the request of the Uzumaki family. For they had been the only clan besides the Moon Clan to ever been on good terms with me and summon me for aid and just for tea. Usagi and Naruto both appeared surprised by this. Naruto bowed to the death god and said, I am sorry I didn't know my family did this. The Shinigami dismissed him with a wave. Feeling privileged that a god would make the extra effort for him, Naruto said, I promise as soon as I can. I will build a small shrine in my home for you and give you offerings as a thank you for everything you have done for my family. The Shinigami grinned. Both teenagers nodded, and Queen Serenity gave her daughter a scroll containing the recipes she would soon need. Make sure the girl makes the moon cakes from the Moon Kingdom for me and leave them on the shrine and I shall come and get them as well. Make me the Uzu Storm Cakes boy. With the howls of Hell's souls, the Shinigami disappeared after saying that. As the sun rose over the village walls, Sarutobi sighed and turned to face the boy. Naruto, what they said is true. Your father was Minato Namikaze and was the 4th Hokage. Before you asked, he chose you to believe only you would be the one to become one with the 9 tails. As well only an Uzumaki can hold a Biju as strong as him. As for your mother, she was Kushina Uzumaki, that daughter of the Uzukage, and was to become the future Uzukage until her Aunt Mito called for her to come to the village to visit as well. She called for your mother just days before the attack that wiped out Uzu. This making your mother the only Uzumaki to take over as the holder of the 9 tails and sole heir of Uzu. He stated. Naruto, hurt by being misled for so long, asked, why did you keep this from me? Kid, you must understand, your parents were high-profile shinobi. Your father the Yellow Flash and your mother the Crimson Princess of Death. Anyone would have paid a lot of money to make sure you died, or they would have kidnapped you to use a breeding stock, as you are the last of the Uzu royal family and last Uzumaki that we know of. Kurama said. What he said is true, my boy. I had to make sure you were strong enough to protect yourself before I told you. Now you're 15 and Anbu commander just below Dragon. I know you can protect yourself and anyone else that you are with. Sarutobi said to Usagi, who was blushing. Naruto wanted to know now, so he asked, are you going to inform the villagers of this? Sarutobi said, I wanted to talk to you about that. He had a plan, but he wasn't sure if it would succeed. Queen Serenity thought that would work, so she asked, do you not have the Chunin exams coming up in the next 9 months? Yes we do, Sarutobi replied. Then why not then? Let them know then. That will give me time to learn my family jutsus and styles and put them on display then. Naruto replied, because it would be effective. To learn everything from all those scrolls, he would relentlessly spam his shadow clones. When Queen Serenity noticed the moon scrolls among them, she grinned. He kept them and gave them to his Uzumaki clan child. He made a good decision. As she approached Naruto and kissed his forehead while a crescent moon also appeared on it, she thought to herself, those of the Senju and Uchiha have fallen too far to be saved, and the Uzumaki feared them for the gifts I gave them. It had a golden halo around it and was silver. Queen Serenity disappeared from the office, saying, a gift from the past to the future. Now the moon scrolls will be truly understood. Usagi was taken aback because her mother had never given a gift like this to anyone other than herself, and even then, she had to give the gifts to the scouts herself. Sarutobi pulled out a small sealing scroll as Naruto was already sealing the scrolls in a seal tattoo on his arm. He then smiled at Usagi and said, Naruto, here are the keys to your family home. I had the place cleaned by a few shrewd people for you and me personally stocked it with food and other items you need. You can go later to your place and pack things up and take it to your new home. But let's take you to your new come and let's seal these scrolls. Well, let's go, and after we finish there in the academy, we can find out your elemental affliction, Usagi-chan. Said Naruto as he offered her his hand. She smiled and took his hand. She said to him, "Thank you for all your kindness." After giving Naruto the slip of paper and nodding his head, Sarutobi led Naruto out of the office and into the woods that encircle the village, close to the haunted forest of death. Tokyo. In Monaco's room, Luna sat and gazed out the window. She could not shake the feeling that something had occurred. The world's equilibrium had shifted, and she was also unable to sense Usagi. "Monaco," said Luna to the blonde sailor of love. "Yes, Luna," Monaco inquired. Luna looked at the girl for a few moments. She asked the blonde, "Do you feel anything off?" Before speaking, Monaco sat there for a few minutes in a contemplative position. With a glance at the black cat, she remarked, "Well, a little. But it's something you can't really feel." Luna frowned as she looked at the white cat that was lazily. "Let's have the girls meet us at the park so we can talk. I have a bad feeling and I am unable to feel Usagi anymore." She was worried. He stood up after giving a nod. To ask the other girls the same question she had asked Monaco, Luna summoned them to the park's docks. It had been about an hour as they all met at the entrance of the park and walked together to the docks. "I don't see why we are meeting here," complained Ray as she wanted to be at home. Luna glanced up at the fire sailor. As Amy was carrying, Luna looked back down at the ground and said, "Something is off, and I am having issues feeling Usagi's energy." Makoto asked, gazing up at the night sky as the full moon emerged from behind the clouds, "I'm sure Usagi is fine. She is pretty strong, and wasn't she going with her family for the week?" Ray turned her head away and said, "I think you're just overthinking everything." Luna noticed something in the moonlight. She jumped out of Ami's arms and ran to the object on the ground, asking, "What is that?" Usagi's locket was there in front of Luna. The silver crystal had been stolen, and it had been shattered into tiny pieces. Luna exclaimed, "Oh my god! It's Usagi's locket!" As the others came to a complete stop and turned to face the black cat. Artemis rushed over to Luna and said, "It can't be Luna. You said yourself Usagi was going on a trip with her family." The others rushed over to retrieve the shattered locket. Amy looked at the others with fear and worry in her eyes and said, "This isn't good. If someone has taken Usagi, we need to find her fast." Each of them gave a head nod. "We need to get Mamoru as he does hold a strong bond with her," said Monaco. As they ran to the apartment complex where Mamoru Chibi lived, Makoto said, "Let's go." All four of the inner scouts were waiting for him to open his front door when they pounded and knocked. Mamoru stood there in sweatpants and a t-shirt, opening the door. He scowled at the two cats and four girls in front of him. He asks them in a callous manner, "What do you want? Did Usagi send you here?" They were unprepared for this. He didn't sound like Tuxedo Mask or the loving, supportive boyfriend who was always there for them. Makoto turned her head away and said, "No. Usagi hasn't sent us. She was to be on a family trip until..." Telling him that Usagi was missing gave her a bad feeling. "Until what? Spit it out," Mamoru growled, scowling at the brunette in front of him. "We found Usagi's locket. Someone broke it and she is missing," said Monaco. With all of her planet's might, she hoped they had just caught him on a bad day. He gave an eye roll. As he was returning to his apartment, Mamoru said, "She probably dropped it and is traveling with her parents." Amy, unable to comprehend this, growled, "What the hell is wrong with you? Your girlfriend is missing, and you don't give a damn." A man who declared his love for her closest friend was now behaving as though he didn't give a damn. His icy, heartless black eyes were fixed on the sailor of Mercury. He growled and slammed the door in their startled faces, saying, "I do not give a damn about her. All she will do is give me a future that I want and a child that I will groom in the way I want. She is just a tool for me to use to get what I want." Ray asked, unsure of how to react to what she had just heard, what the hell was that? Yes, they had recently been quite harsh with Usagi. However, they were unaware that she and Mamoru were going through this kind of ordeal. She was always questioned about the man. She would simply change the topic or say he was busy and hadn't seen her. Had they been so unaware of the mistreatment their friend was experiencing? As they nodded and departed, Luna said, "Let us go see if there are any clues back at Usagi's." They arrived at Usagi's house after walking for roughly 30 minutes. They had no idea the girl lived so close to Mamoru. Usagi left the bedroom window slightly open so Luna could enter and open the door for the others. After entering Usagi's room, they took a look around. They discovered many missing items. However, that might be explained by the trip. However, Why would she only take pictures of her other friends? Amy discovered Usagi's diary as they continued to search. Amy sat down on Usagi's bed and said, "I found her diary." The others followed suit and took a seat. Amy opened the diary and carefully examined it. June 13th. Today, I visited Mamoru's. He had informed me over the phone that he wanted to discuss something. I thought he wanted to spend time with me, which made me happy. For the last 3 months, he has not wanted to see me. He arrives, plays the role of Tuxedo Mask, puts on a show for the girls, and departs. We spoke for a few minutes when I arrived at his apartment before he started tearing me apart. I am a bad person who will eventually become a useless mother and a bad queen. I got caught so easily because of what he saw. He is only with me because he wants the power I will grant him later on. Because in this day and age, his title as Prince of the Earth means absolutely nothing. However, my silver crystal still gives me power as the Princess of the Moon and Silver Millennium. I informed him that I wanted nothing to do with him and that I would never grant him this authority. I'll tolerate him coming to our aid while wearing a tuxedo mask. However, I was no longer his girlfriend. Prior to him striking me, Chibi Usagi appeared. I was glad to see that brat for once. After that, I departed. The others watch in disbelief as Amy reads aloud. July 10th. Today, I spent time with the girls. Since Chibi Usagi arrived, they have been mistreating me. They make a special effort to disparage me further, calling me slow, fat, foolish, and sometimes even unworthy. They also fail to comprehend that I am the Moon Princess and future Neo Queen Serenity. I've been reducing the amount of time I spend with them in order to spare myself more heartache. They don't realize that I need to eat a lot because my attacks are too strong. I burn everything off, and after a battle I'm exhausted and just want to sleep. When I'm by myself, I throw up in the bushes or somewhere else. Because I had overdone it once more. However, they see me as nothing more than a whiny pig. But they'll see soon. Sitting quietly, they recalled treating her with respect and calling her derogatory names when the pink rabbit appeared. They were unaware that her attacks affected her in that way. After gaining their new abilities and growing stronger, they did feel a little queasy. However, they were unaware that Usagi possessed far more power than they did. August 29th. My parents had started to worry when Chibi Usagi started refusing to come home, so I went over to Mamoru's for him. I assumed he would consent if I asked him to send her home. I was wrong. Things had been going well for a few minutes when I arrived, and when he attempted to kiss me, I pushed him away and pulled away. He asked me why he couldn't kiss his girlfriend, and what was wrong with me. I made fun of him. "I'm not your girlfriend. Don't you recall that we broke up in June after you made fun of me?" This is what he told me. "After I saved you several times, we spoke, and I even gave you a kiss once. I believed that everything was good between us." I simply gave him a fierce look. Since the girls and Chibi Usagi are unaware that we are no longer together, that was all a show for them. If the child is still alive, then we have to stay together. He snarled at me. My gaze was honest as I gazed at him. She's not mine, in my opinion. She has been rejected by both the silver crystal of the present and the silver crystal of the future. That indicates to me that she is your child rather than mine. I informed him. He slapped me after becoming enraged. I then departed. Telling him to send the brat back to my house didn't even occur to me. I had no idea who to ask. At this point, my friends had abandoned me, were treating me badly, and were telling me to mature and stop being such a whiner. My life is not too difficult. I therefore purchased makeup to temporarily hide the handprint for a week or so. I'm grateful for my speedy recovery. A longer mark would have resulted from this. But enough was enough for me. I will no longer serve as a stepping stone or punching bag for anyone. I'm finished. Usagi, the gentle old man, has passed away. For the time being, though, I will continue to act foolish until I locate my open window and leave. They hadn't realized how badly they had been treating her until they were all crying by this point. They recalled their harsh and icy remarks to her. She was growing through that kind of pain with Mamoru, but they were unaware of it. They were unaware that she had been beaten and mistreated by that bastard. They would exact revenge on him. Her father could beat his ass after they showed her parents this diary. Andrew, his closest friend, will be informed, shown what Usagi wrote, and instructed to beat the man. Andrew would not tolerate this since he considered Usagi to be a younger sister. December 22nd. I'm liberating myself. The time has come. I've severed all ties with Luna, Artemis, and the girls. And the bastard and his kid. I'm going to take my mother's secret door and head out. I'm going to begin my new life apart from everyone. I don't care who assumes the role of leader, they can experience the accompanying heartache. However, the bastard will never rule as king after I leave, and we will be able to determine whether or not that child of his is actually mine. Leaving will make it disappear for me. But if I'm not here and it's still there. The child was brainwashed into thinking she was mine, even though she was never mine. I do regret leaving in this manner. Everyone will be missed. However, I must have this. My parents and most of the people who knew me will forget about me in a few days because no one is interested in me. Only the girls and the bastard and his child, if they are still alive, will remember me. However, my parents will only ever remember me as their daughter, whom they lost in the recent Tokyo Tower attack. My belongings are still in my room because of this. If Chibi Usagi is still alive, it will need to come up with a solution for that ball. Luna P is bound to my silver crystal energy, and as soon as I leave, it will stop responding to her and her spell on my parents will end. Her jerk father will then have to go retrieve her from the hot springs. However, I'm no longer concerned about that. As soon as I leave, I'm sure Luna will notice something is off. I'm sorry I did this to you, Luna. You did your best, I'm sure of it. However, I must leave. The emotional and physical abuse is becoming too much for me to bear. That is not what my mother would want for me. For this reason, she gave me an escape gift that no one, not even Sailor Pluto, could use to track me down. The last 3 outer scouts are the only ones who might be able to locate me, but they haven't woken up yet, and I'm gone now. They're never going to wake up. I sincerely apologize and goodbye, dear friend. I don't care what you tell the girls. Because I don't think they would even notice that I'm no longer with them. Goodbye. Sailor Pluto had been watching and listening in as she had lost sight of the princess and Neo Crystal Tokyo had disappeared, and the 4 inner scouts had been crying when a door appeared behind them. Sailor Pluto sobbed as she knelt down and said, "She has taken her mother's gate and I am unable to follow her. Unless she wishes to be found. She is lost to us in the gates of time. She should have taken action to protect her princess, queen from the present and future that awaited her." Springs that are hot. The family from Sakino had reached the hot springs. Akuko smiled lovingly at her son and the young girl with pink hair who had moved in with them. She turned to her husband, who was frowning slightly, and said to her kids, "All right kids. We are going to be here for a week. So everyone enjoy yourselves." Kenji couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened to their daughter, so he said, "Akuko dear, I have a bad feeling." Akuko grinned at her husband and said, "I'm sure everything is fine. It has been a while since we have left Usagi alone. But she is a strong young woman that can handle anything that comes her way." Shingo observed Chibi Usagi using her Luna P ball to play. Man, Usagi is extremely fortunate not to be present. As he went to his room that his parents had given him, he thought, "I'm so tired of this brat." He was determined to avoid Chibi Usagi at all costs for the duration of this week. He didn't like the way the brat treated his sister, and she always made him anxious. Indeed, Usagi can be a complete idiot. However, the girl was kind and would go to any lengths for anyone. That was the kind of good, pure-hearted person she was. Chibi Usagi noticed that she was alone now and looked around. "Luna P. I can't wait to return to daddy. I'm going to be bored here. Without that airhead around I have no one to bully and make fun of," she said to her cat face ball. Something odd was happening to Luna P, and its eyes briefly flashed. However, the girl was unaware of it. However, she disregarded it and proceeded to her room. Before she could enjoy herself at the hot springs, she had to unpack. Akuko and Kenji were sitting together at the hot springs after midnight, sipping sake and having a good time. Both of them haven't spent much time alone with the kids, work, or housework in a long time. They are simply occupied by life. With a faint flush on his cheeks, Kenji looked up at his wife and said, "I'm glad we took this vacation." As she gazed up at the full moon, Akuko said, "I know dear. You need this time away from work and just everything. It's nice to have some family time and alone time, just the two of us." As her husband also looked up at the sky, she whispered, "The moon is beautiful tonight." Kenji grinned and leaned in to give his wife a kiss, saying, "It sure is." Luna P, who was not yet known, started to float across the bedroom and out of Chibi Usagi's arms. She looked around the room, her eyes flashing. It was looking for the silver crystal so it could refuel. because it lost a lot of its power and felt strange earlier that day. All of the spells that Chibi Usagi had cast on everyone gradually started to fade as the ball itself started to fade from the bedroom. Chibi Usagi's body started to gradually change while she slept. Around the age of 15, she had started to adopt the appearance of a teenage girl. Her crimson eyes turned purple, her pink hair turned black, and everything that made her look like Usagi started to change. Unaware that the spell she was under had been broken, she fell asleep. She lost every bit of magic she had taken in order to join the Royal Moon family. Because she had given those orders. Chibi Usagi's door was knocked on in the morning. Shingo yelled, not wanting to wake up and deal with the brat. Come on Chibi Usagi. It's time to get up. Mom and Dad want to go on a tour of the village near the hot spring. Unaware of Chibi Usagi's recent changes, she called back and said, yeah, I'll be out. At the door, Shingo froze. The voice sounded strange. He called back, is everything okay in there? She blinked a few times as Usagi's brother irritated her. She called back as she slipped out of bed, saying, yeah. Everything fine, I'm just getting up. However, she froze as her feet hit the ground and her eyes widened. That was incorrect. Last night, her feet were off the ground. She froze as she glanced up at the mirror across from her bed. As she stood up and hurried to her backpack to retrieve the cell phone Mamoru had given her prior to the trip, she thought to herself, oh, this isn't good. She pressed his number quickly. Mamoru said, hello, this is Mamoru speaking. We have a problem, Chibi Usagi declared. Is that you, Chibi Usagi? Mamoru, asked the girl who sounds older. As she looked around her bedroom for her Luna P ball, Chibi Usagi repeated, yeah, it's me, and we have a huge problem. All right, why are you freaking out? As he grew weary of this small game, Mamoru asked. Chibi Usagi, who was becoming more and more frightened by the moment, hissed, my Luna P ball is missing, and my spell that keeps me looking like the moon rabbit. What do you mean by broken spells? That ball feeds on Usagi's silver crystal, doesn't it? Then he had nothing guaranteeing that Usagi would be his future wife, he asked a slightly concerned Mamoru as if this were true. Do you think I'm making a joke? My eyes are now purple, and my hair is now black. If this isn't resolved quickly, I will no longer be in charge of the Moon family. Chibi Usagi growled at the man, I don't know what will happen with your little plan, father. Kirai, just relax, Usagi is where? Mamoru demanded that his daughter be given a name that was appropriate for her. She stayed behind from the trip, Kirai said, closing her eyes. When she told him that she was working on a project with her friend Naru, Mamoru froze and opened his eyes in horror, remembering the girl's arrival the previous evening. Mamoru growled, Noah, how could I be a fool? What's wrong? Kirai was demanded. Last night, the girls arrived. Mamoru, feeling foolish, said, they said something had happened to Usagi because no one could feel her energy, and they found her broken locket at the docks. He ought to have paid attention to them, pretended to be concerned about the foolish girl, and inquired about her well-being. Well, you ought to have followed their advice and sought her out. Before they discover I'm not a member of their family, I need you to come get me now, Kirai hissed. You were able to return on your own. You can take a bus back because I gave you enough money. Mamoru growled, come to my place once you return, and we'll proceed from there. He didn't have time to go get his useless and worthless daughter right now. Kirai snarled, bastard. Mamoru had hung up on her before she could finish speaking, so she grabbed the robe from her room and hurriedly put it on because her clothes were too small. She was fortunate to have stolen one of Usagi's hoodies, but she needed shoes and pants in order to board the bus and return to Tokyo. A knock on her door at that very moment said, hello, is someone in there? Akuko's voice called out, why do they have an extra room when they only needed two? Kirai pulled the hood over her bathrobe and slippers before she could enter the room, grabbed her phone and bag, and slipped out the hotel window to go to the lobby to buy some sweatpants and shoes of some sort. Akuko opened the door and noticed that someone had slept in there, but no one was there, so she said, strange, and went to the lobby to have this fixed and off their credit card. Tokyo. Mamoru went to the Crown, where they usually met for lunch, and told himself, yay, that will work. He needed to lie to the girls and tell them he was having a rough night and that he did care for Usagi. They had just gotten into a fight earlier that day. Amy looked down at her cold cup of tea and said, I can't believe how stupid we were not to see the signs of her being abused by him. The other girls nodded in agreement, and after Motoki had spoken to them for a minute, he became depressed and told them that he missed Usagi and that it was tragic that she had died in the attack at Tokyo Tower some time ago. It's unbelievable that she managed to alter everyone's perception of her. Thus, even if we showed her father her diary, it wouldn't be beneficial, because it would hurt him even more if he believed it to be an old log. Rei felt like a big bitch for how she treated her friend, and she said, to know that she was being hurt before his baby died. "Hey ladies," Mamoru said as he entered the cafe copyright and noticed the girls. He scowled a little because they appeared to have been crying and were holding a book. "I apologize for what happened last night. I was caught at a bad moment by you. I had a fire." Makoto slapped him back before he could finish his sentence. Makoto glared at him and growled, "Don't you fucking dare. What on earth was that used for?" Holding his right cheek now, Mamoru demanded. "We know the truth," she said, squinting at him. As the others nodded their heads, Makoto said, "You had been mistreating Usagi for a while, and we don't blame her for ending your relationship and refusing to bestow upon you the title of King of Crystal Tokyo. What are you bitches aware of? What? They all dragged her and made fun of her," Mamoru remarked, now laughing at them. "You also added to that abuse." He mocked them. Now that she was on her feet, Minako grinned at him and said, "Well, now that Usagi is gone, it appears that you will never be king. All you'll be king of is shit," she told him as she pushed him out of her way. She couldn't stand seeing him at this moment. Mamoru went to grab her by the hair, but Motoki grabbed him by the wrist. "What is your problem, Mamoru?" As they continued to discuss Usagi and Mamoru's abuse of her prior to her death, he became upset and confused, saying, "I have never seen you lash out at a girl before." "Mind your own damn business," he said, narrowing his eyes at Motoki. Since she was the only person who could pass for Usagi, he wanted to vent his rage on her since he couldn't do it on the real girl. "This has nothing to do with you," he growled, pushing his friend away from him to pursue the guardian of love. Motoki slams him against one of the walls. "It is my business when you are trying to attack someone at my job." He growled, "It is the 1-year anniversary when Usagi passed away on the Tokyo Tower attack. You need to cool the fuck down and leave those girls alone." Mamoru was taken aback by this and paused, glancing at the man with the blonde hair. "What are you talking about? Usagi is still alive." Unaware of what was happening, he hissed out, "The little bitch just ran away. You had always been an asshole to Usagi, and I don't know why she wasted any of her time with the likes of you," Motoki said, shoving him to the ground as a form of punishment before he realized it. "I don't want to see your face in here or around these girls again," he growled as he turned to leave, pausing to glance over his shoulder. "But I will not have you badmouth her. If I do, you will not like what will happen," he told Mamoru as he walked away to get a broom to clean up the mess the bastard had made in his cafe copyright. Konoha. The Namikaze had never constructed a clan estate when they arrived in the village during the Second Shinobi War, and by the Third War, the clan had all but disappeared, save for Minato, who was the last son of the clan head and thus the heir of a dead clan. Naruto and Usagi entered the spacious estate that his parents had left him, known as the Uzumaki Estate. "Wow, this place is huge, and look at the private training grounds," said Naruto as he was shocked at what he was seeing before him. "Yes, Naruto-kun," Sarutobi, who had lost his first love in the attack, said, "Your great-aunt Mito had this built for her family when they would come and visit and was planning to have a few to move over here from Uzu before the island fell in the Second War. He had fallen in love with his childhood friend and had 3 lovely children. I apologize, Naruto-kun. But know that you are no longer alone. I'm yours." Usagi grinned up at him and said, "Because my mother gave you a gift, and I want to be your friend." Naruto told her, "Thanks Usagi-chan, it means a lot to me." He blushed a little but quickly covered it up with a big smile. "However, there is plenty of food in the house for you." As they entered the estate and took in their surroundings, Sarutobi said, "There is also your parents' personal armory as well. In 1 or 2 scrolls will have your mother's swords." "Wow," said Naruto and Usagi as they looked around. It reminded Usagi of the castle she grew up in the Old Moon Kingdom. Usagi remarked, "It reminds me of the Old Moon Kingdom castle I grew up in." She observed the white marble tile and the moon symbols surrounding the crown molding on the walls and leading up to the stairs. Naruto looked at the photo of his parents hanging over the fireplace and said, "Wow, that's cool." Kushina was wearing a white wedding gown that resembled the dress Usagi was wearing in the office, and Naruto blushed again as he looked up at his father, who was beaming proudly beside his beautiful wife. "I hate to be the killjoy." Sarutobi grinned at Naruto and Usagi and said, but you two need to get the academy and I need to give Iruka the new team roster. Usagi gave him a startled look and said, but I am not a trained shinobi. She was unsure of how this would turn out for her. Don't worry, said Sarutobi, waving her away. Before you even take on higher missions, you will all receive your teams today, meet your sensei, and train as a team. I'm sure Naruto-kun will get you up to speed, and the energy that emanates from you is chakra or something similar. Thus, you will become a high-ranking kunoichi after a little training with Naruto-kun, he informed her, while Naruto simply nodded his head. I was among ANBU's best trainers. So, you're in good hands, and I'll be gentle with you at first. But after that, you'll be training like an Anbu, Naruto said, wearing a sinister little grin. Usagi was going to be screwed, so she just paled and nodded slowly. I hope my training as a Sailor Moon will help me, she thought to herself as she set down her bag and pulled out 2 monsters. Here we both need this for it's going to be a long day. She handed Naruto a Mocha Loco, and she had a White Russian. He grinned, took the monster, and grabbed her as they disappeared to the Shinobi Academy in a whirlwind of flames. After leaving the estate, Sarutobi smiled and went back to the Hokage Tower, where he discovered an Iruka waiting for the Shinobi team list. Hokage, Lord, I am aware that the teams have changed. Which squad will Naruto play for? Concerned for the boy he had discovered to be Anbu, Iruka asked. All right, Iruka-kun. I have to alter the lineup. Initially, I intended to place Naruto alongside Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha on Team 7. However, he informed me that he knew the team would fail and that he would not collaborate with them. I was aware that I needed to make a change. With a gentle smile, Sarutobi said, he had also asked to be on a team with Lady Usagi. The Jonin sensei will be having a tantrum over this change, but he was Hokage, so whatever he said was his last word. Iruka nodded his head stupidly, unsure of what to think at the moment. A smirk appeared on his weathered lips as he took out the list of his original teams and started drawing lines through names or writing down which new team they would now be on, because in the end, there would be one team with 4 members and their Jonin sensei. However, that sensei was unaware that one of their students would be outranking them, and that Naruto could take over the mission if he felt the need to. Academy of Shinobi, so no one knows you're this skilled. Naruto and Usagi had appeared just behind the academy, out of sight of everyone. Usagi questioned him, wondering why he was concealing this aspect of himself. Yes, since I'm not popular in the village and you met Kurama, I had to keep it a secret for my own safety. You heard the tale of my birth and saw why. I was born on October 10th, and I am the cursed child. The night of the Kyuubi attack, I was nearly killed by those villagers, and I am held responsible for everyone who died that night. However, I cannot hold it against them or place the blame on them. Come on, Naruto said, turning away and then back to Usagi, because they are blinded by their own self-hatred and grief. He grinned and said, let's shock everyone with the new hot girl hanging out with the dead last. Usagi simply blushed as she accepted Naruto's hand, which he extended for her. They passed a number of people who were observing him with the blonde girl they had never seen before, and whispers could be heard behind their backs as the Uchiha's personal fan club freaked out because the girl was much more attractive than them and had the potential to steal their true love. With one of his genuine smiles, Naruto looked over his shoulder at her and said, just ignore them. She couldn't help but smile at him as they entered the building and ascended the stairs to room 222 on the 2nd floor. After sliding the door open, Naruto stepped aside and grinned, saying, ladies first. Usagi grinned. I'm grateful, you're a gentleman, said Usagi as she walks past Naruto and into the room where a boy with black hair pulled up into a pineapple ponytail just opens his eyes looking at the new girl talking to Naruto and sighs. Troublesome. You are aware, Naruto, that this is for the deceased. With a slight smile, he had asked his childhood friend. Oh Shika, you made me feel bad. Naruto grinned and said, I told you I would pass. He then approached the desk directly behind Shikamaru's desk, pulled out a chair for Usagi to sit in, and sat down next to her. Yes, I was aware that you would pass. So yesterday's events were merely a show for the villagers and others? Shikamaru inquired since he was only beginning to learn of his friend's many secrets. Yes, essentially. Naruto grinned at his own small joke and said, you know I need to flush out that snake hiding in the academy. In response to this brief remark, Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. So he was employed by the snake Sanin. He questioned Naruto. Yes, Just don't tell anyone because if someone discovered the truth before the old man told the others, I'd be in trouble, Naruto said. Shikamaru simply nodded, knowing that disclosing the information would land them both in serious trouble and that neither his father nor his clan could save him. So, Naruto, who's your girlfriend? While fishing, Shikamaru inquired as to where the new girl and his best friend were standing. Usagi blushed a little and told him straight out, my name is Usagi Serenity and I am going to be living with Naruto-kun for a while for I am new to the village. She made no mention of not being his girlfriend. Naruto blushes too and scratches his cheek, saying, well I haven't asked her out and we are just friends right now. He wouldn't mind dating Usagi, but he didn't want to push her because he knew she was in a difficult situation and didn't want to rush her into anything new just yet. Nice to meet your Usagi, Shikamaru said, nodding his head. He waved lazily, I'm Shikamaru Nara, and I'm one of Naruto's oldest friends. Naruto laughed at this and said, yeah he is also a lazy bastard that is super smart and has almost figured out all my secrets. Shikamaru sighed and said, troublesome blonde. Following Choji and Shino, who froze upon seeing the new girl sitting with Naruto, they nodded their heads to the blonde former Anbu, to whom Naruto waved and grinned. This is Choji, who is eating chips, and Shino is standing next to him, Usagi. Since it is his clan's bloodline limit, he is essentially quiet and has bugs inside of him. Naruto said this so as not to frighten her if she saw a boy emerging from the boy. Usagi bowed to the two boys and said, it is nice to meet you both. People slowly entered the classroom that had been empty the day before, and Naruto grinned amusedly as all the boys and girls stared at Usagi in disbelief because he was a very attractive girl who looked different from everyone else in the village because they shared the same blonde color. If one didn't know any better, those two could have passed for family. Ignoring everyone, Sasuke entered the classroom and approached his desk, where he saw Naruto sitting with another blonde who wasn't Ino or any other girl he had never seen in the village. He approached Naruto's desk slowly. What are you doing here, dope? As Sasuke was attempting to elevate himself in order to win over the girl who was with the dope, he asked. Looking up at Sasuke, Naruto says, oh, it's just you, Tem. Since I am a shinobi in this village, I am here. Do you not see the idiot with the headband? He questioned the Tem who was in front of him. After telling her about the last Uchiha and how the boy believed he was superior to everyone else, Usagi simply laughed. As if you were a loser who passed. You must have stolen that headband from someone, Sasuke remarked, grinning smugly. With a giggle, Usagi put her chin on Naruto's shoulder and said, I was there when the Hokage himself promoted him to Genin. Why are you wasting your time with the dead last like himself? Sasuke growled, squinting at the girl. When I am the Uchiha clan heir and the rookie of the year, he boastfully informed her. Usagi stared at Naruto with wide, shocked eyes, which made Sasuke smile, thinking he would get his way and the girl would toss the dope aside and come to him to be one of his many fangirls, either as a breeder or as a mother to his clan, depending on how strong she was. Naruto, are you the last to die? Usagi looked at Sasuke and giggled, I don't care. Here, I thought I was the dead last as I just joined the academy today. I want to be with Naruto because he is such a sweetheart. She stuck her tongue out at him and said, because he is pure and not a smug asshole who thinks everyone should bow to him because he believes he is Kami to everyone. I wouldn't do that in front of me, Tem. Naruto growled as he crushed Sasuke's wrist, forcing the boy to flee the classroom and go to the nurse to be healed before his team placement. Sasuke growled as he raised his hand to slap her. Difficult. Since you injured their golden boy, you are aware that the civilian council will now demand your blood. Shikamaru knew he would have to do everything in his power to support his friend and give him the support of his clan, so he asked. Don't worry about it, Naruto said, waving him away. Hokage Gigi will take care of things, he said, showing no concern. Shikamaru put his head down and sighed, troublesome. He needed a nap before confronting his new team, which was probably the Ino Shikacho's next generation. Naruto sighed as he turned to face Usagi, who was looking at him a little perplexed by what was about to happen, while shouting and running could be heard from the hallway leading to the classroom. It's Sakura and Ino, the heads of the Sasuke fan club, Naruto said, lowering his head because he didn't want to deal with the pink banshee. Ino wasn't too bad, but Sakura used her mother's position on the civilian council to her advantage. At that moment, a girl with pale blonde hair and a girl with bubblegum pink hair were fighting to enter the classroom as the door behind Naruto and Usagi slammed open. Ino pig, move it. I arrived first, the bubblegum pink banshee yelled. Billboard brow, give it up. I arrived here before you did. Ino pushed Sakura aside and entered the classroom first, but she stopped when she couldn't find Sasuke anywhere in the room. But you just can't handle being second best behind me, she said. Sakura shoved Ino into the desk where Naruto was sitting with his head lowered and yelled, "You bitch piggy, that hurt." Naruto's head bounced off the desk hard after Ino smacked him hard in the back. Damn it, Sakura, Naruto growled as he sat up and turned to assist Ino in getting up. Knowing that Sasuke would have to sit at the only open desk when he got there, Sakura simply smirked at him and said, "I don't give a damn what a clanless bastard like you has to say." She went on to push Ino back into Naruto. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Ino said, her eyes welling with tears as she struck him because his back was as hard as a brick wall. She took a seat beside him and whispered, "I didn't mean to hurt you." She didn't want to go down and sit close to Sakura because she didn't want the Pinkett to see her crying. "Don't worry, Ino, I am aware that you did not intend to do that." Naruto took a tissue from somewhere and handed it to Ino, saying, "Here, dry your eyes." It was the banshee. As Ino blushed gently at him, she said, "Thank you." The Pinkett was glared at by all the clan heirs, who didn't like the girl and her belief that she was untouchable. They would wait and see what happened until she realized she was nothing more than trash. "Hi, I'm Ino," Ino said, leaning over Naruto and grinning at Usagi as she glanced at the blonde sitting next to him. Usagi grinned and said, "Hey, I'm Usagi," to the other blonde. Returning with his wrist wrapped, Sasuke sat down next to Sakura, who started proposing a date. When Iruka finally arrived for his class, it had been about an hour. The Jonin senseis were all waiting in the hallway for him to announce the teams the children were on. Iruka turned to face them and said, "Well, you're all not going to be happy." As he handed them each a piece of paper with their new teams on it, he said, "Here is your new team lineup." "What's going on?" a woman with crimson eyes and black hair asked. "A new member is joining one of the teams, so the Hokage changed the teams at the last minute." Iruka entered his classroom and said, "So one of you will have an extra student." He had made them all wait long enough, and the Jonin sensei could manage this new detail. "Good afternoon, class, and I apologize for being late," Iruka said as he walked in the door, looking at his students for the final time before seeing some of them again in a few weeks. They all stared at him as though he had grown a second head, and he said, "There were some last-minute changes on what teams everyone is going to be on." "What teams will we be on, and what do you mean by the changes?" Sakura demanded to be on the same level as her Sasuke-kun after learning from her mother. Hokage-sama felt that a few people didn't fit well with the teams they had originally been placed on, and so he looked at all the students once more and fixed it to where he believed everyone would work well with. Iruka responded. Sakura paused her speech to say, but she couldn't tell anyone that she knew which teams everyone would be on, that Naruto would be her third teammate because he was the last to die, that her Sasuke-kun was the Rookie of the Year, and that she was the top kunoichi of the year, a title and rank she didn't really deserve because she was useless and the only thing she had going for her was her enormous brain behind that big forehead. Iruka said, "All right, Team 1 will be." Naruto and Usagi ignored him and conversed while merely listening to each other's names. "Team 7 will be Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Harunoa," Iruka replied. "Yes, darling, actual love outperforms all." Sakura made a fool of herself and screamed. "I'll have the Hokage-sama remove you from Sasuke's team if you don't sit down, Sakura Haruno." Since he didn't feel like seeing her today, Iruka yelled. Sasuke was staring at Iruka, urging him to switch this team, so she hurriedly sat down and stopped talking. Iruka looked around the classroom and said, "Your Jonin-sensei is Kakashi Hatake, and the third member of Team 7 is Shino Aburame." Iruka looked around and said, "Team 8 will be Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Choji Akamichi, and finally your Jonin-sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi." Because she wasn't on the same team as her childhood crush, Hinata appeared a little depressed, but she would try her hardest to show him how strong she was. Team 9 continues to rotate. As the door to his classroom opened and all of the Jonin-sensei entered, including Kakashi, who was there and glaring at the brown-haired Chunin for the new team changes, Iruka said, "Team 10 will be Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamenka, Usagi Serenity, and finally Naruto Uzumaki. Your Jonin-sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi." Naruto grinned at his new teammates and said, "Well, at least I am on a team that I can work with and with friends." "Difficult," Shikamaru said. "I'm stuck with all the blondes," while Ino gave him a scowl. Ino's voice was sickly sweet as she said, "Keep it up, Shikamaru, and we will make your life a living hell." When they heard their new sensei calling them, the Nara heir simply paled at the thought and got up, making their way down the stairs to their sensei who was escorting the smoking Jonin out of the academy and through the village to the training grounds. Naruto carefully opened his long-forgotten energy drink and took a sip because he wasn't sure how he would react to it. His pupils dilated, his eyes widened, and he was clearly vibrating just from the small drink. Usagi, who had never witnessed this before, gazed at him with a hint of shock and concern in her eyes. What is Naruto drinking, and what is going on with him? Concerned about his new pupil, Asuma asked. That is an energy drink he has, and I think he is on a caffeine high. Usagi turned to face the man in front of her. Shit, that was a bad day for Anbu and all the Jonin because we couldn't calm him down until he just passed out on his own, Asuma said, pallid even more. The last time that happened, Ibiki unleashed him on a group of rookie Anbu that pissed off T and I. As he was about to put the boy's defeat in his new group on his shit list, Ibiki grinned wickedly and said, "It appears someone gave Naruto a lot of caffeine again." Jonin Longus and Anbu, all those who hadn't been on missions, had hurried to the Hokage Tower, demanding missions to escape the blonde demon that belongs to Ibiki, and I chilled down everyone who remembered the last time Naruto was hyper on caffeine and knew the devil had answered Ibiki's prayers. Ground 10 for training. I really like this stuff, Naruto said with a smile. He glanced at Usagi and said, "But I'm going to crash hard later." "I'm glad you like it," she says with a smile. But by our sensei's terrified expression. Asuma was drinking her own monster and glaring at her. Usagi said, "He isn't too happy I gave you that stuff. You have to give this stuff a try, Shika." As he made the lazy boy drink some of the energy drink, Naruto said, "It might give you some energy you need to train with." The same reaction occurred, and Asuma slowly moved away from his students because he didn't know how to deal with a caffeine-hyped Nara because he had never seen a Nara like this. Looking at Usagi, Ino said, "Hey, I want to try some." After giving the other blonde her drink and nodding her head, Usagi's eyes enlarge and she begins to bounce around the training area. You know what? Asuma looked at Usagi, the only person not bouncing around the training ground, and said in fear, "We are going to forego the test because I will not be able to handle all of you on a caffeine high and I say you all pass." "I have been drinking these for the past year," she says with a smile. "So it doesn't affect me as much as it does them," she said, giving him a slow nod. Tower of Hokage. Ibiki storms into the office of the Hokage. He practically yelled with delight, "Hokage-sama, I need to know where Naruto is right now." In response, the elderly Hokage raised an eyebrow. He asked, "Why do you need to know where Genin Naruto is?" As he watched Anbu and Shinobi rushing his tower outside his window. Ibiki smiled, giving him a menacing appearance at that precise moment. He said, "Someone gave Naruto a large amount of caffeine and I have a shit list a mile long that he needs to handle and all those fools you see rushing here are trying to get out of here before they have to answer for all their actions and fuck-ups. So I would be grateful if you don't give them missions out of the villages they need to pay." The Hokage could swear he saw a devil's tail hanging from beneath the man's long black trench coat. The Hokage grinned and said, "All missions must pass through me today, so it seems like Kami or the devil is on your side today, Ibiki." Ibiki turned to face the elderly Hokage. As he handed the Hokage a list of names that was roughly a mile long, he said, "I would say the devil is on my side today. For Kami would have left the Chunins handing out missions today. By the way, here is the list of all the fools I need you to send to Training Ground 98. To his surprise, it was 90% of his Anbu and roughly 70% of his Jonins and a few Chunins. Naruto was furious about a few of them and threatened to beat their asses and dye their clothes hot pink the next time he visited Anbu. Sarutobi simply grinned and said, "Very well. I will tell them there is a meeting there and send them there, and Naruto and his team are at Training Ground 10. In order to place bets on the outcome of the show, he would need to call Commander Dragon, Shikaku, and a few others." With an evil grin on his face, Ibiki disappeared as the Hokage's office door was forced open and all of the shinobi rushed in, shouting and calling for A-rank and B-rank missions to leave the village. Hell, some even asked for S-rank missions because they would probably survive if they went on them instead of confronting the blonde devil or the angel of death with blonde hair. With a grandfatherly smile, the Hokage said, "Hello everyone. I have a list of you that will be going to Train Ground 98 for a mission briefing and the others I will think about it." Everyone calmed down, believing their leader had saved them. If only they were aware that the old man had pledged their souls to the blonde devil and his agents of death as part of a deal he had made with the devil. Ground 10 Training. Asuma watched in horror as his students huddled together and whispered something to one another, their faces sporting evil smiles. In order to protect himself from the demons that are now his students, he prayed to Kami. Ibiki materialized in front of Asuma, grinning darkly and ferally, as if Kami had mercy on his soul. He turned to face Team 10 and said, "Asuma, I need Naruto." With a terrified tone, Asuma said, "You can have them. They are all hyped up on caffeine." He was slowly drifting away from them. Ibiki glanced at the 4 teenagers, and his eyes widened. He noticed a blonde girl he didn't know, a Yamanaka, and a Nara. However, he also noticed the odd cans held by the 2 blonde girls. Uncertain of how this would work, he asked, "The Nara and even the Yamanaka are on a caffeine high?" Incredulously, Asuma nodded his head in agreement. "Yeah, Naruto and Usagi gave them a drink of their energy drink and it has gone from downhill from there. They are planning my death. With the whispers and the smirks and every time they look at me," he said with increasing dread. Ibiki smiled. He yelled, "Genin of Team 10, you have a mission." "Naruto." "Yeah," Naruto asked, turning to face the man with the scars. Ibiki, who was going to have a front row seat to this, smiled and disappeared as he said, "I want you and your team to carry out Mission Nightmare. Inform your teammates, for I have a fresh group of fools for you to put in their places, and if you could get more of that energy drink into you and head to training ground 98 and put the fear of the devil in them." At what he had just heard, Asuma was trembling in his sandals. He was unsure whether he should run for the hills or go watch. Ground 98 for training. Ibiki stood in the center of the training area, waiting for everyone who thought they would be going on a mission or receiving special instruction. However, Ibiki was giving them a gift for making mistakes and giving him more headaches than he needed. 10 minutes later, all of his victims had arrived and were staring at the man in front of them. Ibiki simply smiled at them. As they became even more at ease, he said, "I am glad to see each and every one of you. This is a special training section for you all have been selected for." At that moment, Usagi and Ino wander into the training area and approach Ibiki. Ibiki sees them and grins. He said to them, "May I help you ladies?" Looking at Usagi, who simply nodded her head in agreement, Ino said, "Yeah, I was told I was here for the training section." As Anbu and the other shinobi looked on, they wondered why 2 genin would be present. Just then, a huge shadow overtook Ibiki, and Shikamaru and the blonde angel of death Naruto Uzumaki emerged. They all turned pale and tried to flee, but Naruto's shadow clones created a barrier that prevented them from doing so, and the Ibiki in front of them vanished into the blonde angel of death as the blonde appeared with the Nara poof into a cloud of smoke. With a huge smile on his face, Naruto said, "Hello maggots. It appears you have landed on Ibiki's shit list. We all know what happens when you're on Ibiki's shit list." Yamanaka and Nara seemed to be making a save, while the other blonde looked at them naively as though she was also a prisoner. They reasoned that they would have to protect her from them. Naruto smiled. He moved his hand over to Usagi, who simply waved at them as her outfit changed and she seemed to be holding a whip with a sly grin on her angelic lips. "You have this sweet angel here to thank for the punishment that will rain down upon you here today." They were even more terrified because the person they thought was an angel of mercy turned out to be an angel of chaos and destruction because she had harmed them by giving death too much caffeine. Naruto turned his gaze to Shikamaru. "All right, we are going with Plan 3. For the numbers we have here and all supplies Ibiki gave us. This would work. We have the forest for the traps that we have all set up and now we just lead them to their doom," he said while everyone was nodding their heads. Usagi and Ino both hold 2 handfuls of something and toss it at the enormous shinobi horde in front of them. In a matter of seconds, stink smoke bombs detonated, the girls frantically fled into the forest, and Shikamaru and Naruto smiled at their victim. The stench that was now on their skin and clothes caused a number of female shinobi and Anbu members to scream. The men all gasped when they saw that it was consuming any fabric it came into contact with, seemingly due to the presence of acid in the mixture. Naruto exclaimed with a smile, "So are you fools going to stand there and take it like bitches, or are you going to come for us?" Under the cover of the slowly dissipating smoke, Shikamaru nodded his head and ran off into the forest. Before Naruto, there was a rainbow of new hair colors and nearly nude people staring around with shocked expressions on their faces. A Hyuga Chunin who had made it onto the list yelled, "Damn brat, I'm going to make you pay for this." Since they are not permitted to dye their hair in unnatural colors, his clan will be extremely upset when he returns home this evening. Then come get me, Naruto exclaimed, laughing as he ran into the forest, trailed by all of their prey as though he were a prize at the conclusion of a race. In the shadows, Ibiki, Anko, the third Hokage, Commander Dragon, and Shikaku Nara were all observing the chaos on a television that Ibiki had set up prior to Naruto's prey arriving. Asuma and the other Jonin senseis wander up to see how things have begun and what his team plans to do to all of the village's high-ranking shinobi. The group was showing themselves to be slightly more proficient than a typical genin. Inoichi Yamanaka even made it there after learning that his daughter wasn't on the Ino Shikacho team. When he saw his princess and another blonde girl, he wanted to ask his leader why. With Usagi and Ino, the two girls set up their first trap by jumping from tree to tree until they reached the lake. They now make room for the first victim to appear. Ino looks at Usagi and asks, "So do you think they will fall for it?" Usagi smiles. "They will see us and believe we are easy to take out, and if they can catch us, they can use us against the guys. However, we will turn out to be a little more troublesome than they anticipate." "Oh, yes, they will. Their judgment is now clouded by the stink acid smoke bombs we throw, and they are now following Naruto-kun on a wild goose chase." Usagi and Ino had ninja wire hooked to them to pull them out of the way so they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire, and the girls were surrounded by ninja wire set up to slingshots with water balloons filled with neon paint. Akaki Jonin with now bubblegum pink hair said, "We got you no girls." About 15 Jonin, 5 Anbu, and 3 Chunin discovered the girls chatting and laughing. The two blondes turned to face him. "Oh, really?" As Usagi simply laughed at them, Ino asked, "Get them." The man snarled at the girls. As they charged in, he yelled, they tripped all the trip wires and the girls flew out of the middle of the clearing by the once calm lake as hundreds of balloons came flying at them. The sheer force of the balloons knocked out a few of them as only about 10 stood still out of the group of 23. They were all wearing new colors and smelled like rotten eggs, and as they walked to the barrier, tears were streaming down their faces. They gave up because it was no longer worth it. 2 little blonde teenage girls had broken their spirits. With Shikamaru, he sits in a small clearing, clearly thinking, about 30 steps ahead of the people he was set loose on. His eyes slowly open as his shadow clings to a large tree trunk suspended by ninja wire. Across from where the truck would stop and send his prey flying into is a large tub of neon green paint, with feathers falling on them as they climb out of the tub as another invisible tripwire waits for them. 10 Anbu, 9 Jonin, and 2 Chunin ran directly at him, and he smirked as he released his trap, letting the log fly down towards them and sending them all flying into the tub of neon green paint. The 21 idiots flopped around in the tub, trying to run after the boy as they set off the last trap he had waiting for them, and feathers of all sizes and colors rained down on them, making them look like very big and ugly chickens. They cried and screamed in fear, joining the other 23 victims of the twin blonde nightmares. The devil had to be stopped for everyone's sanity, so all they could hope was that the final 40 would receive the angel of death. Shikamaru smirked as he looked up to the clouds. It looks like the girls took out their group that Naruto sent their way. If anything was indicated by their screams and cries. Naruto only had to deal with the final 40, and those were particularly important to the boy. Because they were among the first group to be punished for Ibiki. Ibiki grinned as he watched the 3 newcomers make quick work of his shit list. He addressed the fathers of Naruto's 2 Team 10 teammates, saying, "It seems they are also lethal when high on caffeine." Watching the screens of all the fallen shinobi, Shikaku remarked, "This is scary for I know my son could have done something worse to them." For this is making his mind work faster and he is coming up with moves that are at least 30 steps ahead of myself with all we have seen and how they had set everything up. "I never knew my little princess had this in her," said Inoichi in disbelief of what he had just seen. Asuma pulled out another cigarette and remarked, "I am so glad I just passed them and didn't test them. For this would have been my fate." The others simply nodded, relieved that they would not have to endure the same fate as those idiots on the screen. Since they didn't want to end up there, they all made mental notes to avoid upsetting Ibiki in the near future. Alongside Naruto, the blonde-haired devil of Konoha, also known as the Angel of Death. After this, some of the Anbu vowed to enter the blonde in the bingo. Because the others needed to know what would happen to them if they ever irritated this blonde. Naruto returned to the vast clearing where it all started. He sat down grinning as he clones lead the 40 souls on a wild goose chase. They fell like flies into net traps and pitfalls, all of which sprayed them with various hues of paint, would simply wait for the last fortunate few to escape his traps, those who gained knowledge from their most recent interaction with him. As the last 5 surrounded him in a star pattern, a devilish smile slowly appeared on his lips. Applying a henge he had made that would give him horns and black angel wings with a devil tail emerging behind him, he rose slowly to his feet. He opened his once icy baby blues and looked at the idiots with a demon's red eyes. Naruto said in a demonic voice that made everyone who heard it shudder in terror, "Well, I am impressed that only 5 of you managed to get past my traps and return to me." Anbu members who had accompanied Commander Kitsune on missions recognized that voice and trembled in terror. They wanted to lose their lives because they were aware of the devil they were up against. He smiled as 2 wooden swords materialized in his hands. Dance of the Lunar Demon. A blood moon emerged behind Naruto in a flash of crimson light, and his wooden sword struck his target, knocking them unconscious while the others at the wall screamed and cried for assistance. Because they were afraid for their lives. Despite the fact that the boy was using training weapons on them, they knew he wouldn't kill them. The terror and fear they all experienced remained unabated. As the barrier collapsed and those who were screaming and clawing the walls fled for their lives, Naruto closed his eyes and relaxed, allowing Kurama's chakra to fade from his eyes. The 5 fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth, out cold. He then snapped his fingers. Everyone screams, "Ibiki-sama, Hokage-sama, we are sorry. Forgive us." They wept. Both civilians and shinobis could hear the cries and screams coming from the villages as they turned to face the training grounds in terror. Many simply hurried home because they had no idea what was going on or whether they were being attacked or something. As Naruto and the other members of Team 10 emerged from the forest, Ibiki approached the group's leader. With a sly smile on his face, he said, "You brats did a nice job here. It will be a while before I get a new shit list. But there is always a rookie out there that I will have waiting for your team to handle for me." Naruto gave him a smile. Usagi caught Naruto as Ibiki caught the other 2, who had crashed hard from their caffeine high. Naruto said, "That was fun. But I think I'm going to be crashing soon." Ino and Shikamaru both fell. Both of their fathers approached Ibiki and took their kids from him. With pride, each man gazed down at his child. Ibiki laughed as he heard the fools sobbing about the 4 horsemen coming for their souls. They have made a name for themselves today, as they are being called the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse by those fools. Long forgotten, Asuma let the smoke from his mouth drop to the floor. In a single, brief afternoon, they had terrorized a group of their own village's elite shinobi. Imagine now what they would do if they were on a mission. The Hokage simply laughed at the 4 teenagers' moniker. He would need to identify the other 3 riders. Because Naruto is the rider of death, the pale horse. The Yamanaka, Serenity, and Nara were left. For his own mind alone, the young Nara could be seen as the red horseman of chaos and war. Because the young Yamanaka heiress is hot-tempered and vocal, he could see her as the white horseman strife. Ultimately, Usagi serves as the black horseman fury for using the whip, and she seems devoted to Naruto as well as her new friends and teammates. In order to gauge IWA's reaction to Naruto's full name, he will include them in the bingo book prior to the Chunin exams. He turned to his son and laughed as he said, "Team 10, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse." He turned and walked back to his office to the paperwork that awaited him, saying, "I want you to work them to the ground. For I want them to live up to the name they earned today for their comrades." As Ibiki walked past him and stopped, Asuma looked at his father in disbelief and terror, and he simply nodded his head stupidly. With Anko riding on his shoulder and her arm around his neck, he smirked and winked at the terrified man, saying, "Bring them by. For we can aid in their training." Asuma glances at his fellow Jonin senseis and asks, "What the hell just happened?" From behind his little orange book, Kakashi remarked, "It appears hell has come to Konoha with 4 fresh genin. Well, 3 fresh genin and Anbu commander. I believe it is best that Naruto isn't on my team. For he would have killed Sasuke and made it look like a training accident or something," he said out of habit. The silver-haired Jonin was now the center of attention. During a panic attack, Asuma said, "What do you mean a former Anbu commander? My team is all genin." Kakashi grinned. He returned to his book and started to leave, saying, "It isn't for me to tell you. Just ask the blonde devil of death. He will give you your answer." He recalled the blonde demon, an Anbu commander, that he had once had to deal with and that he would never want to see again. It turned out that he was his sensei's son. In a sense, it made sense because he was like his father when he was angry and in charge of his soldiers when he led them into battle. Naruto was assisted by Usagi to their new residence. She said to him, "Man, I think you overdid it, Naruto-kun." As they walked back to the Uzumaki estate, he smiled at her while putting his arm around her neck. "Nah, this always happens when I have too much caffeine and very little sleep, and I haven't slept since yesterday and I could use a good nap right now. But how we are out in the open and I pissed off a lot of people, I don't think anyone will come to our aid if I pass out on you. For some fool might try to attack us," he said while continuing to laugh. Usagi simply scowled at this. She smiled at him and said, "Well, I wouldn't let them hurt you." Hinata trailed the two blondes off into the shadows. Why does she have Naruto-kun's arm around her shoulder as they walk? Did they have a romantic relationship? She doubted herself because she thought she was losing the one person she had ever loved. Naruto peered over Usagi's shoulder from the corner of his eye. He sighed. He simply rested his head on Usagi's head and said, "It appears Hinata is following me again." "Is she your girlfriend?" Usagi asks, grinning playfully. Naruto merely laughs. "Nah, she is just a girl that has a crush on me and thinks I don't know, and she is always following me around the village that I have to have shadow clones take my place so she would never find out I was Anbu," he replied. Usagi gives a head nod. Feeling a little envious that another girl is staring at him, she asks him, "So are you going to tell her you don't like her like that?" Naruto whispered into Usagi's ear, causing her to flush, "I will. But for now, I will allow her to have her little crush. To the extent that Hinata could see it. Perhaps this will motivate her to work out more and cease her constant pursuit of him." Hinata turns and bolts back to her house, suggesting that it was successful. He's hoping it will motivate her to train harder. Naruto asked Usagi, "So did you hear the nicknames we earned today?" She gives him a perplexed look. As they reached the clan estate's gates, she asked him, "What nicknames?" A few arrogant bystanders trailed behind them, threatening to attack when they reached a dead end. However, as they attempted to rush in behind them, the gate slammed shut on their faces, and they were startled to see the blonde bite his thumb and run blood across the old estate's seal. The girl then led him inside. "We are known as the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. I think I heard Gigi say you're the Black Horseman Fury, as Ino as the White Horseman Strife, and Shika as the Red Horseman of War, and finally I am the Pale Horseman of Death," laughed Naruto. Usagi gives them a startled look. Her voice was laced with shock as she said, "I didn't think we were that bad on them." Naruto shrugged his shoulders and said, "I guess they have gone soft in peace." As she assists him to the couch, Usagi merely nods her head. Naruto passed out and said, "Thanks. I think I'm going to nap here for now." Usagi laughed and went upstairs to find a bathroom to take a shower. Because she needed a shower badly, was sweaty, and smelled bad. She found what she was searching for after wandering down and opening a few doors. She would tell Naruto-kun where the restroom is when he woke up and tell him to take a shower because he also stinks. Tokyo. Mamoru slammed his fist against his apartment wall, growling. He hissed as his door opened and his daughter, wearing the hoodie he had purchased for Usagi prior to the Dark Moon family's attack, entered. "That bitch, she has taken everything from me. How dare she? I am the rightful ruler of this planet and these fools. They are nothing without me to rule them and guide them down the path I see fit for them." He gave the girl with the raven hair a fierce look in return. "It was an 8-hour bus ride back here. It would have been 3 if you would have come and got me," hesitated Kirai. Now that she was of no use to him, Mamoru told her, "You're fine. Nothing happened to you on your ride back." Kirai asked, "What the hell did my mother see in you?" After realizing that her father's only concern was power and how he could use the rabbit. He gave her a sly smile. He chuckled darkly and said, "She saw a powerful and commanding man that would tame her and use her as he sees fit." She scuffed. As Mamoru grabbed Kirai by the neck and slammed her against the wall, choking her while narrowing his eyes, she remarked, "Well, that powerful and commanding man is now powerless and useless." Mamoru hisses at her as he removes his belt, takes a step back, and repeatedly hits her with it. "Know this, Kirai, you are just living for there might still be use for you. But once you outlive your usefulness to me, I will do to you as I have done to the others." In between blows, he said, "If it weren't for your bratty behavior, she would have never questioned you as her child. I told you to pretend she was your mother." The girl collapsed to the ground, curling into a ball and screaming in agony as the belt struck her. Now that his punching bag was gone, she would have to replace her. "Konoha." Sasuke snarled as he heard that the shinobi in the village were afraid of a genin team. It was a joke. Since he was a Uchiha and the elite of all those idiots, he was the one they should be afraid of. He wasn't pleased with the Jonin that was given to him because the man didn't seem to care at all, which infuriated him because the man was supposed to be his lapdog. However, he will hold the man accountable when they take their exam in the morning. He will reveal to them all who they should respect and fear. When he saw Usagi and Naruto strolling arm in arm, he narrowed his coal-colored eyes. As he trailed behind them, he growled, "What the hell?" As some shinobi heard him and gave him a crazy look, he thought to himself, why is she wasting her time on that loser? When she can waste all her time on following and worshipping me. He scowled even more when he noticed that they had disappeared behind the gates of an ancient clan estate that was long assumed to have been deserted by the clan and to be long dead. He recalled his father telling him that. When he asked him once, Sasuke made a fist, turned, and walked away. He needed to train. He also had to travel to the hospital so that his wrist could be fully healed. He would therefore be fully prepared for the exam in the morning. Because the blonde who died last will be held accountable for his actions. He would pay a high price. After that, he left to be spoiled and treated like the spoiled infant he is, walking down the street to the hospital. Clan Nara. Shikamaru moaned as he gradually awoke and opened his eyes to see his father to his left. He assumed that his father had placed him on the couch so that his mother could examine him and make sure he wasn't injured. Shikaku glances up at his paper. He told his son, who simply covered his eyes with his arm in an attempt to block out as much light as possible, "It's about time you woke up." Shikamaru slowly removed his arm from his eyes and sat up, finding a glass of water on the coffee table. "Yeah, my head is killing me. By the way, what time is it?" he asked. He picks it up and takes a drink, happy to see it. Shikaku said, setting down his paper, "It is about 3 p.m. You have slept for about 3 hours. He told his son, "You four made quick work of those shinobi this morning." Shikamaru grinned. "Well, it was easy as Ino and Usagi took out 23. I had only 21 and Naruto took the bulk of the remaining 40. He stated to his dad. Shikaku eyed his son and remarked, "You four laid waste to 84 shinobi from Anbu, Jonin, and Chunin ranking." As his father stood up and approached his son, Shikamaru said, "Yeah, I guess. But we were fueled by some weird drink that Usagi called a monster energy drink, and the one that Naruto made me drink tasted like coffee and something else." Shikaku looked at his son and said, "Yeah, Choza and I got a couple of those cans from the Hokage." He said it was like a solider pill. As he considered it, Shikamaru said, "Yeah, in a way they are like a solider with the crash if you overdo it. But how it was the first time we tried it. It had us wired and my mind was racing that to the point I was about 30 to 100 steps ahead of everyone, and it did something to my chakra that it made it feel like my chakra pool had grown from drinking it. That is how I was able to shadow walk. Something we only read about in the clan scrolls and only those at your level are able to do." He explained to his dad. Shikaku looked at his son in disbelief at this. "That is amazing. I will make those drinks our number job to get done. If they can help this much, the others will not know what hit them," he said to his son. "Yeah, but Usagi said we can only drink 2 or 3 at most a day, for it will make it feel like you're going to have a heart attack if you drink more than that. For she said it has been known that people have died from the drink of massive heart attacks." Shikamaru replied. That made his father look pale. As he filed that away to warn the people in the lab to use the energy drink with caution, he thought to himself, so it's just like the solider pills if you overdo it. But one good thing or bad however you might look at it. Your team is feared by all elite shinobi of the village and have received a nickname. Shikaku said to his son. Shikamaru gave his father a perplexed look. We just pranked them to no end. How could that put fear in them? He asks. Shikaku grinned. As he watched the wheels turn and realized what his father was saying, he told his son, it was how you carried out all those pranks. They could have been turned lethal and killed all 84 at once with just those simple smoke paint acid bombs, and all the paint balloons could be replaced with kunai and the pits full of paint could have been acid. Shikamaru needed a good laugh, so he asked, so what is the nickname we got? 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Naruto the Pale Horseman of Death. Shikamaru the Red Horseman of War and Chaos. Ino the White Horseman of Strife. Usagi the Black Horseman Fury. Shikaku said with a proud voice. Also the Hokage-sama will be entering you 4 into the bingo book before the Chunin exam and ordered his son to train you 3 into the ground to keep your titles as well. We will have your 4 test the energy drinks for us. As you 4 is the only ones that know how it tastes. He stated this afterthought. At this, Shikamaru went pale. He sighed and took another sip of his water, complaining to himself, troublesome blondes. As the father observed that his lethargic son had discovered a new motivation, he laughed and said, "Well, I guess we are going to be the next Sannin in our own right. Oh, by the way, Dad, you are going to get Uncle Choza and Inoichi back Naruto in the next council meeting. For he broke Sasuke's wrist this morning when he went to slap Usagi. As she didn't fangirl over him and ignored him for Naruto. You know how Sasuke cries to the civilian council and how Sakura could add more lies about Naruto attacking Sasuke who wasn't doing anything. For you know how her mother is," said Shikamaru as he gazed at his father with. Shikaku sighed in an attempt. He knew that Sume would cause more trouble than the Banshee of the civilian council, so he said, "Don't worry. I will tell them, and I will also let Sume know as she is on the warpath on wanting to beat that Uchiha brat for kicking her daughter's partners." Shikamaru gave a head nod. He finished his water because he was thirsty and said to his father, "Thanks, Dad." The Yamanaka clan. Since her father hadn't taken her to her room, Ino woke up to find herself on the couch with water waiting for her on the coffee table. Usagi warned the fathers that when they woke up, they would be thirsty. As soon as she saw her father enter the living room, she quickly took the water and drank it. When Ino saw her father, she grinned broadly and said, "Hey Daddy." Inoichi said, "Hello Princess. How are you feeling?" to his daughter. As she turned to face her father, who was pleased to learn that his princess desired food, Ino said, "My head hurts a little. But I have never had that much caffeine before and the water did help as well. But I'm a little hungry as well." Inoichi said, "Well, come to the kitchen as I can make us a snack before dinner." Ino nodded and trailed behind her father as he went to the kitchen to prepare a sandwich for the two of them. "So Daddy, how did we do?" Ino asked, curious about her father's thoughts on their brief training session. Inoichi grinned as he looked up at her. "You did well to the point that 84 elite shinobi are unafraid of Team 10, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse," he stated to his child. Ino's eyes widened. She said to her father, "They are calling you that." As he watched his daughter's face change from shock to excitement, Inoichi said, "Yeah, Princess. You are known as the White Horseman Strife. Usagi is the Black Horseman Fury. Shikamaru is the Red Horseman of War and Chaos. Naruto is the Pale Rider and the Horseman of Death. The leader of the 4 horsemen." Ino said, "Wow, I bet we are going to have to train hard to keep our nicknames." She had a great day and realized she needed to eat more because Usagi had told her that they would be burning off everything they ate during their training. They still had to eat healthily, though. "Yes, Princess, that is right. When you're not training with your team, we are going to train harder on the clan jutsu for the Hokage wants to enter you 4 into the bingo book before the Chunin exams. As what I heard the Anbu are going to enter you 4 now, so I'll know and fear you all for the hell you brought down on them." Inoichi laughed at the notion. Ino's eyes widened. "Wow, that is, I don't know. But Ducky and Banshee are going to be pissed off if they find out." Oh, speaking of Ducky, Naruto broke Sasuke's wrist this morning as she wouldn't fangirl over him and he got mad and was going to slap her. "So can you get Uncle Shikaku and Choza to back him against the civilian council when Sasuke goes and cries to them?" she told her dad. Inoichi chuckled to himself and said, "Don't worry dear. We got this." Finally, his daughter's crush on that fucking Uchiha had faded. Thank you, Kami. For this, he intended to give Naruto an endless supply of ramen. While they cleaned up and ate their snack, they had a pleasant conversation. Usagi and Naruto. Kurama would not stop laughing furiously at Naruto for the hell he and the others rained down on those idiots, so Naruto woke up from his little nap. Naruto sat up, discovered a glass of water on the coffee table in front of him, and complained, "Damn fox. Doesn't let a person sleep." He took it without thinking and swallowed it all at once. Usagi brings a couple sandwiches for them to eat as she exits the kitchen. As she gave him the plate of food, she said, "Hey Sleepy." He gives her a smile. He smiled and said, "Hey, thanks. I was just going to have a clone go and make something to eat for us." Usagi gave him a smile. She blushed and said, "Well, I'm not the greatest cook out there, but I can make simple things." Naruto grinned and said, "Don't worry about it. I'm a pretty good cook for I have been cooking for myself for years." Usagi grinned and said, "Good, you're preparing dinner. This is just a snack." Since they hadn't had any food all day. Naruto said, "Sure," he remarked after the fact, "I'll make dinner after I get a shower." Usagi smiled and nodded her head. She pointed to the 3 scrolls and said, Oh yeah, some Anbu brought everything from your apartment for you in those scrolls on the table. Naruto examined the trio of scrolls. He laughed and created a clone while taking the scrolls to ensure their safety. I'll have a clone open them outside, as they might be payback for earlier. As he reached into his pocket for the piece of paper that Gigi had given him, Naruto said, also I need to get some training with all those scrolls and we also need to find out what elements you are. As he bit into his meal, he remarked, Kurama said your mom awoke your chakra so I don't have to worry about that. Also your magic is like chakra as well, so yeah. She asked him, so what do I do to that paper? As he hands her the paper, Naruto says, just channel your chakra into it. Just picture a stream flowing through your body going to your fingertips as you focus your chakra into the piece of paper. As she follows instructions, Usagi nods her head, closes her eyes, and focuses on the piece of paper in her hands. It feels like she is using her power for her attacks. She is a wind user because it splits into 3. After that, it wrinkles into a tiny ball to indicate that she has lightning, and it gets wet to indicate that she uses water. Wow, 3 elements. I can train you in all 3. You are a wind, lightning, and water user. This will be fun for if we can work it. We might be able to get you a sub-element like ice, said Naruto with a grin. Usagi merely gave him a shocked look and blinked. She said, unsure of what to think at the time, wow. She demonstrated that she possessed the elements of Jupiter, Neptune, and possibly Mercury with the ice in the future. Additionally, Uranus was regarded as the wind scout. The other components might be useful to her later on. Who knows? We will begin your elemental training in the morning after a good night's rest and after we find out what our Jonin-sensei is going to train you in, said Naruto as he finished his meal. He got up, ran up the stairs to the bathroom, and took a long shower, saying, well, I'm going to take a shower. Usagi is left to tidy up after them. She didn't mind, though. He is doing a lot of things for her. With a smile on his face, the shadow clone returns to the house. He tells Usagi, they will have to get up early to get me. The 3 scrolls are all traps as boss had sent us to get his stuff earlier when you all went to find out your teams. Said tells him, wow. Naruto shows up 20 minutes later wearing black sweatpants and a black tank top, while Usagi was dressed in pink sweatpants and a pink tank top following her shower. The 2 blondes exchange glances and merely chuckle at how similar their outfits are. As he sits on the couch, Naruto raises his right arm and runs his left hand over the secret seal on it, revealing all of the scrolls for him to see. Are you aware that you also need to rest? As Usagi glanced at the blonde on the other side of her, she asked. Yes, I am aware. But I just want to look at the scrolls, Naruto said, opening the Moon Kingdom scroll in front of him without ever glancing at his partner's scrolls. He grinned as he observed the first jutsu. Lunar Shadow Slash. If you are not a Kenjutsu practitioner, you can use this with swords or kunai. Depending on how much chakra you put into it, it can kill, so be careful when training with it. Swing the swords down or across, and the blades made of moonlight will come flying at the person you attack. As the attack connects with the person or item, it will be surrounded by shadows as the moonlight cuts the item or person up. Naruto smiled as he prepared to enjoy this new attack that he could use in conjunction with his sword style. At that moment, there's a knock on the door, and Naruto scowls because he knows what's going to happen. He was going to ignore them, hoping they would simply go. Who do you think that could be? Usagi asks, glancing at him. Naruto attempted to stop her, but it was too late, so she asked him as she stood up to open the door. Usagi and Naruto, you have been summoned to the council chambers, a bare-masked Anbu in pink said. Naruto put on his slippers and grinned at Usagi, who did the same, after which he said, fine. I'm not changing. She had no idea what to anticipate. Bear was about to place his hand on Naruto's shoulder when the blonde picked up Usagi and disappeared in a whirlpool of flames. The Anbu was terrified because he was the only man who could use that move, and he disappeared in a whirlpool of leaves after closing the door. Since the Angel of Death was his training officer and Commander Kitsune was his boss, he was now afraid and needed to keep the blonde on his good side to avoid being placed on his commander's shit list. What he had done for Ibiki was nothing compared to what he would do as Anbu Commander Kitsune. A huge ball of flame materialized in the middle of the council room. The boy was a bit too showy, so the shinobi side simply rolled their eyes. When the boy proved to be more powerful than their little Uchiha, the civilian council trembled with fear and rage. Several members of the shinobi council brought their kids with them. Shikamaru, the clan heir of the Nara clan, Ino, the heiress of the Yamanaka clan, Choji, the heir of the Akamichi clan, and both of her children were present with the head of the Inuzuka clan. Her son and daughter. As Naruto and Usagi stood in front of them, the 5 heirs sat with their parents and watched. Kiba gave Naruto a startled look. He turned from his mother and sister to the 2 blondes and asked, how in the hell can he do that? Tsume gave her son a sly smile. Well, he is a strong shinobi. Can't you smell the power of an alpha on him? Hell, the smell is also coming off of the girl, his mom said to him. Kiba simply nodded his head slowly. He was always told by his partner that Naruto is an alpha and that he should not be upset. Sakura and her mother were standing with the civilian council off on the civilian side. She is being prepared by her mother to succeed her when she is older, or if she marries the only Uchiha heir in the village. Sakura narrows her green eyes at the 2 blondes standing in front of them. Sasuke Uchiha was standing in the near shadows off in the corner, his now wrapped wrist in his hand. At the blonde's ostentatious entrance into the council chamber, he narrows his coal-black eyes. He told himself, I'll have them make him teach me his skills. Beside them, Bear Anbu in a pink mask materialized. He looked at Usagi as Naruto was setting her down on her feet and said, Naruto-sama. He nodded to Naruto and bowed to her, saying, Usagi-sama. Naruto chuckles. He tells his former subordinate, don't add sama to my name. I am a shinobi of this village, not a pamper-spoiled brat. The man's eyes enlarge in terror behind his pink bear mask. He tells the blonde adolescent, I cannot do that, sir. You outrank me. Naruto merely grinned. He spoke to Usagi and the man next to him while keeping an eye on the civilians out of the corner of his eye. Well, I have been forced back into the normal rankings and made a lesser rank. No matter. You will always be outranking us all here besides only several important people. Anbu, the bear, replied. Usagi smiles as she glances up at Naruto. As he looks down at her, she tells him, he is right. As he played the role of a weak, ignorant genin who only knew a few tricks, Naruto said, whatever you two want to believe. Other than that, though, he wasn't anything to be concerned about. The bear-masked Anbu somehow noticed what Naruto was doing as he lowered his gaze and observed the disdain the civilians showed for his former commander due to circumstances beyond his control. He frowns as he spots the last Uchiha hiding in the shadows. He turns to face the Hokage, who has been observing the 3 speak before he even bothers to start the meeting, and says, I understand, sir. The meeting that was called for about Uchiha not getting his way in what he wants. In the middle of both councils, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi sat in his chair. He was amused and irritated by what was happening in front of him. Sarutobi asked, primarily glancing at the members of the civilian council, well, ladies and gentlemen, why was this meeting called for? As his mother slapped him for opening his mouth foolishly, Kiba remarked, most likely to bitch about Naruto breaking the Tem's wrist. Tsume glared at her stupid son and said, damn it, pup. Don't you know when not to keep your mouth shut? Kiba sinks into his seat and hides from his mother as he didn't want to be smacks over the head again. He whimpered, sorry. Naruto merely laughed. He continued to smile as he told the boy's mother, well, he isn't lying about it. At the boy's remark, Sarutobi cleared his throat. He turned to face the idiots who think they are superior to others and said, well, I would like to know why this emergency meeting was called and why Naruto Uzumaki and Usagi Serenity are being called here. A woman with dirty dishwater blonde hair stood up as her green eyes glared at the 2 blondes that stood next to each other. She informs the Hokage, we call this as Naruto Uzumaki and Usagi Serenity have attacked Sasuke Uchiha. Sarutobi sighs slightly and rolls his eyes as he peers to his far right out of the corner of his eye. That Sasuke is grinning at the falsehood being told in his place. Sarutobi asked, well, Naruto and Usagi, what do you have to say about this? Well, I have witnesses to back me up that I never attacked Sasuke Uchiha. But in fact stopped him from striking Usagi-chan here. For she rejected him. For she isn't like his clueless, mindless fangirls, said Naruto as he gazed at Ino. Sorry, Ino, but it's true, he tells her. Ino blushes. Glaring at the corner where Sasuke is hiding, she said, it's okay. It just took today to see what kind of person he is, and he is a person I do not want to waste my time with. The boy simply gives her a glare in return. Looking at Sasuke, Sarutobi asked, so you are telling me that Sasuke was the one at fail? Yes, Hokage-sama, I rejected Sasuke's advances on me. I told him I didn't like him and wouldn't waste my time with someone like himself. He didn't like my answer and thought he could slap me to show me my place. I'm sorry Hokage-sama, but where I am from, men do not hit women, and if they do, they get their asses beaten and spend time in jail, said Usagi as she looked at Sasuke. At this, Sasuke merely scoffs. They wouldn't treat him indifferently. He is their god. They did what he said. Sarutobi looked back at Sasuke and then Usagi, saying, I see. She is lying, yells Sakura as she is now glaring at the blonde-haired girl that stood in front of her and her mother. Usagi shrugged her shoulders and said, why would I need to lie? I have never met Sasuke before today and I honestly don't want anything to do with him. Ino, looking irritated, said, Sakura, stop lying for Sasuke. If you stick your nose up his ass, he won't fall in love with you. When her father would drag her along to these meetings, she never raised her voice. I was there and Sasuke was acting like a jerk and tried hitting her. Naruto only stopped him from striking her and just gripped Sasuke's weak wrist a little too tight and it snapped like a twig. She said as she gazed at Usagi and Naruto. Sakura's face flushes as she becomes enraged at the new bitch who was attempting to take her Sasuke-kun and her former best friend standing up for the dead last student in their class. She growled, what do you know? You didn't even see what happened. The father smirked at his son as he opened his left eye to see his son leading the meeting. Shikamaru said, troublesome. We all saw what happened, Sakura. You're just trying to make more of it. Just like Ino said, so please stop lying and wasting our parents' time. We are tired from a long day from missions and training. We have missions tomorrow and training. Usagi glared at the idiots kissing Sasuke's ass and said, this is just a witch hunt. I see no point of this. She crosses her arms over her chest and tells them, I will not turn my back on my best friend. I will not treat him like shit to stroke the ducky's ego. He isn't worth my time nor my statues. Usagi has a point here and I do not see the point of wasting my time nor the time of the others here for someone just crying over spilt milk. So we are done here, and if another meeting is called because of Sasuke Uchiha, I will be sending everyone to spend time with Ibiki. For he does a new shit list of people to make their lives a living hell, said the Hokage as he got up. Everyone got up and started to leave. The civilian council looked on in disbelief. Their Sasuke-sama was unimportant to anyone. Being on Ibiki's bad side was something they wanted to avoid. Thus, they would have to hold off on giving him what he desires until a significant event occurred. As they walked out together, Naruto extended his arm to Usagi. As they left the Hokage tower, many people were observing them. Hana glanced at her younger brother and asked, so who's the new girl? Kiba glances up at his future clan leader and older sister. As he watched the two blondes who matched leave the building, he told his sister, I don't know. She showed up today during team placement and is on Team 10 with Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ino as their Jonin-sensei as Asuma. Soon smirked and said, well, the pup did well with finding himself a strong female alpha. The feral woman simply smirks at Kiba and the others as they stare at her. As she started to leave the group, she remarked, that girl is strong. She looks as weak as a little rabbit, but she holds a great deal of power. You can feel rolling off of her. She also has a regal feel to her. As they stroll through the village, Shikamaru and Ino watch as Choji approaches them and their two teammates leave. He tells the two, I saw what you guys did earlier. It was awesome. Kiba and Hana are now staring at the big boy and the other two. Kiba was curious and asked, what did you guys do earlier? Ino yawned once more and said, we just took out 84 Chunins, Jonins, and Anbu that were on Ibiki's shit list. She still felt exhausted, but she was also hungry, so she took a chip off Choji's back, and he gave her a wide-eyed stare. Hana froze in the middle of the road in front of the Hokage tower, asking, wait. That was your team? What are you going on about, Hana? Kiba asked, standing in front of his sister and attempting to get him to respond by waving his arms. After all, the genin went to meet with their Jonin senseis. One team was passed right away and then they were sent to training around 98 to handle 84 people that had pissed off Ibiki. A shit list that he lets loose a very heavily caffeinated Naruto lose on. I heard that there was 3 others that had joined the Blonde Death, and if all the items that had used during this little training that was forced on those fools was real weapons, all 84 would have been killed in less than 10 minutes. That is without Naruto and the others playing with them, said Hana as she looked at them in disbelief. Ino's father was standing behind her when she said, wow, it only took us 10 minutes to take them all out. Inoichi looked down at his little princess who was standing in front of him and said, "Well dear, it did only take that long and I was there to watch it all happen. I am proud of you and also afraid to allow you to have any more caffeine." Ino grins. With a playful grin, she remarked, "Well Dad, I like that stuff and I heard that Uncle Shikaku and Choza are working on copying the stuff too." As Choza nodded his head, Shikaku said, "Troublesome. Yes, we are working on the formula and also Team 10 will be our test subjects for you all know how the stuff tastes like." Shikamaru sighed and said, "Yeah, that stuff has a drawbacks to it. So we can't overdo it for it can kill us." With a contemplative expression in his eyes, Choza said, "I know. I was told a person is only allowed 2 to 3 of those large cans a day or you will have a heart attack." This shocked Kiba, who said, "Wow, so those cans that Naruto and Usagi had in class wired you guys." When Ino smiled, she said, "Yeah, it was pretty good too. But I will only drink that stuff if I truly need it." Also Shikamaru was doing some crazy stuff with his chakra and family jutsu that I had never seen before. It gave us a huge boost in our chakra oddly. She says out of habit. As he considered it, Shikamaru said, "Yes. But also, we passed out and then we had to drink a lot of water once we woke up. For it gave us cotton mouth." As they walked back to their new home, Naruto and Usagi simply looked around and chatted while strolling through the village. Usagi was shocked to see people having a fit for the idiot and asked, "That was insane. Does stuff like this happen a lot because of Ducky?" "Yeah, sadly it does. There was this one kid that outdid the tem once in class and over break the kid never came back and when I later found out was his chakra was sealed off and all his jutsus was given to the tem. I asked Gigi about it and he told me he knew nothing about it, and I unsealed the guy's chakra and it was painful for him and he was taken into Anbu and trained by me and several others. He was pretty smart and strong," said Naruto as he recalled what Sasuke caused to Jin. As Usagi was assembling the pieces, she asked, "Wow. So that is why you played the fool and was the dead last. For he can't do nothing to you now." Naruto gave a head nod. "Yeah, a lot of did that. All the girls backed off allowing Sakura to take to the top of the class as she was making their lives hell with her mother and the guy didn't want to deal with the tem. I just played along and acted like I was his rival to keep him out of my hair and the civilians love the idea of their little pet always beating me up. Sadly all the times he beat me, it was a shadow clone he was fighting. One that I overloaded with chakra so it wouldn't explode into a cloud of smoke," he stated. Usagi simply chuckles at the notion. If the boy knew he would never face the real Naruto, it would make him angry. Outside the Hokage Tower, Sasuke trailed behind the others. He had overheard Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka being stronger than him, as well as what Kiba's elder sister was saying. As he slipped past the group chatting among themselves, he clenched his fist. "How am I stronger than that loser? The rookie of the year is me. Only strong people like me are granted that title, not the idiots who didn't even deserve to be shinobi in this stupid village. What's that old man with no use thinking?" Sasuke yelled at himself. Alone and furious over the new information he had learned about the 2 male losers of his class and the 2 females who might only be useful as breeding stock for his clan, he headed to the old Uchiha compound. Tokyo. Blood was streaming from Kirai's broken nose and lip as she lay on the ground. Mamoru glanced down at the girl with the raven hair. He cleaned his belt and put it back on, telling the girl, "This is your fault. This would have never happened if you would have done as I have told you." He approached the door. He unlocked it slowly and walked out of his apartment. He would have to figure out how to track down his errant future bride. Because without her, he would never be able to fulfill his dream of becoming king of Crystal Tokyo. Kirai put her hands on the ground slowly. She pushed off the hardwood floor, her body battered and bruised. Because the floor beneath her was covered in her blood, she scowled as she slowly stood up and walked to the bathroom to get clean, find something to wear, and check to see if there was any money there so she could leave this situation. With tears streaming down her bruised cheeks, she cried as she fixed her broken nose with a white washcloth after cleaning her face of the blood. She looked out the window and told herself, "I need to get out of here and see if there is anyone left of Mama's kingdom still alive in town." After leaving the restroom, she moves to the dresser where Mamoru keeps clothes since he had previously instructed Usagi to store them at his house. Usagi opened the drawer that contained whatever was inside. A black long-sleeved turtleneck, black skirt, and black leggings were all in the dresser. She pulled her hair back into a ponytail as soon as she realized what she had discovered. Beneath the clothes, she had discovered a bag containing makeup. She hurriedly put it on to cover up all the bruises after returning to the bathroom, where she also discovered cash in the makeup bag. She asked herself, why would she have money in here? And was shocked to discover that there was roughly $700 USD in American currency. The other question on the girl's minds was, why would Usagi have American money? She put it back in the bag without giving it any thought. Then she left the bathroom and went to the place where she knew Mamoru kept his money, taking everything he had with him. Her bruised lips curved into a smirk. Hirai put on the shoes Usagi had there that fit her and walked out, saying, "This should do, and the bastard will never see me again." To never again set foot in the apartment. Being Queen Beryl's daughter, she possessed a portion of her mother's power, which she will reveal to any of her remaining henchmen. Konoha. After a week, Team 10 was lying on the ground, panting, while Naruto sat in a tree, looking at their sensei and laughing at the others. He said to his sensei, Asuma sensei, "They need Anbu training." Asuma glances up at his pupil who was performing better than the other three. He asks, "Why would you suggest this, Naruto?" Naruto grinned. He threw the new black bingo book at his sensei and remarked, "Well, with my Anbu training those three will be as strong or stronger than ever Jonin in this village and will be living up to our new nicknames." Look on page 16. When his student on hold instructed him to look at a particular page, Asuma grabbed the book and opened it. All four of the teenagers' names, photos, and nicknames were listed on the page, along with information about how they earned them. As he glances up at Naruto again, his long-forgotten cigarette dropped out of his mouth. He exclaimed, "What the hell?" Naruto leapt down and looked down at his teammates, saying, "It appears the Anbu and the Jonins we made fools of took it upon themselves to put us in the bingo book before even Gigi could for the Chunin exam in the next 8 to 9 months. He said, "Come on guys, off the ground. You took a long enough break." The three slowly sat up, took out a bottle of water, and drank it before getting up and preparing for whatever the hell Naruto would throw at them. "In 4 months I want to grow your chakra reverse up to Jonin to the point you will be able to make 1 or 2 shadow clones. For they will take on all the missions that I have been having my clones do for us," said Naruto as he looked them all up and collapses. Ino demanded to know, "How in the hell are you going to grow our reverses?" She didn't want anything bad to happen to her as a result of this crazy training. "Easy. We will begin training at 5 AM until 5 PM. My shadow clones will be taking on all our missions as we need this training. As well, during this training you all be picking up a weapon as well. If you want your fathers to join us it will be fine for. I want you all to know more of your clan techniques before we take on our first C rank mission. In those 4 months we will take our first C rank. If we can take one sooner will be great. We will be training from Monday until Saturday with 1 day of rest. Sundays will be your only day off. Those days use it to rest and whatever you want to do," said Naruto as everyone looked at him with big eyes. Shikamaru said, "Troublesome." He was about to faint. As he smirked at each of them, Naruto said, "Just be happy I'm not going to train you until 10 PM with 1 hour dinner break with 1 hour lunch break as well." Asuma looked at his student with blonde hair and said, "Naruto." "Yeah, Asuma sensei," Naruto asks, glancing at his sensei. Concerned about his students facing off against his Anbu commander student, Asuma asked, "Do you think they will be able to handle this?" "Trust me, they will do fine. I have trained an academy student like this once before. One that Sasuke screwed over a few years ago. Also every person Sasuke has screwed over I have made into our best and strongest Anbu," laughed Naruto. "When I am done with them and you sensei, all 4 of you will be on par with my Anbu." He grinned. At this, Asuma went pale. His voice was worried as he asked, "I will be joining this training as well." Naruto smiled at the chain-smoking man in front of him and nodded his head. He held up a scroll and said, "Yeah, also you are going to have to cut down big time or quick smoke because you will be hacking up a lung after today." He threw the scroll to his sensei and said, "This is from Gigi for I had a meeting with him this morning." Asuma grabbed the scroll and examined it. "Asuma, I want Naruto to whip everyone on your team as well as yourself into shape. For once it comes out that Naruto is the son of the late 4th Hokage. Shit will be hitting the fan and IWA would be trying to go to war with us. But also Naruto's very own spy network is picking up on a group of S-rank group hunting tail beast holders as well. There is a new shinobi village that has sprung up in the land of tea and rumors have it that my old student is hidden within that village. So I need you and your team ready for anything. If I see your team progressing nicely, I might have the other teams join you as well for this training. The third Hokage. Asuma raised her gaze to Naruto. He questioned, is it true? Naruto said, his face solemn as he glanced at his sensei and teammates, yeah. That is why I was meeting with Gigi. For Jiraiya's network has been feeding him false information and I am worried that someone has infiltrated his spy network. Usagi glances up at Naruto. She asked him, don't you think we should get the others to join us now? Naruto turns to face her. It would be a good idea. But I have a feeling Sasuke and Sakura would be more trouble than what it would be worth. Also the Tem and Banshee would be more demanding and not training like they should be. He stated to Usagi. Usagi gave this a nod of her head. What about their other teammate? The one you introduced to me the first day I was here. He responded. Yeah, I could send a shadow clone to find Shino to join us in Team 8. I don't know if we could get Team 9 for. They are always out of the village on C-rank missions and Neji still has that stick up his ass that Guy Sensei hasn't beaten out of him yet. As well Tenten has been taking Kenjutsu training for me whenever she has a free moment from missions, team training, missions, and working her father's shop. Said Naruto with a smile on his face. As Ino blanched at losing her sense of style, he said, I do need to go to her father's shop. We should all go, for I need all three of you in better gear. Anbu armor would do better. The other simply nodded at Naruto as he said, don't worry Ino, they have tons of different styles you would like and keep your own person fashion scene. Asuma was taken aback by his students' complete control over both himself and his team and how he was disciplining them all. Naruto created 2 shadow clones and sent them out to find Team 8, Shino, and possibly Kakashi if he had the courage to join them. Naruto had shown the former Anbu captain that he had been neglecting his training for the past few years by pulling pranks on him once or twice a day that would have killed the copycat Jonin if they had been real weapons. Oddly enough, Guy had fared slightly better. However, the green beast also fell a few times because he was too preoccupied with shouting his students' names or acting foolishly in the village to demonstrate his superiority over Kakashi. Naruto had demonstrated to both men that he was the best of the three. All of his teammates were staring at Naruto as he stood in front of them. They had enjoyed a pleasant stroll through the village, observing and learning about the way the locals treated their second-in-command and teammate with the blonde hair, even though Asuma hadn't said it out loud. First in command was Naruto, followed by Shikamaru. The boy was regarded by many as a freaking super genius who was unmatched. Apart from Naruto, that is. However, he prefers to act foolish in many situations. Because it made living in the village easier for him. So this is where we are going to be outfitted? Ino asks, glancing from their sensei Asuma to Naruto. Naruto looked at Asuma, who simply nodded his head and looked up to see his father standing inside the shinobi shop. Yes, Gigi will be picking up the tab this time around. Think of it as he is making up for past mistakes. Also Cage Fang is one of the best places in this whole village to shop for gear. For they are ran by shinobis for shinobis and none of their items are cheaply made. He stated as he approached the Hokage. Naruto, representing Team 8, said, Gigi-chan. I do hope you have your checkbook with you. For you know Ino loves to shop as well as Team 8 will be joining us as well as Shino. For I don't have time to deal with Sasuke's ego nor the Banshee bitching about how I should hand over all my secrets to the Tem. Shino and Kakashi, representing Team 9, approached them from behind. Mostly Lee and Neji, since Guy was discussing something with Kakashi. Sarutobi smiled as he looked at a pouting Naruto and said, I see. Yes, I have brought my checkbook with me. I will outfit everyone with everything they need. But you will be making them all their stage scrolls. So I will buy you the supplies you will be for that. Naruto turned to face everyone and complained, great. Just add on to my already jam-packed workload. Alright people, listen up and listen well. You will be following my orders to the letter. That means you Guy and Lee. The bodycon suits got to go. I don't care if they make you feel sexy or whatever. They are not what is suitable for a shinobi of this village and of our caliber, instructed Naruto. Guy and Lee nodded to the young Anbu commander in front of them while standing erect. At this, Neji simply scuffed. With an authoritative tone, Naruto asked, is there a problem Gen and Neji? A voice that makes sensei tense. When Kurenai turned to Asuma for clarification, the smoking Jonin simply shook his head and turned back to face the boy. Neji, who was not going to put up with this, crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes. Yes, I have a problem with his farce. You are a freshly minted genin that has trained in the past with my teammates and sensei. But you believe you have the ranking and power to order us all around as you yourself are nothing more than a street rat and lowly ranking rookie genin. Asuma stepped back from the stupid genin, followed by Guy and then Kakashi, despite the fact that Neji is older than Naruto. Everyone in the room was outranked by Naruto. Before addressing the entitled snot in front of him, the third Hokage moved forward. However, Naruto raised his hand. Well, Genin Neji, you are a year ahead of the genin standing here besides your two teammates. As for Tenten is inside of shop and isn't here to see you act like a large 3-year-old. But what you do not know is, I have more field knowledge than all of you here, for it was my team that had handled Ibiki's shit list not that long ago. But you are believing you are still more entitled than be it. If you do not wish to take part in this training that is going to begin in the morning, then feel free to leave now and talk to your sensei to plan for your team training. For your team will be training along with my team and Team 8. Along with Shino, said Naruto. As Naruto turned around and entered the shinobi shop, Neji simply turned his head without saying anything. The others just gave Neji a glare. Kakashi looked at Guy and said, I should team him up with my two other annoying students. Guy let out an embrace sigh about his student's behavior and shook his head at his friend's antics. The others simply follow Naruto into the store and observe Tenten at the counter, appearing utterly bored. When Tenten finally recognized the person and all of the people entering the store with him, she said, Hello, welcome to Cage Fang. How may I help you? With some perplexity, she said, Lord Hokage. Naruto-kun. Waving at her, Naruto said, Hey Ten-chan. With a grandfatherly smile, the third Hokage said, Good afternoon Ten-chan. Since she and her father are the only people in the village willing to sell to Naruto, Ten-ten asked, Is there anything I could do for the two of you today? Her father is aware that he is the late fourth's son, just as Ten-ten is aware of his mother, since Kushina served as her godmother prior to her death. Naruto winked at the girl with bun hair, who blushed in response. Well Ten-chan, we need to get outfitted. I want everyone set up with Anbu armor and gear. But for the girls, allow them to choose colors they might like. For I know your dad does custom dye jobs from time to time. Ten-ten said, Sure. Anything else? Naruto turned and winked at Usagi, who merely rolled her eyes at his antics. Yeah, make sure you are also outfitted, and all of this is going on Gigi's tab. A man emerges from the rear of the store to see the Hokage, Naruto, and a few genin and their jonins. With a smirk on his face, the man looked directly at Naruto and asked, So what trouble have you gotten yourself into now? Naruto pretended to be hurt by the older man's remarks and said, You hurt me, Jet Li. Thinking I am in trouble. Jet Li simply rolled his eyes. He remarked cynically, I'm the Fire Lord. Naruto bowed to the man in a dramatic gesture and said, Well, your highness. I am whipping them into Anbu shape. For you know shit's going to hit that fan here soon and we need to be ready for war when IWA finds out. As his gaze moves to his daughter, who is with all the girls examining clothes while discussing various styles and looks, Jet Li said, Funny brat. Well, that is a good idea and I hope they listen well to you. Naruto nodded to Neji while he was with the senseis fighting with Guy and Lee over bodycon suits. My team has done well so far, and as for Ten-ten and Lee, they have done well with training with me. It's just stick in the mud over there that will be a little trouble. Jet Li simply nodded in response to Naruto's commands. And I want them all to pick up a weapon. Even the Hyugas, I don't give a damn what Hiashi has to say about any of it. As he examined each genin's build to determine what they could withstand, Jet Li remarked, I will see what weapons will suit them well. Tokyo. Luna just sobs as she lies down on Usagi's bed. She was shocked that the girl had fled. She couldn't blame her in the least, though, because they had been mistreating her. Mamoru is perched atop Tokyo Tower, with a commanding view of the city below, laughing and making jokes while observing the schools lean against the railing. Where might she have disappeared to? The Rune Moon Kingdom is uninhabitable, and she couldn't escape to Crystal Tokyo because Pluto would have told me something, Mamoru thought, lost in his own thoughts, as he reached out and grabbed the girl's arm and saw Usagi sprint past him. When he pulls her back to him to say something, he realizes it's another blonde girl, not Usagi. He releases her and turns to leave. He whispers, Useless. The girl behind him is terrified and perplexed. Senseis and Naruto are seated in front of the Hokage. So tell me how the month-long training has been going, he asked, focusing mostly on Naruto, who had been providing him with daily updates on everything, including where the senseis needed to be working and how to improve some of their training techniques. Everything has gone smoothly. Well, mostly everything. The Uchiha and Banshee have found out about our training sections and have demanded and thrown tantrums to be allowed to join in. But I have given them each a workout regimen that they must be able to do in less than 1 hour. It is one that I have to Anbu, but I do tailor it to their elemental afflictions and as well their chakra reserves. As well, all know Sakura has the smallest of all chakra reserves and needs to grow them to be able to do any decent jutsu out in the field as well as to be able to fight and protect herself out on any missions. I have also tailored a taijutsu style to work with her own body. But I have not seen that much progress from her. She is still running out of stamina while just doing a basic 20-mile run, said Naruto as he reviewed his notes. The pink Banshee. The Hokage gives Naruto permission to carry on with his notes regarding Sasuke by nodding his head. Sasuke has improved, but he is still having issues with working with his teammates. His stamina has improved greatly, but still is not enough for prolonged fights, nor is it anywhere good enough for piled-on missions. He fizzles out too quickly as he puts too much chakra or stamina into 1 or 2 moves and then leaves himself open for attack. But what he needs more work on is his mental statues. He is having night terror about what happened that night Itachi killed his entire clan off. How do I know this? Well, I have planned several clones into his home to watch over him as well as several surveillance cameras and seals without his knowledge. I did this to learn more about his mindset, and it is very grim. He is a flight risk if we do not do nothing now. Ask well, I have went to one of his therapy sections and it was all for nothing. He just check in and was give jutsu scrolls and sent off on his way. The civilians have been forging his psychological reviews for years now, and that is very troubling on its own. So I would not allow Sasuke Uchiha nor Sakura Haruno to take part in mission higher than D rank. This I know is unfair to their other teammate who's just a quiet person and does all he is able to keep the peace within his team and move up in ranking, said Naruto as he places the files down onto the Hokage's desk. This left the senseis feeling unsettled at what they had learned about 2 members of Team 7 and the other member must suffer for their foolish behavior. Thank you for your honest reports on the 2 members of Team 7. This gives me much to think about as well as knowing that I need to keep plenty of D ranks stocked for them as well, said the 3rd Hokage. Naruto nods in agreement, turning to face Kakashi, who simply shrugs his shoulders. Kakashi buried his nose in his small orange book and said, I really don't care. I haven't really done much with them besides teamwork exercises. The book is taken from Kakashi's hands by chains that materialize behind Naruto's back. With a deadly sweet voice, he told the man, you will stop that and focus on training each of them. He also promised that the little book in his chains would suffer a terrible death right in front of his eyes. With all of the color gone from the only part of his face that was visible, Kakashi said, I understand, senpai. The 2 other Jonins in the room looks at each other and back at the Hokage and to the blonde that sat before them all. Naruto simply grinned at each of them. With a naive smile, Naruto said, don't blame me. If the old man here hadn't wanted me to get to know people my own age, I would have taken over for Commander Dragon. Ground 10 training. While they awaited their sensei and the team leader, Ino, Shikamaru, and Usagi ran laps around the training area. Their second-in-command decided to finish their workout while they waited. With a sly smile, Ino said, Shika, I am shocked you are very motivated. As they completed their last lap around the training ground, Shikamaru sighed and said, troublesome woman. We have to be ready for anything. As we have learned in the past month, we have been teammates with Naruto that he is former Anbu and was being groomed to take over for Commander Dragon who can step in for the Hokage if my father is unable to as Jonin commander. As they all collapsed beneath the shade of a tree, where Asuma and Naruto emerged in a whirl of leaves and flames, Usagi said, yeah. You have a point. Hey guys, said Naruto as he looks at his friends and teammates. Shikamaru and the others were lying there panting when he said, hey, with a tried wave. As he takes a drag from his cigarette, Asuma says, it seems you 3 have been busy. With a forced smile, Ino said, well yeah. We figure we get our daily warm-ups out of the way by the time you 2 got here. Usagi inquired, so how did that meeting go by the way? After Naruto informed her that he would be attending a meeting with the Hokage and the Jonin senseis this morning. Asuma sighs, and Naruto grins. Naruto grinned broadly as he said, it was a total shitstorm. So it was basically about Sasuke and Sakura pissing and moaning about not being training like the others? Asked Usagi. Asuma said, basically. He said, as well Naruto has ordered Kakashi to get off his ass and train his team properly or they will never move up in ranking and this isn't fair to Shino. His students nodded, understanding that it is unfair for the poor bug users to be on a team with two Karens. Everyone started laughing because Usagi had explained to them what a Karen was, and they couldn't help but giggle whenever they saw those two in the village. Sasuke has lost the respect of even Ino. Knowing that Naruto has been pressuring them to prepare for their first C rank to B rank mission, Usagi asked, so what are we going to be doing today? Asuma smirked and said, we will be taking on a mission out of the village. Naruto asks, startled that he was unaware that their sensei had taken on a mission behind his back as they were leaving the Hokage Tower, so what are the mission details? Asuma smirks, pulls the cigarette from his lips, exhales a puff of smoke, and examines them all. He instructs them to throw the mission scroll to Naruto and Shikamaru, who are now standing next to the blonde, so they can examine it and determine what they need to pack for this month-long mission. It's just a simple C-rank protection detail to the land of Wave. Asuma had been early, but she had to go find their client because he was either missing or may have overslept, so Naruto and Usagi leaned against the gates to wait for their other two teammates and sensei. Asuma's right eye twitched when he discovered his client unconscious and extremely inebriated outside the civilian bar. You must be joking with me. I should have known this man was a drunk when I met with him yesterday. I simply dismissed it, though. He shook his head and thought to himself, just thinking he had a few drinks once he arrived in town. As Kakashi passed him, his nose buried in his small orange book, he sighed. Having trouble with your client? Kakashi asked, setting down his book to stare at the inebriated old man who was unconscious and sitting against the wall. Asuma scowled as she turned to face Kakashi. Yeah, you can say that, he said, taking another drag of his cigarette. With a hint of hope, he asked, do you think you can use a low-level water jutsu to wake him up for me? Now Kakashi sighed, as he went through a few hand signals and spat a stream of low-power water at the unconscious drunk in front of them. He said, yeah. I guess I could. There was coughing. The old drunk looked up at the two men in front of him and asked, what the hell? Why in hell am I water? Kakashi just smiled at the old man. Well, you have to leave now to return to your own land and Asuma here and his genin are waiting for you. He said with that same creepy smile. Good morning, Mr. Tazuna-san. Asuma exhaled another puff of smoke. The two jonin in front of him simply get a glare from the now named Tazuna. You could have just shook me awake. There was no need in getting me wet. He grumbled at that two men. Sighing once more, Asuma now glares at the man on the ground before him. As he had had enough of his mission and was ready to present it to Kakashi, he growled out, I do. He told the elderly man, it is time to leave before my team comes looking for us, but was aware that Naruto would raise hell. Since this is the first C-rank mission to visit the village in 3 months, he had to seize the opportunity as soon as it arrived yesterday after speaking with his father. As Ino and Shikamaru stroll down the street, they spot their sensei, an elderly inebriated man, and Kakashi simply standing there chatting. Sensei, Ino said, giving them a perplexed look. The blonde wearing a dark purple Anbu outfit and the sluggish teenager wearing a dark hunter green and black Anbu outfit catch both sensei's attention. Kakashi simply chuckles and nods to the two teenagers, who nod their heads back at the man with the silver hair. Hey, you two, head to the gate and the client and I will be meeting you four in a few minutes. Asuma said. Shikamaru yawned and said, all right, sensei. He tells the blonde beside him, come on Ino. You know Naruto and Usagi are waiting for us and we don't want to be late. The elderly man is staring at them as they walk away, and Ino nods her head. Naruto sighed. What is taking them so long? He asked, looking back into the village as he spots his two teammates. As Ino and Shikamaru appeared before them, Usagi remarked, I don't know. But Asuma-sensei did say he had to find out client, so that might what is keeping him. Ino told her two teammates, yeah, we just ran into Asuma-sensei. He and Kakashi-sensei are standing before a drunk old man. Naruto gives a head nod. Usagi simply hums along to this. Asuma and Tazuna are coming around the corner. Your team better protect me on my way home and while I finish my bridge. He tells the smoking man next to him. Asuma grinned and said, you do not need to worry about my team. They are the best we have. He was thinking of Commander Kitsune's genin team, which is as strong as the best Anbu team. He simply laughs because he and the other 3 members of his team are being trained by the same man. They stop in front of the 4 teenagers. Chizuna simply blinks as she observes the lone boy with raven hair and the three blondes. He asked, unsure if he felt safe anymore, "You're telling me that children are going to be protecting me?" With a smug grin, Naruto tilts his head to the right and looks up at the elderly man. "You have nothing to worry about, old man. We have the best track record out of all the genin, and at this moment we are as strong as the best Anbu team out there." Chizuna squints at the blonde's assertions. As he started to leave the village, he complained, "You best be brat." Naruto had already signed out the client and the entire team. Outside of Konoha, a forest. In the shadows, two men wait for their victim to approach. One of the men wearing gas masks said, "Soon we will be heading back to the land of Wave with our mission carried out." "That we will, brother," said the other man as he grins, placing his gas mask back on as he had taken a drink of his water. Client and Team 10. As the four teenagers form a line around the elderly man and their sensei, Asuma walks directly beside Chizuna. Shikamaru sighs and raises his gaze to the heavens. This is going to smoothly, he tells the others as they nod their heads in agreement with his statement. Naruto yawned and stretched his arms while turning back to face the client. "Something about this mission just feels off," Ino said. "Well, only time will tell." Usagi simply nodded in agreement with her teammates and friends. Naruto paused and turned to face Chizuna, who was perspiring a little at the boy. "So, old man, tell us about the land of Wave. I don't think I have ever had a mission out that way." Chizuna, who appeared to be preoccupied with his own thoughts, said, "Well, there isn't much to say about my island home. Besides, we are a port island for exports and imports as well as fishing. I just want to build a bridge to open up more trade routes for our land." With a nod, Naruto turned to face Shikamaru. He questioned the other male team member, "Is that what you found out about the island in the research I had you do last night?" "Yeah, also found out that Gato of Gato Shipping has set up base there for his shipping company as he was ran out of Kiri. Because of the civil war going on and some shady dealing he had going on in the background," said Shikamaru. Naruto paused again and turned to face Shikamaru. He was now regretting not asking before they left the village, so he asked, "What shady business?" As Ino and Usagi gathered around to hear what Shika had discovered, Shikamaru pulled a notepad out of his pocket and approached Naruto. Asuma raised an eyebrow at him, glanced at the client, who appeared quite anxious at the moment, and approached his students to inquire about what Shika had discovered about this man, Gato. "Well, what I was able to find out from your network is that Gato has dealings in the black market with human trafficking, drug trafficking and illegal weapons. He has been behind several high-profile assassins on lords of several lands as well as businessmen," Shikamaru said as he glanced up from his notes. "Chizuna is viewed by everyone as though he has grown two heads." Asuma asked, "What are you hiding from us?" While Naruto examined Shikamaru's notes, Chizuna drops to his knees. With ugly sobs and tears streaming down his cheeks, he said, "My village is poor. Gato is bleeding us dry and is kidnapping all our women and children. He has killed any men he stands up against him. This mission has gone up. It is no longer AC rank. By what notes Shika has here, this mission is now A rank, maybe S rank. For there are reports that Gato was seeking Zabuza and the demon brothers to work for him," said Naruto with a sigh of frustration. With a knot in his stomach from fear, Chizuna asks, "So are you going to abandon me?" Team 10 looks at each other and nod their heads. Usagi, unable to leave this man in his hour of need, said, "No, we are not going to abandon you." Chizuna starts to bow to the girl in front of him. As he looked up at Team 10, he exclaimed, "Thank you." Asuma sighs deeply and releases a stream of smoke while turning to face his pupils. He asks the team's lone blonde male, "So, Naruto, are you taking command of the mission?" Chizuna now gives Asuma a perplexed look. He questioned the smoking Jonin, "Are you not the sensei of this team?" Asuma chuckled, "I am their sensei, but Naruto here outranks me, even though he is playing genin at time being because the Hokage wishes for him to have friends his own age." He laughed. Naruto sighs in irritation. Running his right hand through his hair, he said, "No, you can lead the mission. I will only intervene if we encounter Zabuza, otherwise." Tokyo. As the girls implore the older sailor to find their missing princess, Sailor Pluto stands in Rei's bedroom. Sailor Pluto looked at the four girls and two talking cats and said, "I am sorry, but with Usagi using the late queen's secret passage, I am unable to track her. Unless she wishes me to. As of now, she doesn't wish to be found." Luna sighed again and said, Thank you for trying Pluto. Luna started crying again and said, "Oh Usagi. Why didn't you come to us?" Rei averted her gaze. She didn't come to us. For we were horrible friends to her. I can't blame her for not coming to us. Hell, I wouldn't have come to us either. I was treated the way we treated her. She was looking away. The other girls simply gave this a nod. Shikamaru ignored their sensei and client in favor of staring at Naruto. He pulled out a bingo book and turned a few pages to the page he needed, saying, "We should have a plan. For if they did hire Zabuza, then we already know the demon brothers will be with him." As she reflected on what Anko had told her about the demon brothers, Ino remarked, "What I remember of the files I saw from Anko on the demon brothers, they are tag team fighters. But not the fair kind. One leads and the other follows up with another attack or the same attack depending on how well it worked on whoever they are fighting. Yeah, it states it here in their bingo profile that they have added a new weapon from the last time they ran into Anbu from IWA. They have poison gauntlets now with razor-sharp claws and a chain that attacks the two weapons to the two brothers," said Shikamaru as he looked up from the booklet. Naruto squeezes his nose bridge. He wished he was still playing. The two brothers were encountered by another team, and one of them died from a novel poison that no one had ever seen before. However, figuring it out wasn't too difficult. This is going to be tricky. For I only have one vial with the antidote for the poison that is lacing their gauntlets," he stated to the others. To this, they all gave a nod. "Well, if it comes down to it, we must save it for the client," Usagi replied. She turned to face her teammates and friends and said, "As well, I have healing abilities and I should be able to cure whatever the poison might be." They gave this a nod of their heads. However, the demon brothers watched from the shadows as the Genin team prepared to fight them. As he studied the bingo book that had removed the Konoha Anbu that had killed, the youngest of the two brothers paled. "This isn't good, bro. Those 4 brats are in the bingo book. The bounty is higher than Zabuza-sama and they have notes at the bottom as to run if one comes face to face with them," he stated to his older brother. The oldest of the two gives his brother a look. As they disappear into a whirlpool of water, he tells the other, "We must return to the land of Wave and inform Zabuza-sama of this new development. As it stands, the blonde-hair blonde is ranked as Anbu in all abilities." As she opens her eyes and surveys the trees in front of them, Ino remarks, "It looks like they are running." Naruto sighed again and said, "Yeah, I believe they found us in the bingo book." He looks at Asuma and says, "From here on out we will be working as an Anbu team." He tells the older man, "It does appear I will be taking over this mission after all." They reorganize around the client and sensei after Asuma simply nods his head. As the 3 other members of Team 10 put on their revered masks for their roles as the 4 horsemen, Naruto put on his Grim Reaper mask. Tokyo. In search of a place to stay and possibly a place to hide from her father, Kirai wandered the streets of the city. "Perhaps I went too far with Usagi. Perhaps I ought to have treated her with more kindness." As she encountered a man in her 20s with snow-white hair and jade-green eyes, she reflected, "She was the one protecting me after all." Kirai muttered, considering simply moving on, "I'm sorry about that." The name said, "It is my fault for being in your way, princess." Kirai came to a complete stop and turned to face the man she had run into. This was Zoit's son. She uttered a barely audible whisper, "But how? Father told me everyone of my mother's court was long gone and dead." Zo gave her a smile. "Well, my father is dead. But I was hidden away by order of the queen, for when her daughter came to age, I was to go and find her." He grinned. But when he noticed the bruise beneath her makeup, he scowled. Taking her chin in his right hand and turning her head to the right for a better view, he asks, "My princess, who hurt you?" She averts her gaze from him. "My own father. For he blames me for the Moon Princess for running away on him and leaving this world," she stated to him. Once again, he frowns. Zo took her hand and led her away, saying, "Then it was wise of me to come here to find you. We shall return to America, where the other children of the 4 kings await you, my dear princess." As her bastard father emerged around the corner searching for his new punching bag, Kirai said, "Let's go." They then disappeared into the crowd. The land of waves by boat. The boatmen were uncomfortable with the power emanating from the 4 masked individuals who accompanied Tazuna. The man took a sip from his sake bottle and said, "I hope you have placed your faith in the right people, Tazuna." Tazuna turns to face the man and says to his longtime drinking companion, "I think I have, for one of the little brats outranks his sensei." The man merely gives a nod. "I'll give you brats the last of my faith." As he resumed rowing to the island where they needed to be, he thought to himself, free our home from that little bastard's grasp. In the middle of the forest that surrounds the land of waves, Zabuza was sitting in their treehouse hideout, gazing at the bingo book that their master had received from the demon brothers. The two brothers said together, "Sir, I don't know about this. There is something very off with those brats." Zabuza makes fun of them. He asks the two brothers in front of him, "You're telling me that 4 little kid have frightened you?" From the tree house's shadow, a voice said, "I wouldn't be laughing, Zabuza. As you were quite easy to find." A young man with blonde hair emerges from the shadows, his face concealed by Reaper's mask. His eyes glowed scarlet. As one young maiden emerged from the shadows with a kunai to her neck and needles formed from the shadows surrounding her, he said to the one holding the ice kunai to his neck, "I wouldn't try anything if I were you." She took a step back as the ice kunai gradually melted from her grasp. Zabuza narrowed his coal-colored eyes at the two brats who had passed him and Haku and growled, "What do you want?" Naruto threw a big duffel bag at him and said, "Well, for starters, you will abandon this mission. For it is a fool's mission. For all that awaits you at the end is death." He turned to face the shadow walker standing beside him and said, "Inside there is the money that Gato has promised to pay you for bringing him the head of the old drunk." Haku swiftly reached down to the bag and opened it to determine whether the money was genuine or merely a genjutsu after Zabuza nodded his head in his direction. Fearfully, the demon brothers clung to one another. Together, they questioned, "What? How are you here?" Death's crimson eyes glowed as he turned to face them. His voice distorted, frightening them even more. "Do you two frightened demons believe you can escape the grasps of death so easily?" he asks. They moved quickly away from him, now mostly hiding behind Zabuza. The big man merely gives them a sidelong glance. Gazing at the shadow walker beside Death, Zabuza asked, "I am honored that Death has graced me. By the looks of it, War is by his side." War glanced at Zabuza with his golden eyes. He looked at Haku, who turned to face Zabuza, and said, "War and chaos is my calling. Pick a battle with me and you will not walk away alive. As death shall claim your soul." Zabuza stood up, his eyes meeting Death's glowing crimson eyes, and said, "We'll leave this place. We have what we need to fully pay for the rebel army's needs." Death said, "Then we shall allow your group safe passage back to Kiri." Two females' giggles could be heard coming from the treehouse's shadow. Zabuza and Haku's eyes widened because they were unaware of the other two riders' presence. As white glowing eyes emerged from the shadows to gaze at the man, Strife said, "Don't worry about us. We shall not attack as how Death has promised." According to Fury, who appeared in the shadows across from Strife, "Unlike others, we do not go back on our word. We keep our word in this cutthroat world of ours." Zabuza turned to face the demon brothers, who nodded, and Haku, who bowed her head to him. "Very well then, we shall be gone within the week's time." As Strife, Fury, War, and Death again disappeared into the shadows they had emerged from, Death said, "Take all the time you need, Demon of the Mist. For Gato shall fall by the rise of the crimson moon." Zabuza took a seat again in his enormous chair and turned to face Haku. Looking out the window she stood next to, she told him, "There is more money there than what Gato had promised us for this job. More than enough to win the civil war back home." The home of Tazuna. As he sat in the silent dining room, waiting for his students to return from their mission, Asuma jumped out of his skin as the shadows swirled to life just within the dark living room. With a light-hearted tone, Naruto asks, "Did we frighten you, sensei?" Asuma sighed and said, "I really hate you for that trick is getting on my nerves." Shikamaru smiles. "Well, I am the first in a very long time in my entire family that is able to shadow walk and is well able to shadow walk with a large group of people," he stated to the man who came before him. Asuma rolled his eyes at the teenage boy in front of him and said, yeah. "I'm oh so proud of you, Shikamaru." Naruto hardens his eyes. He looked around and said, "How are things here?" "It has been pretty peaceful. His daughter had suffered some injuries but will not speak of it to anyone. So maybe Ino and Usagi could find out what happened in the morning?" asked Asuma as he gazed upon the two girls. Usagi looked at Ino, who nodded, and said, "We can do that." Shikamaru noticed children's shoes by the door and asked, "I take it there is a child living here as well?" "Yes, his daughter has a son about the age of 9. But he doesn't think we will be able to save anyone and will all die," Asuma said, wiping his face with his left hand after spending the evening tending to the young child's outburst. Each of the four nods in agreement. As a woman emerged from the stairs, Naruto asked, "Also, where are we staying for the night?" As everyone turned to face her, she said, well, the boys can stay in one room and the girls in another. That I have set up for you upstairs. Naruto gives her a bow. Thank you for allowing us to be staying with you and going out of your way to setting up rooms for us. He replied. When they saw that she had bandages on both her left leg and right arm, she waved them away. As she turned to ascend the stairs, she said, allow me to show you to your rooms. Because they didn't want to be impolite, the 4 teenagers followed her. They reasoned that once they saw their rooms, they could get together in one of them to talk to their sensei more and share their recent activities. Asuma approached them from behind and entered the room that had been prepared for him and the boys. He moved to the corner and took a seat. I'm curious about their side mission. Their appearance went well because they don't appear hurt or like they've fought anyone. That is therefore advantageous. He sighed and thought, but with Naruto, you never know because he can spam shadow clones like it's no one's business. Naruto sat beneath the window and opened a sandwich and a bottle of water. As they turned to face their sensei, Shikamaru took the wall opposite him and did the same, opening a drink and an appetizer. As the girls entered the room carrying their food and beverages, Naruto took a bite out of his sandwich and said, once the girls are here, we will give you our mission briefing and I will be sending off a scroll to Gigi to let him know how far we have gotten so far. Tsunami observed the girls carrying food and water bottles into the boys' room while they engaged in conversation. They are already seasoned killers, and they are so young. When we went upstairs, my father told me this. This mission has been taken over by the blonde boy, who holds a higher rank than their sensei. She sighed as she closed her bedroom door, went to her bed, and sat down to gaze out the broken bedroom window. But just looking at them, they all have so much life they still need to live, she thought. One tear trickled down her cheek. She clenched her fist around her sheet and whispered, never again. With a slightly irritated expression, Naruto said, we bought off Zabuza. But that took all my fun money from all the damn SS rank mission I took. So Gato will be paying me back and in tomorrow night is the blood moon. That night we will be riding in and taking the little troll's head. Ino laughed at him and said, we did tell you not to give him that much. Naruto glared at her and pouted. Yeah, but if I didn't, he wouldn't have taken our payoff. For you heard what that money is for, he said to her. Shikamaru turned to face his team leader and said, he is using that money to pay for the rebel army in Kiri. He looked up from his notes and said, so he is going to be leaving here by dawn and stealing a boat to get there quickly as the rebel army is getting pushed back. Usagi looked at Shika, who was just rolling his eyes, and said, wow. You have been going over all the notes from Naruto's spy network. Shika looked down at his notes while working on something that had been bothering him for a while. Well, our team needs to know what is happening everywhere all the time. Also, he doesn't always have time to deal with his own network. So when I don't have anything to do or if I can send a clone, I do. With the others nodding their heads, Shika stated, we need to look into what is happening in the land of tea. Because if that snake is hiding there in that new village, that could be trouble for us. As the room grew colder, Naruto said, that is why we are taking out Gato. For he is one of his suppliers for slaves and drugs. His cold baby blues intensified. With Gato out of the picture, that will only leave him with 3 other slavers. For the 3 Anbu groups I have out there working taking out slavers. We are taking them out faster than what they can regroup and reopen as we blow up the base as well. So they can use it anymore. Even though we have found some trying in the past. Naruto was even opening his own small book. Asuma looked at Naruto and said, I heard that it was Team Demon, Yami, Shadow, that are heading up those raids. They are. But they are due to return to the village to rest and a new team to take over under a new names. For once the names are known, that means the teams are in danger, said Naruto, turning to his sensei. Asuma gave a nod. He told his pupil, that isn't good. No, also it doesn't help we have about 4 or 5 spies in the village working for the snake. As well, I had to crack down on the bitch that ran the orphanage as she was selling kids to the bastard. So now we have new people heading it and Anbu watching over the kids now, said Naruto with a tentative sigh. At this, everyone's eyes enlarged. With horror in her voice, Ino asked, does the Hokage know of this? Looking out the window at the light orange moon, Naruto said, yeah. But there was nothing no one could do, for we needed to catch the bitch, and when we did, Ibiki gave her soul to the devil. They were at a loss for words and simply nodded their heads. But with Gato gone, we will cut one of the largest drug and slave traffickers we have. But we might have to deal with his bastard son later on. Maybe Gato was grooming the little shit to take over when the time came. But when the little bitch hears about his father's death, there will be nothing he can do. For he will not have that much power, for I will be taking control of Gato's shipping and other companies he has and used to cover his dirty dealings and cleaning house. Said Naruto as his eyes turned crimson and was done with the bastard. Since they understood what their team leader was talking about and wanted to do what they could to improve their broken world, they all simply nodded their heads in agreement. Tokyo. In front of Sailor Uranus and Neptune stood Sailor Pluto. She said to the two sailors in front of her, "I am shocked you two have awakened with the princess not here." Uranus folded her arms across her chest. The Guardian of Time said, "I don't know what happened, but we woke up when the Dark Moon family was attacking." Pluto gave a head nod. More than the other two, she told herself, "I guess something new. Our princess was going to be leaving our world and our strongest would be needed to protect our world." Sailor Neptune said, "That it might be. But we will not work with the little brats of the inners that helped make our princess run away. She didn't want to interact with them after seeing them. As you wish, as we never worked with them in the past. We are strongest of them all. Well, besides our princess," Pluto replied. A fairy-like woman appears before the three women. They quickly go pale and drop to one knee. Together, they say, "Queen Serenity." Like the queen of the former Moon Kingdom, the fairy said, "My outer guardians. It is a blessing to see your lovely smiles once more." Sailor Pluto asks, "My queen, what brings you here?" Queen Serenity held a baby girl with purple eyes in her arms and said, "I have come to tell you. My daughter is safe in her new world and is well to bring you Sailor Saturn." As their eyes widened in horror and shock, she said, "Please take care of her. Her powers need to waken once more, as I have saved her from having Mistress 9 taking over her body. But Saturn has forced her back into her infant state to regain her energy once more." Mistress 9 was an agent of an enemy they had previously faced. Sailor Neptune questioned, "Will we ever know where the princess has vanished to?" As she pondered the reasons behind the princess's abrupt departure. The queen scowled as she looked down and back at the three women in front of her, but she did say, "Yes, in time. In time those who she wishes will come to her." She smiled at them, tears trickling down her cheeks, and said, "But I fear that her trust in her court has fallen from her favor and will never have her favor ever again. With that you four will be the one to be her new protectors when the time comes." Sailor Neptune remarked, "We understand." She had noticed that the inner scouts were gradually losing their abilities and that the Moon family had given them all to guard the royal family. The fairy Moon Queen then vanished. The moon was slowly rising in the sky above the village that had long since lost its will as night fell. The moon was covered in the blood of those who had been killed in Gato's name as it rose. Because it was now crimson instead of pearl white. Counting the blood money in his safe, Gato sat in his office. He peered out his office window behind the couch where his two bodyguard goons were sitting and talking about unimportant things. A shiver went down his little back. He looked away from the moon, which made him uneasy. "Death is wandering the forest tonight," he thought to himself. Four figures move in the shadows. They move without saying a word because the silence has really become them. As though they are the ghosts of the restless souls who perished due to one man's avarice. To a man who longs for greater wealth and power. That desire for anything that his small hands can seize from other people. He destroys people in a manner to achieve his goals. The most important thing in the entire world was his happiness. He put everyone else here to serve him and do as he pleased, even in the event of their death. Then, whatever, it was in his best interests. "Death," a ghostly voice that wavered in the wind said. "What's wrong, Fury?" As his own voice fluttered on the wind, he asked Death. If anyone heard them talking, they wouldn't take it seriously. To them, it was just the sounds of the night creatures. "Could I have the silver-haired man who guards Gato's head?" With a tone that made the air around them freeze, she asked Fury. With the ground glowing crimson from the crimson moon above them, Death watches over his shoulder as they continue to move. "I shall allow both you and Strife the two bodyguards," he says. He chuckled darkly and said, "War and I shall be busy with Gato." War grinned from his position behind Death, not caring what he did as long as he got his pound of flesh tonight. The girl could have the two bastards that attacked the nice woman who let them into her house, the nice woman who didn't question them, didn't criticize their behavior, and didn't criticize the way their sensei spoke about the specifics of the mission. From then on, they had become silent and continued to move through the trees until they noticed a house with big campfires lining its exterior and a faint glow of lights. He doesn't seem to be as stupid as he seems. However, his men are either already unconscious or only partially intoxicated, War said, laughing once more. The smirk on Strife's face said, they have grown to relax. By the way, will one of our monsters be joining us? As she danced around the other 4 riders, Fury asked in a light-hearted tone. With a devilish smile, Death grinned and said, my dear Fury. With his own playful tone, he said, I think you want to create more chaos than our war usually does. I am all for this, War said, laughing at his. Because it will help us clean the house. In addition to what Choza and my father have done to it. He turned to face the others and said, we no longer crash from it and it works better with our chakra and increasing our flow as well. This was the second time they had used it in the field, but it was on a small bandit camp. Bring it, we can deal with almost anything that comes our way, Strife remarked, sounding less arrogant than when she was younger. Death gave her words a nod of agreement. Fury, did you bring our drinks? He questioned her. Oh, my dear leader, Death. As they watched a pink scroll flash in her hand before disappearing again into her wrist, Fury said in a playful tone, what kind of horseman would I be if I would forget our secret weapon? War grinned and said, tricky woman. The hidden leaf. When the Hokage enters his office, he arches his brow and looks at a scroll with the symbol of the 4 horsemen on it that is positioned in the middle of his desk. Team 7 is in front of his desk. Hokage-sama, Kakashi asked, unsure of what was going on at the moment. Oh, the Hokage says, glancing up at the man with silver hair and his genin. Group 7, why have you come to my office? He asked, completely forgetting about them. What have come to do our mission report on our C rank on delivering a scroll for you to Suna Hokage-sama? Kakashi said with a bow. Sit down, the Hokage says, nodding his head. Before I can receive your mission report, I must read this scroll, he informed them. As the others followed their sensei and sat down to wait for their leader, Kakashi said, as your wish Hokage-sama. The Hokage called out, Neko. In front of him, a woman with long purple hair and a Neko mask says, yes, Hokage-sama. The Hokage gave the order, send for Commander Dragon, Jonin Commander Shikaku Nara, and Ibiki. Neko said, disappearing in a whirl of leaves, yes, sir. Now wondering why the black scroll with the odd symbol was so bothering him, Kakashi put his little orange book away. As smoke rolled off the scroll and it slowly unrolled open, the Hokage read it, bit his thumb, and smeared his blood over the seal. Hokage-sama, we are still going to finish the mission, but we won't be worrying about Zabuza because I have paid him off. He is going back to the Kiri to fund the rebel army to overthrow their Kage, who is being controlled by Uchiha who isn't from our village. The mission has gone up to B rank with the appearance of the Demon Brothers, but I have allowed Asuma to remain in charge. Once we landed in the Land of Waves, the mission changed again to A rank to S rank. We need to talk about that when we get back to the village because there are some Uchiha roaming freely in the wild. I need to make sure that no bodies were found on missions and that those who had left the village before the Uchiha had gone insane, but that is for another time. The 4 horsemen will kill Gato tonight, and I will take over all of his businesses and donate a few to the Land of Waves. These businesses are already established here and primarily deal with shipping, trading, fishing, mining, and logging. However, I am removing as much power as possible from Gato's son because I don't need that bitch to pursue me for a while. From what I've heard in the underground, he is far more deranged than his father, and I've already encountered him multiple times and he has escaped from me. He cut one of his main piggy banks, which will knock him back and out of my hair for a number of years. Before you even ask, I can tell you that the bastard is aware of my true name and my parents' identities. A council member became inquisitive, and I never found out who sold it to the man. I only know that it is on the civilian council because he has been trying to buy each clan and hasn't been successful. Additionally, keep an eye out for Sum and Hana, as I've heard he is attempting to kidnap one of them. I'm so dead for revealing the truth. Hello, Ibiki, I'm sure the 3 will see this. I will have Shikamaru negotiate all the contracts with the new lord of the land for our village and possibly the Fire Lord, but we will talk more about this when I send you another scroll with Gato's head. We will return when the bridge between our 2 lands is completed. We will also bring back contracts of trade. Death of the 4 horsemen, Commander. When Commander Dragon, Shikaku, and Ibiki entered the Hokage's office, they saw the elderly leader's expression as his jaw fell to the floor after reading the scroll. Now, what has Death done? When Dragon noticed the color of the scroll and symbol, He asked, what? When they hear the name Death, the three genin in the office exchange glances. Death has taken over the mission and it has gone up from C rank to S rank, the Hokage says, glancing up at the three men. Because the bloody mist demon has appeared. However, the man was bought off by the little bastard and sent back to fight in the rebel civil war in Kiri. He deadpanned, pretty much funding the damn rebel army. They all gazed in shock at the Hokage. Oh, it appears that this will not be resolved. Commander Dragon nearly tore off his mask and threw it to the ground, deadpanning, because he must have spent all of his fun money. Yes, he would have. But after the three of you have read the scroll, the Hokage said, he'll be leaving your three alone. They give a nod. Ibiki and the other two men growled multiple times as the three men took the scroll and started to read. The wave land. Fury produced 4 cans of monster and distributed them to the 4 horsemen, who were standing on a tree with the shadows encircling them. Fury held up her monster can and said, to the future of the land of wave. Strife laughed and said, to the being of legends. War laughed and said, to the heroes of the darkness. Death grinned broadly and said, to a birth of a new world. Their cans were tossed. However, the three relied on their leader's words because they were unaware of what he had conveyed to the Hokage in the morning's message. As War and Death exchanged a smile, Strife and Fury pulled explosive tags from their pouches and fled, saying, it appears the girls are going to let Gato know we're here. As he drew out his twin dual scythes, which fit his body perfectly, Death said, all that means we just have more fun within the chaos. Are you ready, Death? As he whirled the twin dual scythes in his hands, he asked. Death gave his best friend a smug smile and said, I'm always ready for a good battle as well. It is time to collect the debt for the devil. His eyes glowed crimson from under his mask as he disappeared in a crimson flash, while War fell back into the shadows. Gato's 2 bodyguards raced to the window to witness the burning bodies and body parts scattered throughout the gated grounds as explosions erupted around the stronghold, accompanied by bloody screams and cries. What the fuck is going on out there? As he watched one of the men sprint past the now open window, the silver-haired bastard screamed. The man freezes. Unknowns are attacking us. The man yells back at the idiot. Gato, he says, turning back to his boss. He informed his supervisor, Sir, we must secure your office and ensure that nobody enters. I don't care what's happening. As he urinated on his own pants, Gato said, just make sure no one is going to get in here. The brazen thug said, we got this, boss. When they reached the doorway of the stronghold, Fury said, grinning from under her mask, that was too easy. In less than 5 seconds, Fury and Strife had killed over 200 thugs by placing explosive tags on every fool they had passed. With a frown on her face, Strife remarked, just makes me wonder if we need to go into the village after this and find the others in the brothels and bars and take care of them there. At this, Fury scowled. You're right, we still have some bastards to eliminate. But let's get home, some people are just inside trying to protect that little bastard, she said angrily. Death and War suddenly appear beside them, slashing blood from their weapons. What's wrong, ladies? Death asks, glancing at the 2 young ladies in front of him with red eyes. Gato's foolish forces are not involved. Fury crossed her arms over her chest and looked at the 2 young men in front of them. They are either in the village in the brothels or bars, or there might be some bandit camps we didn't see on our way here, she said. I sent off an army of shadow clones to seek out any camps and clean them out, set free any prisoners, and destroy any drugs they find, says Death, grinning from beneath his mask. To reassure his friends and teammates, he added, I made sure all our angles are covered. He also sent some underhedge into the village to the brothels and bars for the other men as well. Bastard. There are moments when you are a step ahead of me, War remarked, grinning slyly beneath his mask as he turned to face Death. As Strife pulled out her dual-bladed battle fans and Fury unhooked her dual-chain spiked whips, Death laughed as his twin swords materialized in his hands like cherry blossoms scattered in the wind that appeared out of nowhere. We have a soul to collect for the devil as he is calling in all his debts tonight. Death grinned shit-eatingly beneath his mask. The other 4 riders all said, aye sir. As an ice mirror broke off the wall, the shadows encircled them and they disappeared from view. Tree house in Zabuza. With a start, Haku exclaimed, they are truly demons. I thought I knew the voice of Death, Zabuza laughs. I saw the cherry blossoms and those twin swords. Commander Kitsune from Konoha owns those. He informed the other people standing beside him, that bastard is crazy and the only one with a high track number of kills and high bounties like Commander Dragon. I bet you two are glad you ran away with your tails between your legs, Zabuza said, turning to face the shivering demon brothers. He asks them while laughing. They nodded their heads stupidly. As Haku picked up her bag containing sealed scrolls and all of the money Death had given them, she said, we should go before he changes his mind. Gato's workplace. Ascertain that nobody can enter through that door. Gato screamed, his voice full of panic. However, as 4 figures start to form in the room's corner near the dark window, a large shadow appears. However, the 3 idiots in the room were too focused on the double doors to notice them. As wild laughter erupted, the room's temperature dropped. Mahahaha emerged from Death's throat. Standing by the window, where the night sky is illuminated by flames that engulfed his hired bandits and thugs, the 3 men in the office snapped their necks at neck-snapping speed while looking behind them. Who are you? Gato stammered as he stepped behind his bodyguards. As shadows danced behind them and what appeared to be angelic wings of various colors appeared behind each person, glowing eyes of crimson, golden, silver, and white stared at him. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are who we are. I am the horseman of death, declared Death, moving forward and bowing to the other 3 riders. I am the horseman of war and chaos. War grinned beneath his mask, bowed, and his shadows swung wildly about the room. With a flick of her wrist, Strife proclaimed, I am the horseman of strife. Her fans opened, and the blades came to life. Without bothering to bow to the bastard in front of her, Fury flicked her whips and declared, I am the horseman of fury. I shall now show no respect to a soul that we have been sent to collect for the devil, says Death, glancing over at his last rider, who was grinning cheekily beneath her mask. Since his contract has been void tonight after 10 years, he must make the payment, she said, shrugging her shoulders at the team captain. The other 2 riders laugh too, and Death laughs and shakes his head at her antics. That is true. His crimson eyes glowed as he turned back to face the small troll who was now spitting his pants. I offered him a bow out of kindness before claiming his head and bow, he said. Destroy them, Gato shouted to his 2 scumbag bodyguards. Strife nodded her head at Fury as they stepped forward, and Strife said, we shall be your dance partners tonight. Laughing, the 2 thugs said. The silver-haired bastard said, we can manage 2 young girls. As her whip snapped at him and sliced the carpet in front of the little bastard in front of her, Fury said, so you believe. Bitch, I'll take pleasure breaking you and bending you into my will. The man jumped back from the razor-shaped spikes on the razor-sharp whip, letting out a shriek as he licked his sword and grinned sickeningly. He's mine, says Fury, turning to face Strife. She smiled softly as she told her friend, I'm sorry, I know you wanted a piece of him as well. She was well aware that Strife also desired a piece of that bastard. My dear Fury, don't worry. I'll accept that daring jerk. Because he has been attempting to touch every young girl in the village, Strife remarked as Death and War let out growls and sent waves of murderous intent toward the bastard Strife would soon be killing. Death snarled as he gripped his sword hilt more tightly, there is a special place in hell for bastards like you. Zabuza, where the fuck is? Gato sobbed as he scanned his surroundings. Our fearless leader here paid off Zabuza about 8 times what you promised him, War said, laughing at this. You lied about how much you paid him. He continued to laugh as he spoke, because we know you intended to kill him and turn his head in for the bounty on his head. Gato's eyes widened in horror as he realized that he had been fucked 7 times to Sunday. For now, he regrets making that deal with a man with raven hair 10 years ago for all the power he now possesses. He laughed when he was told that a man with blonde hair and 3 others would come for his soul and collect. He just thought it was a joke because he had heard stories about people making deals with a strange man in a shady bar in the land of demons. The man's hair would change from crimson at first, then blonde, and everyone had to pay their souls. Gato didn't give it much thought because it. Mahahaha. God has abandoned you to your fate here tonight, so there isn't any God here. Gato was frozen in place as roared Death's crimson eyes flashed blue back to crimson, accompanied by laughter. You, 10 years ago, I sold my soul to you, the devil. Pointing accusingly at Death, Gato screamed. Gato, I think that would be very hard. I was merely a child myself 10 years ago. Death laughed and said, I am just a messenger for the devil that delivers him his souls of fools like yourself. I don't think you're real. A devil like you can change your age to suit your needs, and a bastard like you can lie so easily. Gato screamed. There was nothing his 2 bodyguards could do. He was going to die no matter what, as he was foaming at the mouth, losing his mind, and going insane with fear from everything that was happening tonight. It seems the hellhounds. Madness has descended upon you now, War says, looking to Death with question in his silver eyes as he wonders what is happening. Death simply shakes his head no for the time being. Death grinned and said, "You should be hearing their howls about now." Death merely laughs as Gato leaps to his feet and rushes to the double doors, clawing at them while the bastard with silver hair holds the key and is unable to open them due to his weakness. The three other riders froze in place as nightmare howls could be heard in the office. "God save me," he sobs. Before they could turn around and attack the two female riders, a crack of a whip is heard, and razor-shaped spikes are felt around the silver man's neck as a silent scream frozen on the head that now lay on the ground. The other man's head then slowly rolled towards Gato as he screamed even louder. The two idiots turned to look at their boss in confusion, unable to see what was frightening him so much. "What's that?" As another terrifying howl is heard, he turns to face Death and asks, War. Under his mask, Death grinned and said, "That would be a hellhound that delivers the souls of the fools that make the contracts with the devil." The other three looked at one another in confusion, knowing that Naruto had engaged in some bizarre activities and had the QB sealed inside of him, but now hellhounds. "What the fuck?" is the collective thought of the three. Gato is a trembling mess on the floor in front of Death, who shifts and slowly approaches him while tears stream down his cheeks. "Gato, you have been weighed and judged," Death says. "The chain around your neck weighs the murders and crimes committed by kings in the past. You will descend into the depths of hell. The ninth ring of hell shall be your final resting place," he said to the bastard in front of him as he effortlessly swung his sword and severed Gato's head from his neck while a Doberman-like dog the size of a Clydesdale horse stood next to Death. "Hutty, take him that bastard and make sure he is pleased with this little troll," he tells the hellhound, which has blue flames licking around its mouth and paws. The beast growls as a white ball leaves the body and goes into its mouth before it. Death pulls off his mask and says to his teammates, "I'll explain how I got my name when times comes." He holds up his hand for them to do the same. "Excellent, Naruto. However, you can't ignore this subject," Shikamaru said, turning to face his team leader. "Shikamaru, don't worry, I wish I had the ability to do this. However, I will never be able to, and you three will have to comprehend it. However, kindly refrain from discussing this matter with Asuma the elderly man. Because neither the old man nor anybody else is aware of this," Naruto remarked, letting out another sigh. "Let's just head to bed." As Ino locks all three heads inside the office, Usagi said, "We are almost at our limit." The others did not respond. "We are unable to." As he was already working on the computer getting to work, Naruto told the girls, "Shikamaru, we need to get some paperwork done before we leave." He sighed again and ran his hand through his hair. "As well, we need to check this fucking place to make sure there isn't any slaves hidden away in this place." Ino put her mask back on and turned to face Usagi, saying, "Fine, we'll check the place out." Usagi rolled her eyes and put on her mask again before leaving the office with Ino to inspect and rob it blind. Fine. In order to have Shikamaru perform his magic and sign everything over to him and the people of the Land of Waves, Naruto moves around the office and other rooms on the same floor, cleaning out every safe and bringing in all business documents, titles, and deeds. The Land of Tea. Father's dealings will make us more money with that snake bastard with the amount of slaves he has ordered from us in the last week. A man with raven hair grinned and pushed up his glasses while perusing documents in a dimly lit office. The streets of the red light district are filled with jazz music. A man with long, straight black hair, orange-tinted sunglasses, a long black duster, and a black suit, whistling with his hands in his pockets, is walking down the dirt road going about his daily business when he hears cheers, screaming, and crying. Usually, this doesn't catch his attention, but this time, the cries are coming from innocent people as sinners attack what he once protected with all his might, and occasionally he still protected if he felt it was appropriate for his needs. Turning to the dark alleyway where the cries that drew his attention are coming from, where his crystal blue eyes fall upon a young boy with long blonde hair and crystal blue eyes who is being beaten until he is nearly dead, his useless limbs sticking out of his arms and legs as they attempt to shield his body from the punches, kicks, and stabs of his assailants. What does this signify? He asks the adults who are assaulting the young child on the ground in front of him. Nothing to worry yourself with, mister, a woman says, looking up at him with a sickeningly twisted smile. With a sly chuckle of her own, she tells him, why don't you go to the whorehouse down the street and have a good time and leave us to our own good time here? What you are doing to that child is really disgusting, he says, raising a neatly combed brow at her. He was suffering from filth like you, and I couldn't bring myself to leave him. With a twisted smile on his face, he tells her, I know demons with more heart than you vermin. Dark shadows slowly start to appear around him, but nobody notices them because they are primarily focused on him or the child in front of him. You have no right to refer to that as a child. A man with long silver hair looks up from attempting to stab the young boy with a kunai and growls, it is a monster that killed our loved ones 6 years ago. That child 6 years ago was just a babe, the man says with a smirk. How could he have murdered your family? He questions the idiots in front of him, shakes his head, and feels the Kyuubi's chakra moving wildly inside the child to heal him from the attack. He also hears the beast's cries, apologizing to the child for the fate he has brought upon his young host. The demon is using this tactic to pose as a helpless youngster. However, it turns out to be a ruse, and he will pass away tonight. The silver-haired Chunin laughs, his eyes crazed, because that stupid old man isn't in the village to protect him. If I do not stop this, the Kyuubi will be released in this village and kill those who have been good to the child and those who should have died the night the boy was born. He reasoned that the young man's future was not going to be bright. With the last of his strength, the young child cries out, Mr. Place please he help, before passing out, but not before locking eyes with the man. I would stop hurting that child now if you value your lives. The man warns the people as he strokes the head of the large hellhounds. The shadows surrounding him transform into large dogs with crimson eyes and white shining teeth, snarling and growling as they stalk towards the people who haven't noticed Tame all because of the frightening words spoken by that terrified child. What are you talking about? She asks, looking up at him. With a sinister smile, she tells him, we are doing this village a favor. The last thing those bastards heard that night was, attack. The handsome man's face was adorned with a dark grin, and all that was visible were his pearly white teeth and crystal blue eyes. Give me the boy, a man wearing a white mask with dragon markings says as he approaches the boy to pick him up and take him away from the cries of the dying bastards. I've been looking for him all night, the dragon mask man commands. Well, you have done a shit job looking for the child, he says, looking up. He tells the mask man in front of him, if I could find him while I am just wandering around the red light district, an area this child shouldn't be allowed to be at in the first place. Dragon lets out a dejected sigh, and for some reason, this man in front of him exudes a sense of royalty and something deep inside of him. I apologize, sir. A number of other men and women landed directly next to him, and the woman gasped as she moved to remove the boy from the man's grasp. I was drawn into a pointless meeting with the civilians and with clan heads because they didn't even want to be there as well as they wanted to be out. Well, some of them wanted to be out seeking the boy to get him into safety, he said. With tears in her eyes, Soong growls, give me the boy so I can give him first aid. The mystery man said, I have been doing that. Everyone is staring at him. When Soong turns to face the boy again, all of his wounds have healed, leaving only his torn clothes and blood on his body. What are you? She asks him a question. My dear lady, the man smiles. Lucifer Morning Star is who I am. He bows to her and the others and says, the devil. Fear seeping out of them, the others back away from him. As Soong gasps, he simply laughs and says, I see you all have heard of me. He laughs again while gazing at them with stunning eyes. Your eyes. They resemble Naruto's eyes. Just like Minato's eyes, she says in a whisper. Lucifer looks at her, his eyes narrowing. What was that name you mentioned? He approaches her and asks her a question. With a tone reminiscent of death, Naruto said, it is forbidden to speak of that name so freely out in public. He was now fast asleep in her arms, with the dragon putting himself between them. All right, take me to a private place so we can talk, Lucifer demands, because I want to talk about this person and this boy. The first flashbacks end. Sitting in Gado's chair, Naruto shakes his head as he recalls the night he met the devil, who had come to Konoha to steal souls, but instead found his own. How are you, Naruto? As Ino and Shikamaru tidy the office's safes, asks Usagi, who is seated on the desk beside him. He holds his friend and teammate in high regard. Yes, I'm all right, just a recollection from my past visiting me at the worst possible moment. That's all, he says, grinning broadly. Ino frowns and says, sounds like it was something unpleasant. Shikamaru and Ino both pause their work and turn to face their friend and team leader. It wasn't. However, I also met Lucifer at that time, or the devil, as many people are aware of him. It was my 10th birthday night. I nearly died that night. He saved my life that night. That was the night I was bound to him, the night I started working for him as a death agent and collecting his contracts from all the deals he had made with idiots every 10 years. But for now, that's all I have to say, Naruto said, glancing at all of his pals. Well, that clarifies what transpired tonight. However, we will ask you more questions in the future. But until you're ready to tell us more, we'll wait for them, Shikamaru smirked. After transferring all the land deeds in the Land of Waves to Tazuna and all the money in the Land of Waves, thanks to the old man, Naruto grinned and said, thanks. However, the old drunk will have to worry about that after they finish that damn bridge. I'm done here, and I also set up our businesses and private bank accounts with those little bastards. We will therefore visit the lands of demon, tea, sand, stone, lighting, winter, and storm during our free time. With a shit-eating smile, Naruto said, to each of our new businesses. You mean we're going to close all of his drug dens, whorehouses, and small slave trading posts? Asked Usagi a question. With an even bigger shit-eating smile, Naruto continued, yup, and fuck everything up for his little baby boy that we took off of all his accounts just this second. You were really painting targets on our backs, Shikamaru said with a snort. Which names did you give the company? He asks the crazy blonde. With a sly smile and red eyes, Naruto responds, the Four Horsemen. As she collapsed onto the only spotless couch in the office, Ino remarked, niece. So are we going to check this place out for anyone else? She asks them questions. Don't be concerned about that. Clones of me are tidying up this place and placing explosive tags all over it. They have recovered the village for medical assistance, including supplies for the village's sole physician, and have apprehended prisoners. The office's doors open. A man with crystal blue eyes and short black hair walks in wearing a black suit. He looks at everyone in the office and smiles. While Naruto remains seated, Ino, Shikamaru, and Usagi leap up, prepared to battle the man. Naruto says, hello Lucifer. In a cool, collected voice. Lucifer approaches the desk and sits in the chair directly in front of it, saying, hello, my dear little Naruto. You did well in this mission. As his gaze shifts to his friends, who are gradually approaching him and avoiding the man seated in front of the blonde, Naruto asks, so what brings you here? You rarely come to see me after I collect a soul for you, Lucifer. Lucifer grinned darkly and said, well, my dear, I missed my grandson and I wanted to come and see you. Naruto's eyes turn cold. With a playful tone in his voice, he demands, grandfather, what are you up to? Naruto is surrounded by a crimson and blue aura, and Usagi, Shikamaru, and Ino freeze directly behind him, staring down at the blonde. Lucifer grinned evilly and said, I have come to make the same offer I have been making to you since we have met all those years ago. Like I have been telling you and God, I do not want to control hell, nor do I want to control heaven. I am just a boy that wants to have fun on earth, be a shinobi and one day become Hokage and show this world I am not what is sealed within me. Said Naruto with a scowl on his face. At this, Lucifer frowns. I didn't know father has been coming to see you as well, Naruto. As well as offering you the thorn of heaven, he says to his grandson. As his chakra relaxes and returns to his body, Naruto tells him, you and I both know that is total and utter bullshit. For I always see one of your hounds around me at any given times, grandfather. Lucifer laughs at this. You have caught me there. You can't stop me for worrying about my adorable grandson. For it was my fault not being around when you were born to protect you from those fools. I still ask for your forgiveness. He says to Naruto while bowing his head. The same damn thing great-grandfather tells me as well as my many uncles and aunts tell me. But like I tell you and them, what you can do for me now is be there for me now and teach and train me now and aid me in my career now. Said Naruto with his eyes fixed on the deceased. Very well, Lucifer said, removing multiple scrolls from his suit jacket. There are deeds to the clan home. There are also scrolls to a bloodline that will be awakening soon within you, my dear boy. But please don't freak out. I shall see you soon. As well, in one of the scrolls are necklace for your friends that will grant them special gifts that will work with your bloodline. He said to Naruto as he went up in flames. Usagi turned to face Naruto and said, that was fun. I thought my family was interesting. With the others laughing behind him, Naruto took the scroll, sealed it, and said, yeah well. Let's go, there are 4 massive scrolls waiting for us by the front door. Good morning. As Naruto and the other descended the stairs, Asuma sat at the table sipping coffee. Asuma looked at his team and said, "Morning." Usagi said, holding a glass bottle filled with a brown liquid, "Morning." "What is that?" Asuma will ask. Usagi grinned and said, "Frappe vanilla coffee." Asuma simply shakes his head at the odd girl who constantly has an odd beverage to offer as a pick-me-up. He asks them, "How was the mission?" as his gaze shifts to Naruto, who is merely staring at a file in his hand. Naruto handed the file to Tazuna, who was now staring at the files in his hands and crying as his daughter emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food. "It went well. Gato is dead. I gave all the companies and bank accounts in this country to the drunk sitting next to you." Tazuna sobs as Tsunami sets down the 2 plates and turns to face her father, tears welling up in the corner of her eyes. "Tsunami, they did it. They have saved us all from that little bastard. Gato is dead." Tsunami asks in a quiet voice, "But how?" Naruto sat down, pulled out a silver bottle, unscrewed the top, and took a sip. "We went in last night and killed him and all his men and freed all his prisoners." At that moment, a young boy bursts into the house. "The girls and kids who were abducted earlier this week have all been returned during the night, Mama." The young boy said, "They say masked shinobi saved them from Gato's men, and when they left the compound all they saw were bonfires with a few body parts sticking out of them." He was staring at the shinobi who was sitting at the dining room table, sipping coffee, examining files, and ignoring him. With tears in her eyes, Tsunami tells her son, "It looks like these kids have done so much for us, Inari. They have freed us from Gato and have given us back what he has stolen from us since he has been here." Her son looks up at Naruto and his friends while the teenagers turn to face the boy. As he takes a sip of his coffee and passes a file to Shikamaru for inspection and another to Asuma for inspection, Naruto simply smiles. He nods to the blonde and tells Tazuna, who is now ugly, crying, "We will be staying here until the bridge is finished to make sure we didn't miss any of Gato's thugs or if any of them arrive while the bridge is being completed." Growing weary of living in a tiny backwater village, Naruto sat on the bridge while his shadow clones ran around it to help the old drunk and his men finish the bridge more quickly. He had to return to the village. He tells no one but himself, "I have to get back. I have too much to do." As Usagi, Ino, and Shikamaru sat down beside him, Usagi said, "I know. But we have to finish this mission before we can start thinking of anything else right now." She gives him a burrito for breakfast. He gives her a nod and takes his breakfast from her. Shikamaru smiles at Naruto and takes out a scroll. He told Naruto, who took the scroll from him, "I was looking through the other scrolls we haven't gone through yet, and I found something early this morning." After opening the scroll, Naruto examines the notes at each storage seal. He looks up at Shikamaru, his eyes widening. "You're telling me the little bastard had scrolls with money sealed within them?" he asks. Shikamaru smirked and said, "Pretty much. But those scrolls were pretty dusty. So I don't think he knew about what was sealed within them." With each amount indicated at each seal, Naruto whistles softly. "Well," he said, returning the scroll to Shikamaru, "we are set up for life. With just this scroll alone." Shikamaru grins once more. He informed his team leader, "Well, there are 5 scrolls with the same amount each. Then if we give one to Asuma-sensei, he will also be able to retire and get married to Kurenai-sensei." Ino replied with a grin. Everyone looks at Asuma, who is talking to Tazuna, and nods, who is beaming at the chain-smoking man in front of him. As the others turn to face Usagi, she calls out, "Asuma-sensei." Once Naruto had finished talking to the old man, he was going to call him over. Asuma turns to face his group. He turns back to the elderly man and gives them a grateful smile before saying, "Well, Tazuna, I need to find out what my team needs." He spins on his sandal foot and walks over to the Anbu team that is his genin team. There is something he has been trying to understand. Who would have guessed that he would be assigned to such a team, where he is outranked by one of his own students? He pauses in front of them, grinning lazily as he looks down at them. A stream of smoke emerges from his mouth as he asks, "What can I do for you for?" Shikamaru tosses him the scroll without saying anything. He said to his sensei, "If I were you, I would wait to open it once we get home." Asuma looks at the scroll in his hands and nods his head stupidly. He asks the 4 people in front of him, "This isn't going to kill?" Naruto grinned. He tells the chain-smoking man who is now seated next to them, "Nah. It might give you a heart attack. But that is it." Usagi gives him a bite to eat. He looks at his pupils and nods in agreement. He inserts the scroll into a seal that Naruto applied to his right forearm. With her lone blue eye fixed on him, Ino asks, "So Asuma-sensei, how much longer are we going to be in the land of waves?" He laughs. He watches their eyes widen and smiles appear on their faces as he tells them all, "We leave in the morning." Naruto sighs and takes a sip of his coffee before saying, "Good. For we need to talk about a month off, as we have some business to take care of in the land of storm and demons." With a hint of surprise in his voice, Asuma asks, "A month?" "Yes, we have to go and clean up Gato's mess on our own time. As well, Naruto did tell us he has a month vacation he needs to take, and we figure we tag along to oversee the operation. Or Naruto could put it as a mission request and we all take off for a month for a vacation while getting paid." Shikamaru laughed. He nods slowly in response to what Naruto's second-in-command has said. He looked back at the blonde-haired man who appeared to be deep in thought. "Well, I know my father wouldn't give us all the time off you four need to manage all you need to. So I would advise it would be wise to place it as a mission request." At this, Naruto gives a nod. "Well, I will have to send someone in and have them place this mission request for us, as it will appear too suspicious if I go in and as a mission request," he said with an authoritative tone. They are approached by a man who has bright blue eyes like Naruto's and raven hair. His hands were in the pockets of his pants. Naruto tenses up because he recognizes this man and isn't thrilled to see his grandfather there right now. He wished to conceal this small aspect of his life from his sensei. "Don't worry about it, my boy. I have already gone and paid the Hokage a visit, requesting your team and your team alone to manage some personal business for me in all the lands you will never to be handing to, as I need you in the land of demons and land of shadows within 2 weeks' time. But that is once you have arrived back in the village, for there is something there you need to oversee for me and only a blood heir is able to oversee it. But I did tell the old Hokage that little part, but that you are the only one in the entire village able to oversee this matter for me. For I myself am unable to," said Lucifer. Naruto heaves a deep sigh. He raises his hand to the man with the raven hair and asks, "Yes, Lucifer. I shall manage that matter for you. I am sure you have a mission scroll that is different than the one you gave the old man Hokage on you." Lucifer grins. He gives Naruto the scroll in question and says, "Indeed I do." Asuma gets to his feet. He asks, not liking the way this felt, "Hello, sir. How do you know my student?" He is tense due to the aura emanating from the man in front of him. Lucifer laughs. He introduced himself to the Jonin in front of him by saying, "I am Lucifer Morningstar." When he hears the man's name and takes his hand to shake, a shiver goes down his spine. With a forced sigh, Naruto said, "Grandfather, that is enough. You are frightening him." He turns to face his sensei with his own ethereal crystal blue eyes. "Asuma-sensei, please do not tell anyone about meeting my grandfather, for only trouble will only come from it. As well, Gigi doesn't know about him either. But that is his wishes on that part." He stated this to Asuma, who simply nodded. His companion next to him asked, "Troublesome. Naruto, do you have any other family that might be coming out of the woodwork?" Naruto gives a shy smile. Naruto said, his sheepish smile fading as he glanced back up at Lucifer, "Maybe. Well, mostly his dad and his siblings. But I am grateful that you took care of our minor problem once we return home," he says to Lucifer. Lucifer looks at each of them, his gaze lingering on Usagi for a moment longer than the others. "Do not worry about it, my boy. I just want you four to grow stronger. As well, have you looked at the scrolls one gave you while at the little bastard's place?" Lucifer asks. Shikamaru sighed and ran his right hand through his hair, saying, "We have planned to look at them once back in the village on our week off from this mission." Lucifer grinned and said, "Good. Inside of the scrolls are rings to help aid you with your monikers." As golden flames envelop him, he steps back and disappears, saying, "But sadly I must take my leave, as I have some business to take care of in the land of tea." Asuma glances at the 4 genin seated in front of him. Was that a? After finishing her snack, Ino returned to her work on a scroll on her lap and said, "Yes. That was the devil." Asuma looks at Naruto and simply nods his head slowly. He reflects, now everything makes sense. Naruto gives him a smile. He simply laughs at everything that has happened since Asuma became his sensei, and replies, "Yeah, I know. A lot of things I do now make more sense." Exiting the land of Wave at last. At the completed bridge, where a statue of the 4 horsemen stands, Team 10 is in front of everyone. An inscription at the statue's base. Usagi, Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ino exchange glances and burst out laughing. While grinning at the villagers, Naruto remarked, "Well, it has been fun. But it's time for us to return." After Asuma gives Tazuna another handshake, Team 10 departs to return home. As she smiles, Tsunami asks, "So what is the name of this bridge, Dad?" When Tazuna heard his grandson speak, he exclaimed, "The Great Tazuna Super Bridge." When the others agreed, Inari grinned and said, "The Four Horsemen Bridge." Team 10 simply grinned at the name of the bridge, and cheers could be heard. Village of Hidden Leaf. Kurama sat in his open cage and gazed out at the meadow in front of him. Kit, with Lucifer appearing now, something is up, for he only comes around when he is seeking a soul that is on the run from him. I know that is what is worrying me. I also have a feeling it might have something to do with the missing Uchihas that had attacked the village the night I was born. Naruto said to him. As his eyes enlarge at this realization, Kurama asks, could that Uchiha owe him their soul? Now standing in front of the village gates, Naruto's eyes enlarge as he comes to a complete stop. He tells the Biju inside of him, I know you hit the nail on the head, Kurama. The others pause, turning to gaze at him. Shikamaru sighed and remarked, troublesome. He asks, what did you figure out, Naruto? Naruto looks at his teammates and friends and blinks. He looked around them and said, I think I have an idea of who he might be seeking. They nodded in agreement as he said, but there are too many ears around and it might cause some unwanted drama for us if I say who. When Shikamaru realizes who or what clan he is referring to, his eyes enlarge. Because of what he had said to Zabuza in the Land of Waves. He asks his friend, does it have anything to do with what you told him when we paid him off? Naruto smiles. As the girl's eyes enlarge at what Shika just said, he tells Shikamaru, yes, it does. The two girls exchange glances. It is wise we do not speak of this so freely, and I do not believe we should inform Lord Hokage, as this will stir up more trouble than we need. But it would be wise, Naruto, to place a trust team of Anbu on that person, said Usagi as he glanced at the two men. Looking at their sensei, Ino said, I agree with her. She frowned and said, please Asuma-sensei, do not speak of what we spoke about in the Land of Waves, as this would draw a shorter leash on us with the councils. Asuma gave them a perplexed glance before recalling the conversation he had with Naruto regarding the existence of a Uchiha who initiated the bloodline conflicts in the Land of Water. Speaking from between his lips, he said, yeah. Don't worry about it, I am not going to talk to anyone about this. As Naruto has already ordered it, he lifted it back to his lips and took a drag, saying, as well, I do not need to hear the squeals of the council and elders over this. As they enter the village and sign back in for this month-long mission, all four of the teenagers give the man a nod. With an easy smile, Asuma said, well, let's head to the Hokage's tower. Other than the usual glares directed at Naruto, the walk to the Hokage was uneventful. Upon entering the building and reaching the Hokage's office, they discover Team 7 standing in front of the Hokage, seeking a mission to undertake. With a grandfather smile, Sarutobi said, Team 10, you have returned. There has been a special A maybe S class mission request for your team and your team alone. Asuma tosses their mission report to his father and asks, when will be heading out? The Sarutobi told his son, they said they will give you 1 week's time to rest and resupply before leaving for your mission. Asuma looks at his team and nods his head in agreement. He asks them, well, that be fine with you four? Naruto, leading his teammates, said, that is fine. The third Hokage grinned and said, very well. Come tomorrow for the mission briefing, as it will take some time to go over it. Sakura and Sasuke were enraged by this and gave the opposing team standing next to them an open glare. Sakura demanded, why did they get A and S rank missions? Because she didn't understand why her team was given village chores and they were given preferential treatment. However, Ino spoke up before the Hokage could. Because we have returned from a C rank mission that has gone up from C to A and in a short span of time went S rank. We managed everything within the first few days without crying to the Hokage like a bunch of babies. As well, all he had to do after handing the threat was do standard bodyguard work. The Pinkett was once her closest companion. When Sakura heard this, her mouth fell open. Because she didn't believe Ino would ever talk to her like that. As the elderly leader nods his head to the boy with the blonde hair, Naruto said, if that is all, Gigi. My team and I are tired and need some rest from our long mission, and also we need to begin prepping for this new one soon. The Hokage grinned and said, "Yes, Naruto. You and the rest of Team 10 are allowed to leave now." He sighs as his gaze moves to Team 7. There are currently no higher missions in the village, so Team 7 has a number of D-rank missions to pick from, the Hokage said, glancing at them. However, that is a lie, Hokage-sama. You could assign us a mission with a higher ranking. The one you have prepared for Team 10, Sakura said with a smug air. That could be true, the third says, squinting at the Pinkett. However, because the client needs someone with a strong summons, Team 10 was specifically asked for this mission. The brat had a look in his eyes that said he was going to find a way to complain to his puppets about this, so he told Sakura and Sasuke in particular that they were needed for this mission because Team 10 did hold a powerful summons. Ibiki and Shikaku appear before Team 10 as they leave the Hokage Tower Commander Dragon, but they simply left the office because they didn't have the time or patience to deal with Ducky and Banshee at the moment. I assume all three of you have inquiries. Gazing at the three men in front of them, Naruto asked. Yes, Commander Dragon replied. As they walked through the village, Naruto said, then allow us all to head to mine and Usagi's home to speak, for there isn't hidden ears and eyes there. Every member of his team was by his side, offering their thoughts on the scroll he had sent back to the village regarding the report about Gato's death, the little bastard's dealings, and the man's son. After arriving at their house, Naruto, Usagi, and the others remove their shoes and put on the slippers that are set aside. He sighs deeply as he removes multiple scrolls from his body, and the other members of his team do the same. Asuma, Shikaku, and Dragon observe the four teenagers, focusing on the scrolls they had just unsealed from their body tattoos. What are those? Asuma wonders about the smaller scrolls that each of his students had been studying from while at the end of their mission in the Provish land, which had their hope and dreams returned to them in just one night by four teenagers. Granted, one of them is on equal standing with Commander Dragon, but that is irrelevant. He hadn't seen them while they had been in the land of waves. These are scrolls with jutsus that apply to our skill sets as well as abilities, Shikamaru says, grinning up at their sensei. Sensei, he says to the man who smokes a chain. Asuma swallowed the thickening in his throat and simply nodded stupidly as they followed the four teenagers into the kitchen, where a huge table was set up, each of them occupying a space that wouldn't interfere with the other's work. The three adults had noticed that notebooks, scrolls, pens, pencils, ink pots, and brushes were waiting for the quartet. Dragon said, Naruto, in a strong voice that made it impossible for the blonde to disagree with the man. I look over at the black and white mask staring at me, and my head snaps up. Well, I started by running my hand through my blonde hair while looking at my teammates, who were observing every move I made. All right, with a raised eyebrow, Dragon asks his former commander sidekick. As they stare at me with a strange look on their faces, I sighed again and said, it might be best if you each take a seat as this is going to be long and it's also going to be a shitstorm. Before Naruto can say anything, everyone in the kitchen laughs as they see a man with raven hair and gorgeous blue eyes standing in the living room and kitchen entryway. Everyone turned to face the man who was standing there. Well, hello there, grandson, he said, chuckling again at the expression Naruto was making at him. I nodded crudely to the man and said, Lucifer, what brings you to my home? Everyone's eyes widened, except for my teammates, who already knew, so I added, I thought you had gone to the land of tea to collect some more souls for me to harvest in 10 years. Oh, my darling grandchild. With a dramatic tone, Lucifer said, you hurt me with your words. Knowing that he would react favorably, I snorted at his remark and said, yeah, and I am God. Now, grandson, keep my father out of this. Lucifer grinned and said, as you know, he might come and pay you a visit now. At least my great-grandfather doesn't give me any shit, I say, rolling my eyes. I tell him, rolling my eyes once more, just dealt me a shit hand. Well, you do have me there, Lucifer says, laughing at the boy's antics. I simply force you to collect my debts. As my gaze shifts to Commander Dragon, I say to him, at least I did my best to give you a better life. Hello, Dragon, I tell the man, seeing his eyes open in horror, it's nice to see you again. Dragon muttered, no. Naruto looked over at his former boss, who is now his part-time boss, and said, oh yes, it is him. Dragon's head jerks in Naruto's direction. He's back. No one in this room had ever heard the man ask such a question before, and his voice was filled with fear. Yes, I've come back. Because I need him and his friend to take care of things for me. Lucifer grinned and said, as my hands are tied while I am here on Earth. Who is this man? This is a bit too much going on, Shikaku asks as his thoughts continue to race. He does comprehend the ancient gods and religion. He is my grandfather, Lucifer says with a smile. The Lucifer morning star, too. Another name for a fallen angel from heaven. Naruto spread his arms wide in front of everyone in the kitchen and said, as he fell from grace, he did not want to bow to his father's creations. I added, receiving a few blank stares and one of bewilderment, but that was to be expected. All right, Naruto, you are bothersome, Shikaku remarked, grinning a little. So why does he require your teammates? As if seeking the answers to life's mysteries, he asks Dragon. Well, the 4 horsemen are these 4. Lucifer grinned and said, as they are the new riders, I need them to handle a little issue as well as train more in their powers. He was addressing everyone in the room. Because they have gained the powers of each horseman. After a week, although many people are capable of using jutsus in this way, Lucifer shocked everyone by disappearing in flames after explaining everything to them. Yeah, I skipped it because I don't feel like going over it. I shall do it in a later chapter. All right, let's get into our saddles. We each received rings to help us with our abilities, and I had sealed all 4 massive scrolls in my arm tattoos, I said with a shit-eating grin. Yes, sighing, Shikamaru said, let's go. I simply smirk as we start running, with the others trailing behind me. We pause about 8 miles from the village to change and put on our face masks. Even Asuma has to wear one because he is wearing all Anbu gear and our clothes differ from his own, taking our riders' colors. The team riders and their handlers are standing atop trees at the edge of the land of Fang, looking across the river for the hired samurai who are guarding the lord of the land of Fang. What is the strategy? Death. He looks at the others with crimson eyes and whispers, war. I don't think I'll ever get used to these kids' strange powers, Asuma tells himself as he slowly opens his eyes, forcing himself to stop thinking and concentrate on what is being said. Asuma closes his eyes at the sight of his students, a disquieting sensation twisting in the pit of his stomach. Death watches his team. One of the Lord's advisors needs to be removed. The Lord of the Land of Claws has discovered that the advisor has been selling secrets to him. He whispers to the others, as the man has been trying to take over his lands. His eyes return to the samurai, who is looking around the area as he hears footsteps approaching. Death raises an eyebrow in response to what he sees. A voice from the tree shadows said, Ki-san. The now named Ki said, Lord Seto. Seto laughed as he emerged slowly from the shadows, his long royal blue robes gliding over the dirt path that led to the samurai. I am glad to see that you were able to get around the other samurai. Glancing at the others, Fury whispers to them, please tell me this mission will be this easy. War laughs a little, it seems like it will be. He informs the others, because that is the man from the picture that was affixed to the scroll that was sent to Lord Dragon. Additionally, one of the Lord of Claw's personal guards is a samurai. Additionally, it seems that Seto had dressed him in the private guard of the Lord of Fang's samurai colors. Death narrows his eyes at the 2 men and tells the others, who protol the shoreline. So, who's going to gather the bodies? Strife asks, smirking beneath her mask as she pulls out 2 poison-tipped sanbon and flicks them in the neck, causing the 2 men to fall to the ground and breathe their final breaths in a matter of seconds. Since she is still a little impacted by her own poison, she asks them as she takes off her gloves, seals them away, and takes out another pair. Death nods his head to War and says, I guess we could do it. War and Death roll their eyes. War mutters something unsettling as they both silently leap across the river, and seals emerge from their gloved palms, each of them sealing away the men in the body scrolls Death had created for his team, Anbu, and the village's Jonins. The Chunins must make a special request for his scroll, as well as some of the village's Jonins. Dawn. The horsemen and their handler are perched on the castle walls of the Lord of Fang. Who goes there? The Lord's private guards shout as they dash up to the castle walls. Stairs. The lead samurai is asked. The 4 horsemen. The dark, demonic voice of Death said, that your lord has asked. With his head bowed to the riders and their handler, the lead samurai dropped to one knee and said, Lord Death. Please allow me to lead you and your team to our lord. With his eyes fixed on the ground, he stood up and said, he has been waiting for you. Death nods his head as the others in the castle follow the samurai, their gazes following the 5-person team dressed as demons as they quickly make their way down the corridors to the lord's throne room. Lord Mito. There are 2 horsemen here, the lead samurai said. Very good. Lord Mito, the lord of the land of Fang, said, let them in. As the door opens, the samurai nods to his lord and quickly moves aside, allowing the horseman and another to enter the throne room and bow to the lord. Lord Mito said, "I thought you would have arrived last night." As his glowing eyes meet the lord of the land, Death responds, "We did." "I understand. Why didn't you go directly to the castle?" As he struggles to keep his body warm, Lord Mito is asked this question. Beneath his mask, Death grinned and said to the man sitting on his worthless golden throne, "We took care of your little leak." You, what?" The lord stammers as his elderly gray eyes enlarge in astonishment and terror. He told the man in his cryptic manner, "Yes, also Streef had taken care of the mouse that had been drinking from that leak." The grin under his mask, which had a terrifying skull on it, grew even bigger. Death tries to calm his terrified, shocked body as he says, "That is good." The man's eyes widened even more, and he wasn't sure if it was from shock or fear. He should definitely make an enemy of the team in front of him. With 2 scrolls in his gloved hands, War stepped forward and said, "Here is your leek and mouse." He laughed as he addressed the Lord, hurling the lessons his parents and clan had instilled in him. The Lord stammered as he extended his hand to take the 2 scrolls from the man in front of him, who had glowing crimson eyes that seemed to be peering right into his soul. Thank you, War." War steps back, moving just to Death's right, while the other 2 riders stand to the left of the lead rider. The final member stands behind the 4, ensuring that everyone knows he isn't on leave because Death is the team's leader. "Lord Mito, if that's all you need from me and my riders," the man who scared the Lord more than any Biju could ever do says, "we have other missions that need our skills." Death's icy, cold glare chills the Lord to his very core. "Yes, indeed, that's all. I think everything has been resolved. If I require your return, your Hokage will receive a message from me." Lord Mito grinned and said, "Your team has the highest request out of all the hidden shinobi villages." "That we are," Death laughs. As the others snicker, he tells the man, "We are more in demand than the Sanin that had come from our village when they had begun their Jonin career during the Third War." This fills the throne room with fear. Having said that, the group disappears in various hues of flames that correspond to the horses of their riders, and the final member, who is merely a handler or tag-along rather than a rider or whatever one chooses to refer to as Asuma-sensei. After a week, Naruto walks with his arms draped over the back of his head, gazing up at the sky, his thoughts straying to the missions that had been asking the 4 horsemen to deal with problems in their countries and territories. As the girls stopped talking to Asuma and turned their attention to the 2 male riders in the group, Shikamaru said, "You shouldn't allow your thoughts drift to the missions that have been requesting the horsemen." Naruto sighs deeply and shakes his head, saying, "I know. All I'm doing is thinking. The number of mission requests is enormous. I am simply losing myself in my thoughts," he informs Shikamaru. "Difficult. We are not immortal, Naruto. There is only so much we can do. When you were at Anbu, what did you do?" Shikamaru asks, glancing at his team leader and friend. To the raven-haired boy in front of him, Naruto pauses and turns to face his friend and fellow leader. "I would go by what ranking they are and choose the teams that are the best suited to the mission. So why don't we do that?" With a small smile on his face, Shikamaru tells him, "We will go over the missions and you will suggest what Anbu teams will be able to handle them and what Jonin, Chunin, and Genin teams are able to take those missions as well." With a laugh, Naruto tells his friend, "I am glad I have you on my side, for you would be a frightening enemy." "To be honest, Naruto," snorts Shikamaru, "we're fortunate that you haven't gone missing. For everything you know and everything you've been through," he tells the blonde teen boy, "I am confident you could topple a whole nation." With a shitating grin on his face, Naruto responded, "I have." It was his turn to snort at his friend's remarks. He looks back at them as he gradually blinds the blonde, who now has 4 sets of eyes on him. "What?" he snorts as he tells them, "To be honest, nobody hasn't heard that Commander Kitsune has taken over several countries and killed the evil lord of the country. Hurry up, we must go back." Naruto turned and started to walk again as the gates of Konoha came into view. "I have a shit ton of paperwork I need to knock out before we go on another mission," he said. Naruto took a seat at his desk, examining every file that had been forwarded to him. Make a request for the 4 horsemen or groups capable of managing a mission involving the horsemen. Naruto closes his eyes and sets the file down on the desk. "This is excessive. I can't let my friends complete all of these tasks in a short period of time. It will also exhaust them. 2 months from now, the Chunin exams will be held." He sighed again, wanting to slam his head against his desk, thinking, we need to make a splash and move up in the rankings. Usagi calls out from the blonde's office doorway, Naruto. I slowly lifted my head from the pile of papers I had fallen on. My head had fallen onto the stack. A piece of paper gets stuck on my forehead and I blink multiple times. And Usagi asks again, Naruto. I frown as I remove the paper from my face and ask, yeah, Usagi. She looks at the floor and bites her lower lip, then slowly glancing up at him. She asks him, Doa, do you think I did the right thing when I left my world? She has been troubled by this for a number of months. He forces himself to get out of his chair and takes several steps in her direction, drawing her into his cozy hug. Shaw, Bunya, it is not your fault. He gently lifts her face up and places his right hand beneath her chin. As his crystal blue eyes meet hers, he sees her sad space blue eyes. He slowly leans in to kiss her, saying, never regret your past. Never regret your present and never regret what will come in your future, as they kiss tenderly and close their eyes. Later, in the office of the Hokage, another scroll is securely concealed inside the seal on the old man's left wrist as Naruto sits across from him, holding multiple files. He gets up, leans over the desk, and hands the man the files, saying, here are the teams I believe are able to manage the missions you had sent my way. At this, the third Hokage raises an eyebrow, as he takes the files that have been given to him. With a hint of concern in his voice, he explains, what do you mean, my boy? The missions I have sent to you are meant for you or your team. I lift my right hand slowly. Do not worry, I only assigned those missions to seasoned teams, not to the newcomer teams. Even Thought Guy's team having only 1 more year experience than the rookies that came from the academy this year. I advise him not to let another word. Sarutobi puts the files on his desk and settles back into his armchair. With a faint smile, he said, I shall take your word on it, my boy. He asks, will you be taking any mission during this week? Naruto gives him a serious look. No, you do know this is the week of the Chunin exams. We need to be within the village. We need to let the Chunin hopeful who they will be going up against during the exams. He replies to the elderly gentleman in front of him. Oh, yes, I had forgotten. I had been in so many meetings that everything has been blaring together from everything going on within these old walls. He replies with a soft chuckle. I simply roll my eyes at his previous antics. You damn well know it is the week of the Chunin exams. You are just afraid we are going to scare away the Chunin hopefuls and having their cages as well as their lords breathing down your necks as well as our lords' necks for having a genin team that should have been made jonin since leaving the academy. He emphasizes that the elderly gentleman has a sheepish look on his face. I am sorry, my boy. I was hoping you had forgotten as what you had said is true. Sarutobi replied to him. Again, Naruto rolls his eyes. With a dark gleam in his heavenly blue eyes, he says, yeah, whatever. Just know we will play nice for now. But, once the third part of the exams begin we are going to be cutting loose and introducing ourselves to the world as the 4 horsemen. Sarutobi responds, very well, my boy. He doesn't want to deal with the strange man who has been coming to the village lately and assigning odd tasks for Team 10, the 4 horsemen. Naruto rises and disappears in a whirl of black flames after saying that. He has recently been experimenting with something new. The private training ground of Team 10. Naruto shows up in the training area. Shikamaru, Usagi, and Ino were waiting for him to return from his meeting at the Hokage Tower while they sat beneath a tree. When Naruto sees them, he smiles and says, hey everyone. Shikamaru looks up from the files Naruto gave him to review and says, hey. He needed the Nara heir to decide which of these missions they should prioritize and which ones could wait since they will be undertaken after the exams. There was only one red file with an odd marking that made Naruto nervous if they had to leave during the free month during the training period between the second and third parts of the exam. He is asked, what's that? By Naruto. Shikamaru frowned and said, the mission we will have to take. He looked down at the odd crest on the file and said to Naruto, it is one your grandfather gave me this morning. One that he said it would explain a secret of the Namikaze clan. Naruto responds, okay. He is unsure of how to feel about this. On the left side of the tree, Ino and Usagi converse as they depart to discuss their mission with the 2 team leaders during their intermission between tests. Ino whispered to Usagi, Soa, anything else happen once you 2 kissed? Usagi shook her head slowly, blushing softly. She frowned and said to the blonde, no, we kissed. Once we broke the kiss, I took off running. Ino laughs quietly. Usagi, your crush on him has been slowly growing as of late. She laughs. Usagi reddens. She said to the blonde, Ino, please do not tease me. It has been since I have genuinely liked someone. Ino was the next to flush. She tells her sister, best friend, I'm sorry, Usagi. I didn't mean to tease you so much. Usagi gives her a radiant smile. With a gentle, genuine smile, she tells the other girl, it is okay, Ino. Please do not beat yourself up over it. I just need to calm down and just remind myself my past is my past and he will never find me and he will never be my future. Usagi's shoulder and Ino's shoulder collide. With a smile, Ino tells her, life will be gotten better, just give it time. Your life has gotten better since you have found your new home here with us and we love you. Usagi chuckles. True, I just hate how I allowed my past shadow loom over me for far too long. As my future is truly bright and it is what I will be making of it. She says to Ino. This time, Asuma approaches them slowly. With the Chunin exams, 4 forms contained within. He simply grins at his team, knowing they are prepared for this. I'm more than prepared for this, hell. Asuma stood in front of his students, who were already observing the pieces of paper in his right hand as they approached him. I'm glad to see each and every one of you here today, he presents. Smiling slightly, Naruto asks, so, you nominated us for the Chunin exams? Asuma laughs. Yes, these are the forms you need to sign to enter the Chunin exams that will be happening in 2 weeks' time. I have already told my father for the next 2 weeks you will not be taking any missions and any missions coming in for the 4 horsemen but be declined or placed on hold until the exams are over. He informed them. Ino gives a snort. As Usagi gave them all a gentle smile, she continued to giggle and told him, Naruto just did the same things not that long ago with Lord Hokage. Asuma shakes his head at the antics of his team. He tells the young Anbu captain, well, I am glad Naruto has my back when it comes to all of you. As their sensei's cheeks blush and lightly dust his own, Naruto teases him, someone needs to do it while you are busy off with your girlfriend. Asuma looks at his 4 pupils and clears his throat. With all of his blush gone and in sensei mode, he asked them, now you do understand with this exam. If one of you does not take part, the whole team isn't allowed to take part with the exam. Usagi asks, yes, we do understand that. But would it matter if 1 out of the 4 of us don't take part? She has been considering that question for some time. Asuma smiles and responds, it does. Your 4-man squad does fall under the same rules as the 3-man squads. She asked him that question, and he was delighted. Ino asks, so is it true the first part of the exam takes part at the Shinobi Academy? After learning from another Chunin some time ago how the village administers the first portion of exams. Naruto responds on Asuma's behalf, yes. We do hold the first part of the exams there. But it is during a time with all the genin hopeful are not at the academy, as it wouldn't do us well if one of the shinobi from another village spots on and kidnaps them or something. He informs her. Ino looks down at her from within her hands and nods her head in comprehension. Asuma turns to face the boy with the blonde hair. I do hope you do not give away the first part of the exam to your teammates. As I know you had aided in them in the past. He interrupts his pupil. Naruto tells Asuma, who pales because he was unaware of that small detail, nah. I am more focused on the Forest of Death. That I heard was added this year as it will be Anko's first year in taking part in the exams as a proctor. Asuma looks at Naruto and asks, how did you find out? I had to go to the Anbu meeting about the exams. I questioned Dragon on why he had me attended as he knew I was taking part this year. The man didn't tell me anything, just grinned at me. Naruto informed him. Troublesome. So Commander Dragon saw fit for you to see who will be hosting what stages of the exams as a little heads up. Shikamaru asks, closing his eyes because all he wants is to go away and take a nap. Pretty much. What I gathered from the second part of the exam. We will be moving right away from the first stage to the second stage within minutes. This will not allow us to prep or gather supplies, as the second part of the exams is a survival for about 5 days. Naruto stated to them. Asuma is looking at his cigarette now because he was shocked to hear this. He asks, what the hell is Anko thinking? Since he has never done anything similar and a survival exam hasn't been conducted in over 20 years. Not when the animals, insects, and other life within the forest alone had taken over 50 lives. Naruto responds to the man sternly, she is thinking we need to be able to face anything and cannot be coddled like children. Asuma lets out a sigh. You are right, but are you going to share this information with the other teams? He asks them. As the three others nod their heads in agreement with their team captain, Naruto said to him, most likely as they do need a little edge. But for maybe 2 people as they will not listen to us. Ino, who seemed a little concerned for some of her friends, said, I know this will help Choji and Kiba. As Choji needs to have snacks on him for his family jutsu and Kiba for Akamaru's sake as he needs to keep food for his puppy on him at all times. As a number of shadow clones came to life to handle this task and do some exam shopping, Naruto declared, I will make everyone special storage scrolls. So we all can be ready for anything we will be facing during all the stages of the exam. Well, I know I will not have to worry so much about you four. As you are in good hands with Naruto. Asuma replied with a grin. Exam day. Naruto and his companions had gone out the previous evening and distributed the storage scrolls to their friends. Naruto had to head for the academy, where his teammates were waiting for him, to start the new phase of their lives and take the test. The 4 Chunin aspirants enter the former academy building together, glancing at one another as they do so. When Naruto sees Sasuke acting like a fool, he snorts. Naruto complains to himself, way to go loser. The other 3 watched as a boy in a green jumpsuit kicked the duck-ass fool into a wall, making him look even more foolish. Foregoing his customary disruptive behavior, Shikamaru sighed and said, come on. Let's get out of here. After saying that, the 4 went upstairs to the examination room, where they met Asuma. Asuma grinned and remarked, I'm glad you 3 made it past the several traps set up. Usagi frowned and remarked, those were the worst genjutsus we have ever seen. Ino jokingly added, even Naruto could notice them. Naruto complains, gee thanks. As the cherry on his cigarette brightened, Asuma grinned and said, well children. It is time to enter that door and show the world what the 4 horsemen can do. Naruto pouted playfully. He winked at his sensei, who snorted, and said, here we thought we just fade into the shadows and not show our hand until the 3rd stage. Asuma sensei grinned and said, that would work. As an Anbu stood behind Asuma, just to his left, Ino said, we better get in before we are locked out. As he ascends in a cloud of ash, Asuma sensei smiled and winked and said, aha yes, good luck. The lock is heard behind them as they quickly enter the classroom. Team 7 was barely able to get into the classroom. Sakura smirks darkly and hisses, Ino pig. Ino rolls her eyes as she turns to face the pink banshee. She looks down at her fingernails and asks, what do you want? She had and still has better things to do than engage in combat with the banshee. Sakura smirked and said, I'm sure you're still jealous about me being on Sasuke-kun's team. Usagi and Ino exchange glances as Ino rolls her eyes. She smirks as she tells the pinkett, why would I? I don't want to be on a team with a toddler playing shinobi. Sakura stands next to Sasuke, who frowns as Sakura's mouth drops open in shock. Piga. You should know better. Sasuke-kun is the best here. She moans. Usagi gives a snort. She tells the pinkett, keep telling yourself those lies. His gaze narrowed on the new blonde. Sasuke moves forward. With an obscene smirk, he looks Usagi up and down and says, you know I'm better than those 2 losers on your team. Usagi rolls her eyes again. She looks him over with a disgusted expression on her face and says, I don't like dealing with entitled toddlers. When Naruto saw that everyone was watching them, he said, okay, that is enough you 2. You're directing everyone's attention to us. He shook his head. Teams 10 and 7 are now examining every student in the classroom. As Usagi, Ino, Shikamaru, and Naruto square up and glare at those who are glaring at them, Sakura shrinks back into herself. A surge of murderous intent emanating from them. Additionally, this distances Team 7 from the 4-man Genin team. As the brainless attempt to resist the killer's intent, the Chunin hopefuls with some brain cells back off. When he stops, Ibiki appears at the bottom of the classroom, and Naruto sighs and shakes his head. Listen up dipshit, Ibiki angrily exclaims. The man with the big scar on his face is the center of attention. Ibiki circles a table where 2 Chunin are seated and 2 boxes are placed in front of them. Ibiki commands, now shut your traps and listening to what I am about to tell you children. As she surveys the Genin sea. As the Chunin hopeful forms 2 lines and draws a random number, Ibiki yells, in each of these boxes are numbered balls. This will keep you from sitting with your teammates. If by luck you get seated with a teammate, we will keep our eyes upon you. They locate their designated seats after they have their balls. Surprised to see Ino sitting next to her, Usagi scans the room. However, the two blondes scowl when they see Hinata sitting directly next to Naruto, who seems to be pouting after trying his hardest to end the girl's crush on him. Looks like he is going to be stuck next to her for the next hour and 45 minutes. Suffering her side glances and turning pink, Ino sighed. Usagi merely nods while shifting her gaze to the spot where Shikamaru is trapped next to the pinkett banshee. As Ino nods, she says, "Now that one there really sucks." Ino laughed and said, "Poor boys are stuck in hell." Having seen Ibiki glaring at her and Ino, Usagi simply nods her head. "Alright punks, listen up. This exam is 10 questions. But, if you note there is only 9 questions on the sheet. I shall be giving you the final questions myself." Ibiki yells at them. Ibiki said, "Now if you notices the Chunin I have seated around this room. There is a reason for them. If they catch you cheating 5 times. Let me repeat 5 times. You and your teammates will be kicked out. For every question are worth 5 points. So if you get caught 1-2 used. Good, now start." Ibiki commands, his expression displaying annoyance. When Naruto noticed who was seated next to him, he sighed. "Well, I have to deal with Hinata now." He thought to himself, "She needs to get over her crush on me," while Kurama, for once, simply snorted without offering his opinion. Hinata blushed as she looked at Naruto-kun and stammered, "Hell. Hey Hinata." Naruto looked down at Ibiki, who was smiling at him, and returned her greeting. "Bastard," he thought to himself. When she looked over his shoulder and saw that Shikamaru was trapped by Sakura, she made a face. He sighed as he saw Usagi and Ino sitting together, grinning and waving at him. Poor bastard. He gave them the one-finger salute without thinking twice. They only smile at him when they protrude their tongues. Ibiki exclaimed, "Alright, it's time to start the exam." To the Chunin candidates. Naruto snorted after flipping the paper and examining the questions. Ibiki, really? These inquiries are nearly at the level of Jonin. He chuckled as he started writing his responses on the sheet, thinking, only a select few will be able to answer these damn questions. He eventually turns the paper over and starts drawing on the back because he thought he wouldn't need it to respond to the last question. Hinata whispers, "Naruto, you can looks off my sheet if you need to." However, Naruto ignores her and goes about his own business, so her whisper goes unanswered. He simply draws on the sheet while she observes him. As he ignored her, her mouth hung open. When the last question was asked, Genin teams fell apart like flies. Ibiki's icy onyx eyes scanned the room before growling, "Okay. It's time for the 10th and final question," landing on a few weak-willed individuals, forcing them to stand up and flee the room. "Before I give you the final question, you need to know, if you get it wrong, you will never be able to take the Chunin exam ever again," Ibiki stated to them. Several people in the room are infuriated by this. A girl from Suna would get up and slam her hand on her desk. "What do you mean? If we get this question wrong we will not be able to take the Chunin exams again?" She asks. "Like I said, my exam this will be your first and final time taking the Chunin exam. If you do not feel like you are ready for this final question, quit now and try again in 6 months. Ibiki laughed. "But there are people here who have taken this exam several times before." Kiba screams. "That may be, but my rules. This will be your only time. Take it now and lose your right to ever take it again, or leave now and take it again in 6 months. Ibiki said to them. Like flies, more fell. Naruto laughed softly. "I see, Ibiki, your mind games are the best. Come on now." As he glanced out the window and noticed Anko sitting in a tree, waiting to enter, he thought, "Anko is waiting, and we need to move on." Ibiki smiles at the remaining numbers as a few more drop out. He says, "Good, you all pass," towards them. Before he continued, a black ball of cloth flies into the classroom, shattering the window into a million pieces. The object adheres to the wall and shoots for kunai. The sexy, the single, Anko Mitrashi, was written on the banner. Ibiki tells Anko, looking over her shoulder at him, "You're early." Anko smiled sheepishly and said, "Sorry, I got tired of waiting." As he shakes his head at her antics, Ibiki sighs. With a faint chuckle, he informed her, "You should have waited at least 5 more minutes and I would have been done with them." Anko grinned devilishly and said, "Well, I'm here now, you cut them down rather good. But I'll cut them down even more." Anko yells, "All right brats, it's time to move your asses." We are now moving to the second part of the Chunin exams. We are now heading to training ground 44. Now move it, as she leaps out of her broken window and onto a desk. After getting up from their seats, Naruto and the crew hastily follow the open windows to training ground 44, also known as Loving or the Forest of Death. Naruto glances at his friends and teammates. He asks them, "Do you all have everything for this part of the exam?" Shikamaru responds, "Yes, we have everything." The blonde always likes to make sure before starting a mission, and they had gone through their supplies before entering the academy. "Don't worry, we got this," Ino said. "We ran enough drills in this forest that we know where to set up traps for the other unexpecting fools." Usagi continues with a smirk. Naruto smiles. With a fake tear streaming down his cheek, he said, "I'm proud of you guys." Ino laughed and said, "So, what did Hinata tell you?" "We saw her talking to you." Naruto sighed. "She told me that I could copy off of her after I finished my own exam and was drawing on the back of it." He repeated himself. "The sad thing is, she saw me writing down my answers." He continued. When Shikamaru sees teammate approaching the training area, he shakes his head and asks, "Troublesome?" "She thinks you're that stupid." Hinata was blushing as she looked at him. Naruto turns away from her and shakes his head. But he has a better idea and separates Hinata from Ino and Usagi, in order to prevent her from using her eyes on him. He shivered and said, "I hate those creepy eyes. I think she has undressed me several times already." Usagi frowned and turned to openly glare at Hinata, saying, "Not good," causing the girl to glance at the floor. She frowned once more and remarked, "I think she needs to confidence in herself." With a frown of her own, Ino tells Usagi, her clan beats her down. So whatever little confidence she does have, is truly little. Knowing what would happen to Hinata if she never developed the backbone she so desperately needs, Naruto continued, "That is why she will never be clan head. She will be put into the branch family when her sister comes to age." Usagi looks at Naruto and says, "Well, that sucks for her. How is that your problem? She uses me as her strength and I don't know why. I saved her once from some bullies when we were little. That was an exceptionally long time ago and since then she been blushing at me. That is when she developed her crush on me or some kind of fantasy of me." Naruto stated to them. They all yell, "Good, you're all here. It's time to listen up, losers. This is training ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. You will spend the next 5 days and 4 nights in here." "Why, you may ask?" "Well, that is simple," Anko started to explain. Anko grinned broadly as she held up the 2 scrolls she mentioned, saying, "Your mission while in the Forest of Death is to gather one of these 2 scrolls from another team. As you need 2 scrolls to enter the tower at the center of the forest. While you are doing that, there is one rule. Do not open, you will lose. Before you get a scroll you must sign a form. This protects me and the village from your death. For inside this forest are massive beasts and insects. So, if you die, we do not get in trouble." Anko simply explained the situation to them. While some teams simply go pale, she observes others depart. While others simply started to walk away without a word to their teammates, preoccupied with their own concerns, one guy said to his teammates, "Man, this isn't for me. I'm sorry, I can't do it." As the forms are distributed among the remaining genin, Anko instructed them, "Once you sign, go line up at that little tent and hand in your forms and receive your scroll. Once you received your scroll, move to the gate number you are given and once we are done we will begin." Naruto snorts as he examines the form. He laughed again and told the others, "These are the ones we give in Anbu." They decided it would be best to avoid having all 4 of them go up there, so Naruto and Shikamaru went and turned in the paperwork. Naruto and Shikamaru had a plan for this. Without anyone knowing about their scheme, they stole 2 additional scrolls with a single hand slide. Naruto gives Shikamaru a sly smile. Shikamaru nods his head in agreement as he puts the 2 stolen scrolls in his pouch. It seems they have gotten too relaxed with other shinobi within our village. Without anyone noticing, Naruto sewed the 2 into his wrist. As Ino finishes braiding Usagi's hair and Usagi proceeds to braid Ino's, Ino asks, "So what gate are we going to have to wait at?" With a sly smile, Naruto informed them, "They said we are to be at gate 50. By the sounds of it we are 3 gates away from Team 7. As Usagi completed braiding Ino's hair, she remarked, "They will have to make sure they don't cross our path. As I don't want to deal with an entitled duck-ass and banshee, since they started doing it prior to missions. Because it made it simpler for no one to grab a handful of their loose hair." Sakura and Sasuke turned to face their silent teammate, who appears to be deep in contemplation. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he tried to figure out what was on Shino's mind. He thought to himself, I would do this exam on my own if I didn't need him and this banshee loser. Usagi, Shikamaru, Naruto, and Ino were standing in front of gate 50, staring at the timer above. As the exam start date drew nearer, the numbers appeared to move at an excruciatingly slow pace, with each second seeming to go on forever. Tension and anticipation were mixed together in the air. Ino's fingers drummed anxiously against her kunai pouch as she shifted her weight from one foot to the other. She muttered to herself, I hate waiting, while keeping her gaze fixed on the timer. Shikamaru said, Patience, Ino, in his customary relaxed manner, but there was a sharp focus in his eyes. It's all part of the plan. We need to stay composed. Usagi's eyes were alert and focused as she nodded. Besides, the real challenge starts once the timer hits 0. Naruto's smile grew wider. He was so excited that he could hardly contain it. Just think of it as calm before the storm. Once this starts, we'll show them what Team 10 is truly capable of. They all inhaled deeply as the last seconds passed, preparing themselves for the task at hand. The actual test started as soon as the timer hit 0 and the gates creaked open. Team 10 rushed into the forest of death without hesitation. They were engulfed by the thick canopy, which distorted the little light that could seep through the heavy foliage and created unsettling shadows. The earthy smell and the far-off rustle of unseen animals filled the air. Naruto took the initiative, his movements quick and his senses sharpened. Ino remained close, her eyes sweeping their surroundings, prepared to use her senses to transmit any important information. Always the strategist, Shikamaru stayed in the back, his mind already plotting possible escape routes. Usagi looks at every shadow and any movement that might point to an enemy or one of the creatures that inhabit the forest of death. With the exception of their coordinated footsteps and the sporadic snap of a twig, the forest was silent. Every member of Team 10 was acutely aware that danger could strike at any time, and the tension was evident. They navigated the maze-like wilderness with purpose, guided by their training and camaraderie. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to envelop them as they moved farther into the forest. Ino's breathing quickened, but she didn't lose concentration. She whispered to them, Remember, we need to find the scrolls and avoid unnecessary conflict. With unwavering resolve, Naruto nodded. Right, let's stick to the plan and watch each other's backs. With their senses sharpened, the group continued. Perhaps every rustle, every shadow, might be an enemy. Team 10 was prepared, their resolve steeled for whatever lay ahead, even though the forest of death lived up to its name. In the meantime, Sasuke, Sakura, and Shino were navigating through the thick undergrowth in a different area of the forest of death, their movements cautious and their senses equally heightened. Every action was planned, and every sound was examined for possible dangers. Despite only having 2 members who each brought special talents to the table, they thought they were a formidable team. Leading the 3, Sasuke used his Sharingan to precisely scan his surroundings. Sakura kept a close eye on things, hoping Sasuke would keep her safe. With his unmatched ability to control insects, Shino added a layer of protection and surveillance that was crucial in such dangerous terrain. The air around them started to swirl violently out of nowhere. The team was caught off guard by the sheer force of the powerful tornado-like wind that erupted. Trees were uprooted and debris was flying in all directions as the winds roared through the forest. The wind's force was too great to withstand, blasting each teammate apart from the others. Sakura yelled, Sasuke, as she was hurled into the air, her body spinning wildly before crashing through the undergrowth. Her voice was hardly audible over the howling wind. Sasuke tried to fight the gale, but it was in vain. He gritted his teeth and tightened his hold on a branch. He flew in a different direction as the wind ripped him away. Shino said nothing, his insects buzzing wildly around him in a last-ditch effort to protect him from the assault. But the unrelenting wind dispersed him far from his teammates. The forest once again descended into a spooky silence as the wind eventually died down. Every team member was isolated, confused, and split apart by the ferocious storm. They now had to rely on their abilities and willpower to regroup and carry on with their quest because the exam had taken an unexpected turn. Sasuke scowled as he stood up and narrowed his eyes to take in his surroundings. He muttered to himself, I now need to find those losers, as his eyes flared with rage. Sakura, who lives nearby, is only thinking about finding her Sasuke-kun. Ever composed, Shino started sending out his insects to find his allies. Despite yet another challenge from the forest of death, Sasuke, Sakura, and Shino remained unfazed. They would get back together and confront any threats that lay ahead. The darkly veiled figure let his lips curl into a menacing smile. The young ninjas were having a hard time regrouping, and Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin, watched with predatory interest. A malevolent curiosity shone in his golden, slit-pupilled eyes. This is my chance to see what Sasuke is made of, he thought in a barely audible whisper. With their tongues flicking out as though tasting the air for fear, the snakes coiled around his arms appeared to react. Everything was going according to Orochimaru's plan. It was his intention to sow doubt and fear, to break their unity with the chaos he had unleashed. He enjoyed the idea of keeping them apart, only to see their determination falter under his carefully planned tests. Orochimaru moved through the thick undergrowth in silence, his movements eerily smooth and serpentine. He appeared to be embraced by the shadows, which made it impossible for anyone to see him. Sasuke Uchiha was the sole object of his predatory stare. "This is it," he whispered, his words laced with a sinister anticipation. "Sasuke will become mine and mine alone." He followed the young ninja's faint noises and subtle disturbances as he moved through the forest with uncanny ease. Orochimaru had perfected his senses, and every move he made was deliberate and accurate. He enjoyed the idea of catching Sasuke and using the boy's extraordinary talent to further his own sinister goals. Orochimaru's smile grew as he got closer to the glade where Sasuke had landed. Still dazed from the storm's violent onslaught, the boy was at risk. There was going to be no way out, no help from his teammates. Orochimaru had been waiting for this moment. Orochimaru moved silently and quickly out of the shadows, his snake-like eyes focusing on Sasuke's determined figure. His voice was a poisonous vow, "Your strength, your potential, it will all be mine," he muttered. Sensing the presence behind him, Sasuke spun around, his Sharingan igniting. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was quicker, moving in a blur as he got closer, his evil intent evident. Their confrontation had been set up by the Forest of Death, and now only one would win. It was obvious to Orochimaru that he would win the little battle. Today, Sasuke will fall here and accept the gift that he is so kindly going to give him. His confidence seemed to be bolstered by the Forest of Death's whispering trees and oppressive darkness. The snakes encircling his arms slithered forward with a flick of his wrist, their bodies moving with deadly grace. Orochimaru had witnessed many battles, and this one would be no exception. His eyes glinted with a chilling certainty. Although the young Uchiha showed promise, he was still immature and vulnerable to Orochimaru's skillful use of power. He yelled, "Sasuke," in a tone that was both teasing and inviting, "Today, you will understand what true power feels like." With his Sharingan blazing, Sasuke held his ground while breathing in a deliberate, controlled rhythm. He was prepared to engage in combat and protect himself from Orochimaru's threat. However, a seed of doubt had been sown deep within, one that Orochimaru planned to grow and take advantage of. With both fighters darting in and out of shadows and launching vicious, quick attacks, the battle started with a burst of movement. Each of Orochimaru's precise blows was intended to push Sasuke closer to the edge of desperation and test his limits. Additionally, the elder ninja sensed the boy's resolve breaking with every counter and parry. With a mocking tone of approval, Orochimaru hissed, "You are strong, Sasuke, but strength alone will not save you." Orochimaru immobilized Sasuke by encircling him with his serpentine form in a last, decisive move. The boy tried in vain, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and defiance. Orochimaru's power was overwhelming, and his hold was unbreakable. With his breath hot against Sasuke's ear, Orochimaru whispered, "Accept the gift I offer, and you will achieve greatness beyond your wildest dreams." Sasuke's body tensed and shook as his struggle came to an end. The lure of vengeance and the promise of power were too alluring. Knowing that the seed he had sown was starting to sprout, Orochimaru watched with satisfaction as the young ninja's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Orochimaru realized he had prevailed in the Forest of Death's silent trees at that precise moment. A new, darker alliance would be formed as a result of Sasuke's defeat, and not physically, but spiritually. When Orochimaru's golden eyes meet Sasuke's icy onyx eyes, they sparkle. "Now, Sasuke-kun, let me give you my small present." Orochimaru bites down on Sasuke's neck without hesitation. Orochimaru laughs darkly, his voice resonating with malevolent satisfaction, and lets out a silent scream as his body goes limp, the snakes only supporting him. "That's it, Sasuke," he muttered in a triumphant tone. "Embrace the darkness, and it will embrace you in return." Sasuke's life unfolded into a new chapter marked by blood and shadows as his vision began to blur, the agony blending with the seductive promise of power. Shikamaru and Usagi watch silently as Ino and Usagi's heads snap up as they sense a chakra that is too strong for those in the forest of death. Naruto, Ino said softly, causing her team to halt in their tracks. Naruto nodded his head for Ino to continue as they quietly stopped on one of the large branches they had landed upon. This forest contains a chakra that isn't Genin level, she informed him, it's even higher than Jonin. Naruto's normally cheerful expression darkened with worry as his eyes narrowed. Do you think it's Orochimaru? With a barely audible whisper, he asked. It must be, Ino said, nodding. Nobody else could possess such a powerful chakra. Orochimaru, the man who had terrorized their village with his experiments and random kidnappings, was somewhere close, and the realization sent a shockwave through their veins, sharpening their senses and increasing their awareness. The group felt a chill as they processed this information. Naruto adamantly stated, we must locate Sasuke. If Orochimaru is present, he may be pursuing him. The team silently agreed and proceeded through the treetops at a rapid pace, their movements coordinated and stealthy, the forest seemingly closing in on them, every shadow a threat, every leaf rustle a warning, and the air growing heavier with anticipation and malice as they approached the source of the overwhelming chakra. When they finally arrived at a clearing, they saw Hima Orochimaru, with Sasuke collapsed at his feet amid the twisted roots and old trees. Naruto's blood boiled with rage, but he forced himself to remain composed because he knew that any careless action could cost them dearly. We need a plan, Shikamaru muttered, his sharp mind already formulating potential tactics, because we can't confront him directly. We must exercise caution in this regard. With a hardened resolve, Naruto nodded and said, whatever it takes, we have to save Sasuke. The weight of their exam weighed heavily on them as they readied themselves to face one of the most formidable foes they had ever encountered. This battle would not only be about saving a comrade, it would also test their strength, unity, and will to defend those they loved, and their true strength would be exposed in the heart of the forest of death. With his plan in mind, Naruto nodded to Shikamaru as he went through the signs required for his shadow possessions jutsu. The inky black shadow travels across the overgrown roots on the forest floor in the direction of its target. Orochimaru marveled at the gift he had left on Sasuke's neck, the cursed mark pulsed with sinister energy, a testament to his dark prowess. As Orochimaru delighted in his creation, a strange feeling began to creep through his body, his limbs became heavy, and he realized coldly that he was immobile. The more he struggled, the harder it became to even twitch a finger. What's this? Orochimaru hissed as his eyes darted around, trying to figure out what was causing this paralysis. The answer was soon apparent when he saw the shadow that connected him to Shikamaru, the boy with the sly eyes. Their chance had arrived, and Naruto's heart raced with a mixture of urgency and hope as he saw Orochimaru's moment of weakness. Now, with a voice straining from the effort of keeping his jutsu up, Shikamaru pleaded. With a ferocious battle cry, Naruto and his group sprang into action, prepared to rescue Sasuke and put an end to Orochimaru's terror for good. From the seal on Naruto's right wrist, a sword materialized and slid into his hand as if it were meant to be there. Its blade shone fiercely, reflecting Naruto's unwavering resolve. With a quick, practiced motion, he pointed the sword at Orochimaru, his eyes blazing with resolve.
So this was it for the series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, we weep offline.